O'Keefe, as well as voicemails, showed a strained relationship. Investigators said that around 1 a.m. on January 29th, Reed allegedly left O'Keefe a voicemail that said, "You are, oh no, I can't. You are an F loser, F yourself, and John, I effing hate you."
Obviously, I'm not sure we can play that clip, but go ahead.
Between 4 and 5 a.m. At 4:23 a.m., while heavy snow was falling, O'Keefe's niece called Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert's sister-in-law and a friend of O'Keefe's. She said Reed was distraught because O'Keefe had not come home and was not answering his cell phone. According to court documents, McCabe said she heard Reed screaming, "John didn't come home. We had a fight." Around 5 a.m., Reed called another woman whose husband was friends with O'Keefe. Prosecutors alleged that Reed said while they searched, "What if he's dead? What if I plow hit him? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything."
Right now, if she doesn't remember everything, I was a bit when I read that, I was like, right? She doesn't remember anything.
Yeah. 5:07 a.m. Reed, McCabe, and the third woman went to look for O'Keefe. Prosecutors said Reed mentioned to the woman that she had a crack in her taillight and wondered if she could have hit O'Keefe. At 5:07 a.m., a surveillance camera at O'Keefe's house shows Reed's SUV coming extremely close to O'Keefe's SUV in the driveway. Prosecutors say no taillight pieces were found in the driveway. Reed's defense argues the vehicle did strike SUV, breaking the taillight and providing an explanation for damage to the SUV. 6 a.m. Around 6 a.m., Reed sees O'Keefe lying in the snow outside Brian Albert's home. An emergency responder said that while hysterical and inconsolable, Reed repeatedly says, "I hit him, I hit him." The defense argues that one of the first responding officers from Canton Police gave false and deceptive testimony to the grand jury that would later indict Reed. January 29, 2022. Prosecutors and defense attorneys agree that at some point the morning O'Keefe was killed, someone Googled Haas, sick, long to die in cold. The sides disagree on when the search was made. Prosecutors say the search happened at 6:23 a.m. and 6:24 a.m. after O'Keefe's body was found. The defense says a federal forensic expert determined the search was made at 2:27 a.m. before police were alerted that O'Keefe's body had been found.
See, I don't get this. Do you get this bit? This bit is confusing me.
No, they can't agree on a time that was searched up.
That's what I mean, and there's quite a massive difference between the times.
There is.
Yeah,
This
because they don't know how long he was in the snow when they found him. Because I think that they didn't find. Was it a snowplow? Wasn't it a snowplow or something? That I'm not sure. I'm not positive,
No,
but I
that's what
think that they
she
don't.
said. She
Yeah,
said
they
that
can't tell how long he's been out there.
well, because I guess because he died of hypothermia.
Hmm.
Well, one of the reasons hypothermia, I guess, when a body is cold like that, if I'm not mistaken, it's harder to determine the time of death.
Oh.
Yeah,
Right, right.
if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm.
Right. Go ahead, Wickham.
January 29th, 2022. Police say they found a broken cocktail glass and police and pieces of taillight at this scene. A forensic toxicologist estimated that Reed's blood alcohol content would have been around 0.13 to 0.29 around 12:45 a.m., more than the legal limit. January 31st, 2022, an autopsy is completed on O'Keefe. Prosecutors said the medical examiner ruled the cause of death was blunt impact injuries to the head and hypothermia. They say the medical examiner did not find any obvious signs of an altercation or a fight.
So I'm assuming the blunt impact injuries that was to crash. So he died through the injuries of the crash and then hypothermia. Go ahead.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Karen Reed was arrested. February 2nd, 2022. Reed appears in Stoughton District Court for the first time, pleading not guilty to manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of a motor vehicle collision causing death. June 10th, 2022. A Norfolk County grand jury indicts Karen Reed on charges of second-degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol, and leaving the scene of personal injury and death. Reed is arraigned on the new charges in O'Keefe's death. She pleaded not guilty in Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham and was ordered held on $100,000 bail. Reed made bail and has been out on release since. Karen Reed's defense claims she was framed. May 3rd, 2023. Defense attorneys Alan Jackson and David Yannetti alleged that O'Keefe was involved in a fight inside Brian Albert's home. They claim O'Keefe was beaten and his body was later dumped outside. Jackson and Yannetti focused on wounds to O'Keefe's arms, which they said showed he was attacked by Albert's dog during the fight. This is not just fishing, Jackson said during the May 3rd hearing. We've got a fish on a hook. We just need the court to help us reel it in. Norfolk Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally argued that O'Keefe never went in the home and added, there is no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe was beaten and left for dead.
Mm-hmm. I mean, could these injuries, have a look, guys, be caused by a crash? Absolutely. I mean, I know it's not very clear, and does that look like dog bites? They
They
look more
look
like
like scratches.
right. I was going to say they look more like injuries that you may attain in a car accident or in an accident
Mhm.
of that sort, rather than dog bites. But then I know it's not very clear. So, um, sorry. This is why I hate this mouse. There.
May 24th, 2023. During a pretrial hearing, Reed's attorneys laid out what they alleged to be a cover up by law enforcement. Certainly, the Massachusetts State Police is involved. There are people that were in that house that are involved, Jackson said. Brian Albert is involved. Jennifer McCabe is involved. The rest of the folks that were in that house, there's some level of involvement by every one of them. Every single one of them. We're not going to rest until we get to the bottom of exactly who's behind this cover up. Not only Karen Reed deserves this, John O'Keefe deserves this, and has deserved this from moment one. And that's why they're not going to rest. Following the dramatic hearing, Reed spoke to reporters for the first time. We know who did it, we know, and we know who spearheaded, I'm sorry, this cover up. You all know, Reed said on the courthouse steps. I tried to save his life. I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in his blood. I was the only one trying to save his life.
Now, can somebody clarify whether it be Wiccan or infamous? What does that mean? So, did she find him?
I thought someone else found him, to be honest.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
was
I'm
thinking.
thinking. I'm thinking somebody, because I think, like I said, they because he was cold, so they couldn't get a body temperature from him, like you were saying. And then I think it was like I'm thinking it was like a snowplow, somebody who was like how they come and kind of clear the roads. That's what I'm thinking. From what I recall. So that's how they don't know how long he had been out there, because nobody's seen him. They think that he had been out there for a while, but they don't know how long. And I think it
Mm,
was somebody. I want to say it was somebody that was driving a snowplow, and they saw him on the side in the snow. Because I think it was still snowing or something, and he was kind of he had snow over him too. I think, from what I understand, not completely, but he was hard to spot right away.
mm. Go ahead, Wiccan.
Courtroom battles over evidence. August 1st, 2023. Judge Beverly Canone denied a prosecution request for a gag order in the case. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office had asked for the gag order, saying witnesses were being harassed. Yannetti countered by saying it was prosecutors who are controlling the narrative. April 25th, 2023. Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey released a video statement slamming what he described as absolutely baseless harassment of witnesses in the case. Conspiracy theories are not evidence, Morrissey said. The idea that multiple police departments, EMTs, fire personnel, the medical examiner, and the prosecuting agency are joined in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is, completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt.
Oh, oh, shit. Sorry, guys. It's just like, okay, so this is when it talks about Turtle Boy.
Why was Turtle Boy arrested? October 11th, 2023. Aidan Kearney, the blogger who operates the site Turtle Boy News, was arrested on charges of witness intimidation related to the Karen Reed case. Kearney had been covering the case for months, often recording himself confronting witnesses. His defense attorney told the judge that Kearney was exercising his First Amendment right.
Hmm.
December 26, 2023. A judge revoked Kearney's bail amid new assault and battery charges. Kearney allegedly went to his ex-girlfriend's home, demanded to see her phone, then shoved her during a confrontation. Kearney remained in jail for nearly 2 months, but was later released on personal recognizance.
Right.
Yeah, Turtle Boy was doing the most. He was doing a lot.
Well, this is what I mean about inserting yourself in a live case. There should be
Mhm.
rules against it.
Yeah, but he was really going to extremes. Like he was calling it like one of the sons. I think he was in high school, like almost terrorizing him, almost like kind of, because he felt that Karen Reed was guilty. You know what I mean? So he was like doing this narrative. He was almost intimidating all these people that lived in that town. He was bothering all the people that were feeling that she was guilty, and he was saying that she wasn't guilty. So you know what I mean. So he was harassing a lot of the individuals in the town, and this one boy, I think he was in high school. He was only like 16 or 17, and it was really affecting him really bad. So he was really getting up close and personal with these individuals, like making phone calls and all kinds of stuff. He was getting pretty serious.
Hmm. Okay, we could go ahead.
Evidence under scrutiny. February 22nd, 2024. In court filings, prosecutors said they have DNA evidence recovered from a broken taillight that implicates Reed and O'Keefe's death. They said the taillight is the same material from Reed's SUV and that the DNA matched O'Keefe's. They also said broken taillight material was found on O'Keefe's clothing. March 12, 2024. Reed's defense team said that a federal investigation into the case led to an FBI expert concluding that evidence does not support the theory that O'Keefe died after being hit by an SUV. The damage on the car was inconsistent with having made contact with John O'Keefe's body. In other words, the car didn't hit him, and he wasn't hit by the car, Jackson said. Prosecutors disagreed, accusing Reed's attorney of defense by obfuscation. March 13th, 2024. In a brief statement, Massachusetts police said state police said they have opened an internal investigation into a potential violation of department policy by Trooper Michael Proctor, who was the lead investigator on the case. Police did not say what prompted the investigation, but said he remains on full duty. Reed's defense attorney said the federal investigation showed Proctor had personal ties to people involved in the case. In a statement, Proctor's attorney, Michael DiStefano, denied any wrongdoing. Trooper Proctor has been fully cooperative in responding to the investigations conducted by the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Massachusetts State Police Internal Affairs Unit, DiStefano said. To be clear, Trooper Proctor remains steadfast in the integrity of the work he performed investigating the death of Mr. John O'Keefe, to the extent that Trooper Proctor's personal text messages are alluded to in court proceedings regarding Miss Reed. He respectfully admits that the objective investigation steps he and members of his unit took are in no way undermined by the content of the personal messages. Karen Reed murder trial takes center stage. March 26, 2024. Judge Canone denied a defense motion to dismiss the case. Canone said she was denying the motion due to extensive evidence supporting the indictments. April 12, 2024. During the final pretrial hearing in the case, Canone heard 30 different motions on which she had to rule, listening to arguments from both sides on many of them. Among them was an argument by Reed's attorney. Oh, there we are.
Among them was an argument.
They say Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins, all of whom were present at the party John O'Keefe was at the night he died, could have killed O'Keefe. Prosecutor Lally called it a fanciful story, but told the judge there's actually no actual evidence. Jury selection begins. April 16th, 2024. Karen Reed's second-degree murder trial began with jury selection. A total of 4 jurors were added on the first day. April 17th. Jury selection continued for a second day with 7 more jurors added. April 17th. A third day of jury selection wrapped without a full jury seated. 2 more jurors were added, but one from a previous day was excused, bringing the total number of jurors seated so far to 12. April 24th. A jury was seated on the 5th day of jury selection over the course of more than a week. The trial is scheduled to last 6 to 8 weeks once a jury is seated. Testimony underway. April 29th. Opening statements and testimony got underway with the first witnesses called. John O'Keefe's brother Paul and his wife Erin were the first 2 on the stand. Canton police officer Steve Seraph also began his testimony. Prosecutors showed video from Seraph's dashboard camera as he arrived on scene.
I just want to say thank you to Lady Luck for the massive $20 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. That's your 20th super chat on the live stream, Lady Luck. Thank you. I'm so grateful for the continued support.
Thank you, Lady Luck.
I'm really grateful. So far, I see the complexities of this. Like, it's one of those cases that it's I'm like, huh? A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of it. Like I said, it's entangled with a lot of people not doing things correctly, following procedure. Just a whole bunch of. It's real messy. Yeah.
Right, go. Do I need to scroll down?
Yes.
Do you think that the reason why it's so murky is because the police department fucked up?
I think that has a lot to do with it, like just the conduct of some of there was that one officer. Just it made everything questionable. Made everything else even more questionable. If you can't, you know, they're supposed
Okay.
to be the sworn, officers to be following protocol, and they definitely weren't. There were some that were not following protocol, so it just I think it just put doubt. It seeded doubt into the jury's mind.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Wiccan.
April 30th. A Canton paramedic who treated John O'Keefe the day he died testified that he heard a woman saying, I hit him, I hit him. Reed's defense team argued that the man's testimony has changed over time. May 2nd. Four paramedics and firefighters testified about what they heard Reed say the morning O'Keefe's body was found. May 6th. Jurors heard the 911 calls from the day O'Keefe's body was found. Police who responded to the scene testified as well on the fifth day of testimony. May 7th. Several Canton police officers testified about their handling of the crime scene. Among them was Sergeant Michael Lank, who Reed's defense team argued had personal connections to the home where John O'Keefe's body was found in 2022. May 10th. There was a pause in the trial as Judge Canone heard arguments about whether Aidan Kearney, who publishes as Turtle Boy for his site, TB Daily News, should be allowed in the courtroom.
Oh, um, go ahead.
He is facing charges of witness intimidation involving people in the Reed case. The judge ruled that Kearney must leave the courtroom when certain witnesses take the stand. Also that day, retired Boston police officer Brian Albert took the stand. He owned the home where O'Keefe's body was found. Albert testified that O'Keefe and Reed never entered his home the night of the incident. May 14th. A woman who was at Brian Albert's Fairview Road home the night O'Keefe died said she saw a black blob in the lawn as she was leaving. The defense called it a made up story. May 15th. Allie McCabe, a prosecution witness, broke down in tears on the stand, describing harassment in the case. Colin Albert, who the defense claims could have been involved in a fight that killed O'Keefe, was also called as a witness. May 16. Colin Albert finished his testimony with cross examination that focused on what defense attorneys claim is a history of violent behavior. May 17th. Jennifer McCabe, a key witness in the case, took the stand. She was with Reed the morning O'Keefe's body was found. McCabe testified that Reed asked her to Google how long it would take someone to die in the cold. Defense attorneys argued the search actually happened before O'Keefe's body was found. Court ended for the day before Reed's attorney began to cross examine McCabe. May 21st. Jennifer McCabe was back on the stand, this time for several hours, for contentious cross examination by Alan Jackson. This day marked the first time Kearney's Turtle Boy site has been directly referenced. Jennifer McCabe said defense attorney Alan Jackson had put the information out on social media, but Jackson said he had not. I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did, the witness responded. Earlier in the day, Jennifer McCabe referred to Kearney as some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. May 24th.
Sorry, and can I just quickly say at this point, this is why there should be a law against YouTubers interfering with live active cases because of this. He's obviously muddied the waters a lot.
Mhm. Yep,
Right.
I agree, 100%.
Right, go ahead, Wiccan.
May 24th. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives agent Brian Higgins was on the stand. Prosecutors presented flirty text messages he and Reed shared in the weeks leading up to O'Keefe's death. Defense attorneys have said Higgins is one of 3 men they claim could have been responsible for killing O'Keefe during a fight. May 28th. Brian Higgins completed his testimony. Other witnesses were called, including O'Keefe's niece and nephew. They testified about a strained relationship between Reed and O'Keefe. June 3rd. Testimony focused on broken taillight pieces that were found at the scene of O'Keefe's death. June 5th. Several videos were played that prosecutors say show Reed drinking numerous cocktails in the hours before O'Keefe died. They also focused on what they say was a broken taillight in Reed's SUV. June 6th. Defense attorney Alan Jackson told reporters that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, who Reed's attorneys have tried to show could have planted evidence to help friends who are witnesses in the case, will take the stand as a witness for the prosecution. There had been uncertainty when and how Proctor would testify, as he is listed on the defense and prosecution's witness list. Proctor is currently under investigation by Massachusetts State Police for his conduct in the case, though the specific reason is not known and he has denied wrongdoing. It is not yet known when Proctor will take the stand. The same day as Jackson's comments, Judge Beverly Canone told jurors, "I can safely say that you will get this case for your deliberation sometime in the last week of June." June 10th. Canone heard arguments from both sides without the jury present about prosecution's motion to exclude testimony from a witness who is expected to testify that scratches on O'Keefe's arm were consistent with injuries from a dog attack. Trooper Proctor also took the stand that day, reading derogatory text messages he sent to friends and colleagues about Reed while investigating the case. June 12th. Proctor completed tense cross examination and stepped down from the witness stand during his testimony. Proctor was grilled over a text message he sent about Reed saying hopefully she offs herself.
Sorry, I
Wow.
was just I'm just like my head's up my arse. I see what you mean now. Infamous. Like I'm like,
Makes your
huh?
head spin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does make your head spin. Wiccan?
June 14th. Testimony focused on Reed's SUV traveling in reverse the night of O'Keefe's death, as well as the time of when Jennifer McCabe searched on Google how long it would take a person to die in the cold. June 20th. Prosecutors played angry voicemails that Reed left for O'Keefe's not long after prosecutors say she hit and killed him. Karen Reed murder trial ends, deliberations begin. June 21st. The prosecution rested its case and defense attorneys began calling witnesses. June 24th. The defense rested its case after calling its final 3 witnesses. June 25th. Attorneys presented closing arguments and jurors began deliberating. June 26th. Day 2 of jurors' deliberations ended without a verdict after about 7 hours. While jurors deliberated, Reed's attorneys questioned the verdict slip, leading to a tense moment with Judge Beverly Canone. June 28th. Jurors sent a note to Judge Canone telling her they are deadlocked. The judge responded that she did not believe they had deliberated long enough and asked them to continue trying to reach a verdict.
Katie K has an interesting take. Could this really have been a cover up? It's insane. I mean, it's not unheard of. It
The
wouldn't be the
whole
first
thing,
time. The
the
whole
whole
thing
thing
is
is a
sus.
mess.
Mm. Go ahead. Sorry, Wiccan.
Mistrial declared in Karen Reed murder trial. July 1st. The jury sent another note to Judge Canone for a second time, telling her they are unable to reach a unanimous verdict. The jury said they are deeply divided, and Canone asked them to return for one final round of deliberations. Later in the day, a mistrial was declared due to a hung jury. July 1st. Hours after the mistrial was declared, Massachusetts State Police announced that Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in the case, has been relieved of duty. July 3rd. In an exclusive interview with WBZ TV, John O'Keefe's brother addressed the mistrial. Fallout from the Karen Reed trial. July 8th. Reed's defense attorneys filed a motion to dismiss for 2 charges. In the filing, they claimed the jury unanimously agreed that Reed was not guilty on those counts while being deadlocked on a third charge. July 8th. Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor was suspended without pay following a duty hearing. July 9th. The Union for Massachusetts State Police Troopers responded to the suspension, calling it disappointing. July 9th. The Board of Selectmen announced that Canton police officer Kevin Albert was put on leave related to Proctor's testimony during the trial.
See, this gets deeper and deeper because this suggests that there was a cover up.
Yeah. July 10th. In a new court filing, Reed's attorneys say another juror told them there was a unanimous agreement that Reed was not guilty on 2 counts. July 12th. Prosecutors fired back at the defense's attempt to get 2 of the 3 charges against Reed dismissed, saying she consented to the mistrial. July 18th. An unnamed juror in the case said in a court filing that day that they feared for their safety.
So
July
that again suggests, sorry, that's again suggests that why would they be fearful of their safety unless they thought that the officers were involved?
right.
Hmm.
July 22nd. An anonymous juror tells WBC TV that the jury didn't know how to communicate to the judge that they had unanimously agreed to acquit Reed of 2 charges. Judge Canone sets a new trial date for January 27th, 2025.
Oh, so it's
August,
coming up.
yeah,
Okay, all right.
August 9th. The case returned to court for a dismissal hearing as the defense tried to convince the judge to throw out 2 charges against Reed. Judge Beverly Canone took arguments under consideration but did not make a ruling. August 23rd. Judge Canone rejects Karen Reed's attempt to get 2 of the charges against her dismissed. Reed's attorneys plan to appeal. Karen Reed's legal team files an appeal to the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court. September 12th. Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the brother of Brian Albert, is back on the job after being placed on leave during the trial. September 18th. Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey appoints Special Assistant District Attorney Hank Brennan to lead the Commonwealth's retrial of Karen Reed. September 20th, Karen Reed's appeal of two charges will be heard by the full panel of Massachusetts' highest court, but it could delay her trial. September 23rd, discipline was announced for two people connected to the Karen Reed investigation. Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert was suspended without pay for 3 8-hour shifts. An investigation found that the detective, whose brother Brian Albert owned the home where John O'Keefe's body was found, behaved in a way that was unbecoming of a police officer and violated department policies about alcohol consumption or possession on the job.
So he was drunk.
Apparently,
Hmm. If I don't know now, it feels like my first instinct was wrong. Go ahead, Wiccan.
I'm trying to see
Wiccan.
where I'm at because the thing came
Yeah,
in and out.
Massachusetts State Police, right at the top.
Massachusetts State Police announced the same day that Sergeant Yuri Buckenick, who was one of the lead investigators in the case, forfeited 5 vacation days following an internal affairs investigation. Buckenick was in one of the group chats in which Trooper Michael Proctor sent the inappropriate text messages. October 17th, Massachusetts State Police say they spent $258,278.94 on security for Karen Reed's first trial. October 18th, prosecutors seek phone records from Karen Reed's father. When her second trial begins, prosecutors plan to call William Reed as a witness.
I'm so confused.
October 18th, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, the subject of an ongoing internal affairs investigation, was transferred out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Tully testified during Reed's first trial. October 28th, lawyers for Karen Reed won a wrongful death lawsuit against her to be delayed until after her second criminal trial, an issue they argued before Judge William White, Jr. in Plymouth Superior Court in Brockton. October 29th, Vanity Fair releases the first part of its highly anticipated Karen Reed interview. She told the magazine she owes at least $5 million in legal fees. Wow.
How does that happen? I thought, I mean, how can you owe? I mean, here in England, if you can't afford them, you can't afford them.
Right.
So I don't understand. Is it because it's a very high profile?
Yeah, probably.
Go ahead.
October 30th. The second part of Vanity Fair's interview with Karen Reed is released. She responds to criticism from the O'Keefe family, including directly responding to quotes from Paul O'Keefe's interview with WBZ TV in July. November 1st. The judge overseeing the wrongful death lawsuit against Karen Reed rules that she will not have to be deposed in the civil case until after her second criminal trial is over. November 4th, the prosecution and defense teams filed a motion in court calling for Reed's second criminal trial, scheduled to start on January 27, 2025, to be postponed until April 1st, 2025. November 6th, Reed's attempt to get some criminal charges against her thrown out on the grounds of double jeopardy came before the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court. Attorneys for both sides make their case during the hearing. No decision has been announced yet. I would think that double jeopardy would come into play here.
Well, no, it didn't because remember the I think that's how I pronounced it.
Menendez.
Yeah, Menendez. Do you remember their first hearing was a same thing, a hung jury, and then they sped through the second court case and were really unfair in it, in my opinion. So I don't think it applies if it's a hung jury, the double jeopardy.
Oh. Huh.
Go ahead. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know American law, but that's the impression I've got.
Okay.
So go ahead.
November 7th. The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office requests the unredacted
Oh, sorry,
audio.
my bad. I went up too much. Sorry. November 7th. There.
The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office requests the unredacted audio recordings, notes, and text between Karen Reed and a Boston Magazine reporter. November 26th. During an evidentiary hearing, prosecutors asked the judge to allow them to obtain phone records for Karen Reed's parents. The defense called the request a fishing expedition. Judge Beverly Canone did not rule on the request and took arguments under advisement. November 29th. Judge Canone rejects the prosecution's request for the phone records of Karen Reed's parents. December 3rd. Prosecutors are asking Judge Canone to keep expert testimony about an alleged dog attack out of Karen Reed's second trial. December 5th, Judge Beverly Canone approved a request from prosecutors to get access to unedited and off the record recordings from interviews with Karen Reed and her family.
And just quickly, Gracie Gray, I was just writing you a message. If I remember correctly, in the second one, the older brother's testimony got taken out. Go ahead.
December 9th. After just over a month, Judge Canone approved the joint motion by the defense and prosecution to delay the start of Karen Reed's second trial. December 30th, former Canton Police Chief Ken Berkowitz, who alerted Massachusetts State Police to taillight evidence during the investigation, died.
Hang on, I'm just writing a message.
January 2nd, prosecutor. That dang
Oh,
ad keeps popping up and
I
down.
know. God damn it! And I made a joke there for you, Agent Smith. Go ahead.
January 2nd, prosecutors asked to exclude testimony from defense expert Richard Green surrounding Jen McCabe's How Long to Die in Cold Google search. January 6th, according to a court filing, Trooper Michael Proctor has a misconduct hearing scheduled for January 15th.
Interesting. Like, I'm like, when I read this article, when I read this timeline, I was like, what the hell? I'm so confused
I
because
know.
So
it's
I looked it up on my Gemini, and it might have a simpler. Do you want me to read a little bit and see what it says? See if it's a little simpler to understand from the beginning, because I have put it in my Gemini, my Gemini app, like to
Mhm.
give me like a breakdown of the trial. So it says the allegations: Karen Reed is accused of killing her boyfriend John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer, in January 2022. Prosecutors allege that after a night of drinking, Reed struck O'Keefe with her SUV and left him to die in the snow outside a home in Canton, Massachusetts. Reed maintains her innocence, claiming she is the victim of a cover up and that O'Keefe's death was not caused by her actions. So the key points of the content, I don't know how to say that word. Cause of death. The central dispute is how O'Keefe died. The prosecution argues he was hit by Reed's vehicle. while the defense suggests other possibilities, including a fight or an attack by a dog owned by the people at the house where O'Keefe was found. Evidence. Both sides have presented evidence, including forensic analysis, witness testimony, and accident reconstruction. However, the interpretation of this evidence is heavily contested. Cover up. Cover up claims. Reed's defense team has alleged a wide ranging cover up involving law enforcement and others, suggesting evidence was tampered with or ignored. The trial's current status is Karen Reed's first trial ended in a mistrial in July of 2024 due to a hung jury. The jury could not reach a unanimous verdict. A retrial is scheduled to begin April 2025. Currently, there are pretrial hearings taking place, focusing on the admissibility of certain expert witness testimonies. One key point of the consultation is the testimony of a dog bite expert who the defense wants to use to support their theory that O'Keefe was attacked by the dog. So that's kind of a quick little breakdown. I don't know if that is a little simpler. That timeline seemed a little complicated.
Yeah, that timeline blew my mind because obviously, and like I said, there is. I've opened up the panel, guys. If you want to come up, there are a couple more articles that I want to get through. But
I
so
have an
far,
article about what to expect for the trial in 2025.
all right, okay. So far, I'm like confused as hell. If I was sat on this jury, I'd be like
Yeah, I'd be doing
confused.
something to probably to get kicked off the jury. I don't want to be here.
Yeah. I mean, Agent Smith's cracking me up with his chihuahua remarks, but from what I could see from those injuries on his arm, they didn't look like dog bites because you'd see the imprint of the teeth, right?
Yeah, and then there was something with the dogs because I think the owners of the dogs, like something in between all this entanglement of all this messy mess that people not doing the protocol, whatever's going on, everything that's all entangled with it, and then the people that own the dog in that, because he was in front of that yard, the people's house, so that's the controversy. They don't know if she hit him with a car or he ended up going into the house and then he came back out after she left. That's what they were kind of started in the beginning. We're saying that she dropped him off and that he was supposed to go in the house. And I don't think he had a jacket on, from what I understand. I don't think he had like a jacket to be able to withstand the cold, because I guess he was supposed to go inside the house. So then they got rid of the dogs. I don't know what they did. I guess they didn't want to tell him where the dogs were, so they couldn't. Yeah, there's all kinds of conspiracy stuff going on with this trial.
Well, is there
This,
any evidence to why it might have been a cover up? Like, did he have issues with some of his policeman colleagues? Was there any
I
evidence?
I think it's the way they handled the scene in the beginning, because it was in the snow and like there was fresh snow that had fallen, so there was there was lack of being able to retrieve evidence. And I think once the snow melted, they said they found, from what I understand, and don't quote me exactly, but from what I understand, they found like pieces of a tail light. But then they're trying to say that the police officer had planted the pieces of the tail light in his clothes, like when he went to the morgue, or I don't know, something like that. That he somehow that it got planted there instead of them actually retrieving it in the snow. So there's no way of telling, because people were not doing nobody was doing things correctly the way they should have been. So it's just a lot of tainted, messed up, the crime scene and everything. So everything was kind of not done right. So that's why I said I think it seeded a lot of doubt in the jury's minds, because you don't know who to believe, you don't know who to listen to.
Yeah.
The
I
cop,
mean,
yeah, the cops over there sending derogatory messages to other officers about Karen Reed. You know what I mean? So you can't even trust him because he's doing his little, you know, funny stuff. So I don't know. I think it just caused a lot of doubt, and that's why she got a hung jury.
yeah, at best it'll be a hung jury, if not an
Mhm.
acquittal. Well, if the next jury can't decide, hey, the lunar morph. Oh, I think that's a. I don't know if that's. I can't delete that comment. Never mind. Um,
I'll check on mine.
um, yeah, I don't know, guys. Alone had to be conspiracy theory. No, I don't like to. No, I do like to take dives into conspiracy theories because I like to see if there's a possibility that if there's any truth in those theories. Um, could
And
this
I
have been?
think that Turtle Boy had a lot of. I think that's why I think how you're saying, that they shouldn't. People should not be anybody, especially YouTubers. It doesn't matter where you come from. You shouldn't interfere and and mess with the witnesses or try to call them or try whatever he was attempting to do, whether he was attempting to intimidate them or whatever, because it caused a lot of chaos, even more where there was already chaos. So then him doing all that just caused more confusion and a lot more trouble. You know what I mean? So they had to concentrate on him to get to rein him in, and that's why he's locked up right now. Because they finally just got enough of it because he kept harassing and he was making phone calls and making he was just doing a lot. So I think it that could have very well affected the jury because then you had people at the courthouse. You had on one side people that were against, they were saying she was guilty, and then you had people across the street, they were saying the opposite, and they were like little rivals across, like they were right across on the other side of the sidewalk. It was crazy. It was absolutely insane.
And like I said, it wouldn't be the first time that we've heard that police cover up because it was the same in the Kylie Rodney case. That was very similar. That the police made so many mistakes that it took away from finding out the truth.
Yeah. And then the YouTubers were over there blaming the other kids that were out there because they were having a little party or whatever. So they were blaming other, kids that were under the age of 18, kids that didn't have anything to do with it. It turned into a whole hot mess.
Yeah, and it was very similar. YouTubers getting involved, the police messing up with their investigations, and then when all that happens all at once in the case, it blurs the lines. It blurs the lines, like, and then as a juror, you kind of think, well, who's telling the truth and who's not?
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
And then
I mean,
then you have all the YouTubers covering it on their channels, and then they're spinning narratives on just so they can monetary gain. So some of these YouTubers will stretch it and they will spin a narrative. It doesn't matter which way they spin it, just as long as they can stretch the story out as far as they can stretch it to make
God,
that money. Yeah, it's terrible.
it is, and I know, Rob, you said that by creating laws, it contradicts or it goes against your First Amendment. Now, even though I like your First Amendment, I do believe that people weaponize it a lot.
Right, I looked that up too for like freedom of the press and freedom. I actually looked up in detail, and I was actually going to do like a slideshow on my channel because there's certain individuals in the true crime community that they're exploiting a certain case. I'm not going to mention it, but they're exploiting a certain case, and they've been. I mean, it's gotten really, really out of hand. There's so many people that are trying to just for attention, for clout, for whatever you want to call it, for you know what I mean, for to boost up their Twitters and all this and that, and they're saying a lot of stuff, and it's all off of a little boy's name. He's 16, but still he's missing. And they're trying to use him for
Yeah.
content, and they're all fighting. They're infighting, and it's like nobody's talking about the child,
And Rob,
anymore.
I believe in we need the ability to say freedom of press, but YouTubers aren't they're not investigators, they're not official press,
Journalist, yeah.
they're not journalists, although some of them made fake passes.
And she had the nerve to tell the judge too. She told the judge, "I made it myself."
Some of them like to print fake passes and say, "I'm a journalist." No,
Yep.
no, you're not. Uh,
Yeah, everybody in the community. Did you see when she initially made it? Like everybody was all, because you know how Oprah's all, you get a car, you get a car.
you get a
So they're
car,
all, you got a pass. So everybody was making their own makeshift passes. All the YouTube creators, and they were
yeah.
putting it. Yeah, they were putting it all over the place. They're like, I get
So
a pass, you get a pass.
if I print a pass out, does that make me a official journalist? If I print my
I
own
don't
pass
know. It depends on how old your printer is. Because she had like a 1982. Well, it wasn't the 82, but it was an old printer. We felt bad for the printer. Everybody would feel bad for the printer. We're like, oh, poor printer. We gotta go save the printer.
I don't know, Rob. I don't know. I think there's dangers in that, darling. I think because you know
It's very dangerous. Yeah.
it's very, very
And then you
dangerous.
got all the people that are watching you too. You got to think the responsibility as a creator or having a platform. You got people that are following you, people that are watching you that are not in your chat, and it could be thousands of people and people that you don't know where their mental state is, and they might think that you're kind of doing like a dog whistle, and they might misread it, and that can have an effect on people too. It might not be even necessarily the YouTubers, but the people that are watching. It's dangerous. It's
It
absolutely
is
dangerous.
dangerous. I mean, we've, in a very famous case of Summer Wells, we know there's a certain creator who will be like YouTube creator who's now in jail, who's going to be questioned about her disappearance. I mean, geez, when YouTubers are having direct involvement in a case, in
Hmm.
an active case like that for clicks, views, and money, there's a danger, and of jeopardizing that case and
Yeah.
justice not being
Absolutely.
done.
Well, and then they start accusing like the parents of missing children. They'll accuse the parents when they're not even been charged with anything, and then that turns real ugly. And it's like you're attacking people that have a missing child that have not been charged with anything, and then it just gets so out of control. So I kind of sit back. I don't really get too involved with the discussions because it gets really like it gets really ugly. You know what I mean? So like I'll watch and I'll listen and I keep track, and I do my own little research on the side, and I do my own little digging. I don't really engage like verbally with the chats because it gets out of control. Like they start just spewing ugly words at each other, accusing, calling even the parents like, well, he's a liar and he's a bit da, just
Mm.
unnecessary stuff. It's really ugly over there.
It is ugly because I remember I was in the true crime community when all that stuff happened, and it was there was I remember when I watched for the first time the Quentin baby
The
Quentin,
Quentin
the Quentin
Simon.
Simon, with the so-called
Oh my god, that was
protests.
terrible.
And I remember looking at the TV and my mouth like I was like, is that how they do
Yeah.
things in the US? I was so shocked
Well,
because I
there are responsible true crime creators, that actually
they
do
are,
it
they
in a
are, they are,
responsible
they
manner.
are.
But you gotta find those and see. People are attracted to the drama and that instant, oh, well, let's flock over here and see what they're saying about this person, and that's what happens because you got the subscribers, and then their count goes up in the chat, and because everybody's flocking to who's saying what to who, and sometimes it's the people in the chat that kind of feed the narrative too, because you know what I mean, they're over here getting information from over here and over there, and it just turns into a hot mess, you know but
I'm
there are
trying to move
responsible
away.
creators that I
Yeah, no,
respect,
no, they are. There's some very respectful. I think Duty Ron, and then there was the one from something Bear. She has bears. Um, Somebody remind me of her channel. She's
Grizzly.
Grizzly. That's
Grizzly.
it. She's very good. There are some very good communities, but unfortunately, there's a lot worse. There's a lot worse ones, and there are good ones, and I don't know, guys. I just think it's so
There needs
wrong
to
to
be consequences. Yeah, there needs to be consequences to
There
to
needs
this.
to be
Mel.
absolutely interfering with a case. I mean,
Hmm.
obviously, Turtle Boy's got, I don't know, somebody said he was facing 19 charges.
Yep.
Yeah.
For witness intimidation and stuff like that relating to the case.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Um,
that's it. That's her
and
name. She's Gazella. Gazella. Yeah, she is great. She's good. She does well because she doesn't
Yeah.
interfere. She gets
Hmm.
the facts but doesn't interfere. That's a good
Absolutely.
creator.
And Mel,
Hey,
I've
Ring
Yeah.
Zero,
DM'd
hi,
you,
darling.
and Mel, I've DM'd you a channel. Her name
Mhm.
is Kate. It's Massage Report. Her docs is out there. She says
Yeah, she's
like
good too.
thumbs up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's been covering intensely of the Karen Reid case, and that's where I know it from. Is from Kate.
And what does she think? Does she think it's a
Um,
cover up, or does she think it was Karen?
I think she doesn't know because of so much crap been going on, especially so
But
Kate
she's
used
able
to work.
to explain it in a way to where you can kind of understand it.
Yeah, and like she waits for the facts to come out, then she'll go over it with the facts. Like she's right on it. Like every time that
Mhm.
there's a court document comes out, she foyers it. Like her community pays for the foyering and the photocopies and all that. But she used to work with TB. I'm not gonna mention his name, but yeah.
Oh,
And
she used to work with him.
yep.
Mm.
So they've got beef going on for years. So and it's you get the side of her, the funny side of her when it comes to TB.
Ring Zero, thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate it. And hey, Radar, I hope you're well. Um, yeah, no, I have
Fuck off,
had
run.
lives before calling out
Sorry.
YouTubers who get involved with who get involved. And because you know what, some of them have got like the biggest following, and I do try and I do try and say, people, stop feeding the drama because on a whole, you're doing a lot more bad than you are good.
Hmm.
A lot of times too, it's almost, and it sounds so weird, but it is absolutely true. It's almost like cult like behavior because it's like, when like when you try to tell like a teenager, like if you don't want him to be with a certain boy, or the dad doesn't want to, they're like, if you tell them to get away from them, they get closer to them. You know what I mean? They want to be with them even more, and that's kind of how the subscribers are with these creators. Like the more you try to open their eyes, they go harder for that creator that is doing the not good stuff, that's spinning narratives and doing things that's not in, what I mean, in respect to the case, or in respect to the information, and they follow them loyally, and it's crazy because you couldn't lift the veil off their eyes, even if you wanted to, because it just causes them to just push harder to go in the other direction. It's
But
crazy.
this, like, I don't understand. Don't people realize that by engage, because we've had this conversation before. Hey, Jess, darling, how you doing? We've had this conversation before, right, guys, where we've seen creators falsify things in live cases. For example, in the Idaho 4, we saw one creator falsify a voice recordings of the victim, well, of the victim. Sorry, I
Mhm.
didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that, the voice recording. And he'd falsified it, and it was horrible that he was saying these are the last screams of these victims, and it was all
Mhm.
falsified. And he was a large creator. He is a really large creator, like
Mhm.
just under 1 million subs. And I'm thinking, and once it was proved that he'd falsified that tape, there should be accountability, whether that be with YouTube or the law.
Right. Right. Well, he disappeared for a little while, but he kind of moseyed back on over. I know I saw him a couple of times, but he's not like in my algorithm. But I did catch it. I'm like, oh, that quote, because sometimes we chase them out. But see, it's funny because they want to point fingers, but they're not doing that good themselves. You know what I mean? Because they're all bad mouthing each other. They're all attacking each other. So it's actually the whole purpose of whatever what the subject of the matter is, of the case, or whatever it may be, gets lost in translation. So like a lot of us, like me, like on my channel, like I'll stream like from your channel, and I do that, just to have like a variety of things for people. But I make like content to bring awareness, to kind of like be proactive, and so I'll make videos to catch them in those moments of them telling misinformation or saying the ugly things. You know what I mean? So I make those videos to where, so if new subscribers come and if they just happen to stumble on the channel, they can kind of see them in that light. Because you can't tell them. They have to kind of figure that out. So there's a lot of clip channels and stuff that try to be proactive at calling out
No,
these
there is. There are, because
these
Squid's
individuals.
just mentioned
Yeah.
one. Yeah,
Hmm.
Squid's just
We
mentioned
try.
one.
That's kind of
And
like all we could do. Yeah.
yeah, but what I'm trying to say, I guess, is that always use it now. Mel always used the banner though. Yeah, I have to use the banner QI just in case. It happened just the other day and it wasn't a person behind the. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
always
I
turn up
mean,
that
we've
page.
I know that we've on a few lives last year, we did like call out certain creators for grifting, because like in a lot of these cases that I've seen going on since I joined YouTube, and at first I joined the true crime community. Thank God I was only there for 4 hours. Sorry, for 4 months, not 4 hours. I just didn't see what I was liking. I just thought, what a bunch of fuckery by all involved, not just the creators, but their subs. It's like people
Hmm.
planting evidence. Look what I found. I found a
Hmm.
bottle. I've forgotten the name of that case. What was the name of that case when certain creators planted a bottle and said it was
Gabby,
going
a
Gabby
bottle. Yeah, that
Petito.
Gabby
to.
Petito. Yeah, that was the one you were just referring to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
it's like she wasn't even over there she wasn't in Florida. They found her in the Grand Teton National Forest. So it didn't even make any sense. But people get so confused with all the chaos. You know what I mean? Just everybody's just going everywhere. So that's why it happens. And that's how these creators can stretch all this narrative and spin it however they want to spin it. And what they do is they just try to prolong it. And it's sad because it's exploiting victims, exploiting missing children, exploiting people that shouldn't. They already have enough tragedy in their life, and they attack these people, and then they all attack each other. It's nasty. So I try to stay out of it, and I just try to be proactive and just keep my eye out and do whatever I can do, on
Yeah,
my
in a
end.
way, you said something. It's so depressing the way society has become. Less thinking for the greater good, less thinking through actions beforehand, less thinking about consequences, feelings of others. I
Mhm.
100% agree with you. This is why I try and bring some awareness to say, guys, I understand that true crime is a very popular sector of YouTube, right? But surely you do have to you must see the ones that are fuckery, and that what everything that Infamous said, that exploit, to the genuine ones that are making people aware. I mean, I saw it pretty much straight away. I mean, yeah, it took me 4 months to leave the sector, but I saw the fuckery pretty much straight away, and I was like,
And
what's
you,
going on here then?
and you know what else too is that YouTube is kind of hypocritical too, because they'll sit here and they'll sometimes they'll take certain channels, and they'll just do what they need to do with certain channels and strike them, or you know what I mean, and take videos down. And I think that it's all about that, that instant gratification, the money. I mean, I'm not, this is just my opinion, but you could see it because certain channels, even if they're spinning the wrong narrative, but if they're having a lot of traffic and they're having, a lot, they're hitting that algorithm, they'll let them go, and they kind of let them run with it. And it's like certain creators get away with it, I think, too, because there isn't any guidelines like that are stricter with YouTube. YouTube needs to kind of crack down on it too,
Yeah,
in
because
order for them to understand that
isn't
there's
one of the
consequences.
TOS, isn't one of the
Mhm.
TOS misinformation?
Right. And it's just, but there's so like, yeah, I'm telling you, it's confusing because you see some channels going down and some that are like really small, but the ones that are like spitting the most BS, stuff that's not true, but they have a big following, it seems like they get away with, murmur, they get away with basically everything because it's like they're not even recognized. But then you got people that will go and they'll mass flag channels that don't need to be flagged, that are trying to do a good thing, because you got all these subscribers, and they'll do whatever their creator says. It's like they're little minions, like they follow. They're like
Right.
sheep,
Yep.
I
and they
mean,
attack other channels. Hmm.
yeah, I don't know. You can get away with anything for a price. Maybe, Rob, maybe. I just, like I said, I remember during the Summer Wells case, and there was people saying stuff on a panel that I was on. Hey, Lord. And I remember just going, oh my God, I can't believe I'm hearing this. And someone was like, oh, there was I don't know what color barrel on the porch. Let's say purple.
Say
There was
purple.
a purple
It was red,
barrel.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well, there's a
Yeah, well,
purple
there's a
barrel on
purple
the
barrel
porch, which means that she had to be trafficked because that's what that color barrel means. And I was like,
because it said for sale on it. Yeah, and she was dancing in the rain because it was raining or whatever, and they just happened to see that barrel. And it was probably they were having a yard sale or something a long time ago, but
I
they made it
don't know
seem like,
any
yeah.
family that would
Mm.
put for sale on a barrel and mean their child.
You're right. You're absolutely correct.
Even if you wanted to do that, they're not going to put it on a barrel
Right.
so they can get caught.
It was
Um,
just a little girl dancing in the rain, and she just happened. I think you know how like when you have a yard sale, you put
Hang
a
on a
box at the
second.
end of the block.
Hang on, sweetie. Wing Zero, thank you so much for your yes, I booked my ticket. Mel's 100% going.
Yay!
Yes. Yes, I booked my
Woo!
ticket. It's done. It's dusted. I'm there. Well, not yet, but I will be there. The ticket's booked. The insurance got paid. And I am super, super, super excited. Thank you, Winter, so, so much for your membership and your $5 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All proceedings going to Mel doing crazy stuff in Vegas. Sorry, what were you saying, Infamous?
That's just basically what it is, and it gets exhausting. It gets really exhausting, and I pull back. That why do you think I come over here, Miss Mel? Because I need a break. This is why I flock over here because I'm like I need to go over here and have a real discussion with real people.
I
Like
mean, I
because
try to
it's
avoid the
crazy.
drama. It is infamous. I try to avoid drama, right? Because I
Yeah, I
always say
love it. That's
I
why
do
I
not
come over
want
here.
I do not want a channel that in a lot of channels go like this because found a shoe belonging to a missing young man upon forensic. What was that? Hang on, lady luck. A creator found a shoe belonging to a missing young man, and upon forensic, it was determined not to be his. Well, of course, you know. Yeah, this is what I mean. I try and have adult conversation here, and I try and sort of I'll always, hey, the winch, hello, darling. I try and have a place where it's not all about the drama because when creators realize that they can get clicks, views, money, whatever they need um, from drama, then it just becomes a big fuck fest. And people love the fuck fests. Hey, Robbie S. Congratulations, Robbie. Thank you. Actually, quickly, Blue Scholar, I've been meaning to message you, but I was so busy. Um, can you do me a thumbnail with 4 times winner of the NPC Awards or something along the lines of that? We'll work out to do a thumbnail. But anyway, yeah. So what do we think? So in this case, maybe one of the reasons it's so murky was because of the involvement of a YouTuber who
Uh,
decided to go and intimidate witnesses.
hmm I mean, I'm sure that had a lot to do with it because all the attention was on him and everybody was following him and seeing what he was doing because it was so I can't even think of the word, but it was so extreme. They're just like if people couldn't believe it, but people, it's like watching they said a car wreck. You can't help but look or whatever, and it's
Yeah.
just it's just everybody flocks to it, and it's crazy, and it's crazy to see. To me personally, what I think and from what I observe, I'm like, these people are grown adults. These are 40 and 50-year-old, 30-year-old individuals that are conducting themselves. I've seen elementary school kids conduct themselves with better etiquette than a lot of these adults over there. And it's just crazy to see them like act so foolish. And it's just, I don't know. It's not worth it to me.
And
But
Squid, you're absolutely right. He says, I think now more than ever, people need to be careful of dismissing conspiracy theories. Look at the Diddy case. If you all knew how many times I was called crazy theorist for suggesting things that have, I'd imagine, or
Mhm.
that have been proven to be true. That's why I
Mhm.
always like to dip my toes in conspiracy theories, because that sometimes instead of being conspiracy theories, they're actually the truth.
Mhm. And then you have people calling themselves advocates, and they're not. They're not,
Mm.
they're not certified to be advocates, because if you're an advocate, you have to walk with the victim or whoever was involved in whatever it was they were involved in. You walk them through the court process, you walk them, through support, trying to find them resources to be able to deal with the trauma. And you got people over there that are calling themselves advocate, putting it in their descriptions, and it's just terrible, because people that are vulnerable because of whatever they've gone through are more vulnerable to think that they are. They don't ask them because they've already gone through a trauma, so they're trusting these YouTubers to come, and they're really just exploiting them.
Yeah,
And they're
well,
not
that's one
real
of the worst
advocates.
things you can do, Infamous, is to go to a non-reputable YouTube creator who exploits these kind of things, and which is what happened in the Summer Wells, right, Infamous?
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
It happens almost as soon as there's a story that takes off, like it just goes like wildfire out there. And it's like, well, what about all these other children that are missing? Nobody's, or what about, there's a lot of other stories that could be covered, but people just get focused, and they get laser focused, and it's just sad. It's just sad, because if this little boy were to come up recovered, you know what I mean? Because there's cases that kids are recovered 10 years later, you know what I mean? 5 years later or whatever, they find them and they're alive, and all this stuff that's on the internet, it's there forever. Can you imagine? And I couldn't even imagine, like, people having to, if they get recovered, and then somewhere down the line that they're seeing all these infighting and all this ugliness that was about them, supposed to be about finding him, and it wasn't anything about him. There's just a lot of ugliness, and I think it's sad, because it's, once it's on the internet, it's there forever. So, like, they can come across it, their friends could come across it, and have to deal with that stuff at school. It's just a whole mess.
No, no, no. You're making perfect sense, Rob. How do because we've seen some very questionable people call themselves advocates. Questionable people call themselves advocates. Hey, Chronos.
Yeah, and
Um,
I've looked up and see what I do. Me personally, what I do. I mean, I don't try to, I can't take over. I can't fix everything, but I just try to do whatever I can do in my what I'm capable of. So I'll do research on what an advocate is, and I try to make videos with informative information. You know what I mean? That's actually true information, to kind of combat it as much as I can from my end, but I'm only one person. But there are other people that try to be proactive, but we can't fight it ourselves, and YouTube has to have a play in it too. And I think there should be some guidelines and stuff like that with that as well, and be enforced. You know.
there should be guidelines. There
Hmm.
should be guidelines into people's past. Because some of these advocates have got very questionable pasts, as in with the law.
Hmm.
So if somebody is a lawbreaker, a repeated lawbreaker, should they be allowed to? Hey, Robert, should they be allowed to be an advocate for children?
No, like whether you have to go to school to become an advocate, you have to have some type of training. Not necessarily a lot of college, but you have to have some type of experience with psychology, or taking a psychology class or something like that. Then you have to have hours out in the field to know how to deal with victims that have gone through trauma. Like, you literally have to have these hours in training and being out there, like, actually physically out there, to learn, like an extern or internship kind of thing. And these people are just calling themselves advocate, and they also use God, like, oh, let's go to
Oh
church,
God, let's not go there
yeah,
again.
yeah, they do all that, and it's like, and they're the ugliest on Sunday. It's crazy. They're the meanest and the ugliest on Sunday, and they're okay. Well, we're gonna go to church now. God bless. After they just bad mouthing everybody and under the sun, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
it is crazy because when they stop grifting under the name of the Lord, it's like you're right. I mean, it's despicable behavior, which, and a lot of the time those channels have got a wide reach.
And they
You
prey on a lot of these people. A lot of the subscribers. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Are they're vulnerable people because they've had a loss, they've had a missing child, or they've had somebody pass in their family. So they're you know what I mean? They prey on them because they're on, a lot of these are on fixed incomes, and they feel like it's filling a space for them. Sometimes they're grieving still. A lot of these ones that are following these individuals that are using certain things as deflection, like religion or whatever the case may be, trying to act like, they're really caring about these, what's going on with this case, and they're believing them, because it's healing them, and it's filling some kind of void with them because they've had some type of loss or something. So it's helping them heal, but they're following these individuals that are irresponsible, and they don't care, and it's just it's
exploitation at its finest,
hmm
right?
yep.
And I've
And
seen
they're
it.
so vulnerable. They give them their money. There was a lady that gave that individual that we are talking about, gave her a $400 super chat, and she literally said, "I follow you guys, and as I'm dying or something." She
Yes,
says in
yes,
the
I remember
thing.
that. I remember that.
Yeah. And the response of that creator, that she says, "Well, I don't know what you're trying to say, but she goes, thank you for your super chat." Like, what? You don't understand that she just put in a big paragraph that I choose to watch you for on my last days. Like, she's gave you $400, and she's a woman that's dying. It's crazy. They're so insensitive.
I just sometimes it blows my mind what I see. Um, uh, Oi, Daryl, be nice, yeah, or I'll kick your bottom virtually. Um, yeah, no, I just sometimes what I watch occasion, what I used to watch, because I don't watch none of that crazy stuff now. But when I was in that in that circle for a few months, I just remember thinking, this is just fuckery at its finest,
Yeah, yeah,
and I can't believe people are buying it. That was one thing that I couldn't understand. Like, I'm glad, don't get me wrong, I'm glad that there are creators out there who do call out the shit. I'm
yeah,
glad. But like I said, I wish people would like just open their eyes. It's not hard to see. Uh,
yeah.
Knockout Jim, I used to be in when I first joined YouTube, it was because of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, because that case, everyone knows, fascinated me, right? And
Right.
then from that, I went into a really shitty community by accident,
Oh,
just because I honestly thought that that particular creator was fun. He was very entertaining. When I started seeing the fuckery that was going on, it took me a little time to leave, because I guess, when you join a community, you become part of that community and you think that you have friends there, even though you don't. It's all, a lot of the time the communities reflect,
parasocial relationships. Yep.
well, not just that, but a lot of the time the communities reflect the creator, right?
Right. Right.
So if you're going to get a fucked up creator who does fuckery, the community tend to be quite fucked up themselves, in my opinion. Hey, Daniel. Not
Yeah.
always, not always. You will always get the good ones in those communities that are just there to kind of like somewhere to hang, right? Somewhere to
Right.
chill, somewhere to socialize. But
Right.
I would say to people, if you find that your creator you think is doing dodgy shit, just don't support it. Don't watch it.
Yeah. That's what I do. I just pull back and like I don't have to make an announcement, you know what I mean? Like I'll just pull back. When I start to see colors and I start to see shifty shish, I'm like, I just kind of pull back and I'm like, okay, but I'm more self-aware. There's a lot of people that just act like they don't have awareness, and a lot of times the subscribers have a lot to do with it. They because they follow suit and they're like, oh, they'll go hard, because you got people behind you. It's the internet. Like, remember, you're talking about the internet, the addiction to it, because you can be whoever you want on the internet, that they're probably not even like that in real life, but they're
Oh, I
really
don't know.
ugly and nasty.
I don't know, Miss Bliss. I think a lot of the time, the ones that are ugly and nasty on YouTube tend to be ugly and nasty
Be in real life. Yeah.
Mhm. So,
Mm.
for me, all this fuckery around these cases. I mean, I jumped in. Hey, Dragonfly, how you doing, my love? I jumped in this case just because, like I said, Kerr, who normally does music reviews, even he did a live about this. And he was like, Mel, what do you think? So far, I'm not sure what to think, to be fair, with this case. Let's have a look at, hang on. There's a testimony here from a fourth juror. Wiccan, did you want to read like what this juror
Yeah,
had to
I'll read
say?
it.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
A fourth juror in the Karen Reed trial has come forward to report that the jury found her not guilty of second-degree murder and leaving a scene of personal injury and death, attorney wrote in court documents. Reed's attorneys are asking the judge to dismiss the 2 counts when the case goes to trial again. There was no manifest necessity for a mistrial as to those counts, and therefore the double jeopardy protections of the federal and state constitutions require that those counts not be retried, Reed's defense attorney Alan Jackson wrote in court documents. Judge Beverly Canone declared the mistrial on July 1st after the jury informed her that they were deadlocked. Reed's attorneys have since filed a motion to dismiss the
Hang on,
case.
Wiccan, 1 second. I just need to say a massive thank you, Wing Zero, for the huge $50. Wing Zero, thank you so much. You deserve the special dance for this one. Hang on.
Hi, Wing.
Hello. Thank you, Wing Zero.
Thank you, Wing Zero.
That's amazing. So
Big
this
hearts.
is for me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's huge.
Thank you, Wing.
Thank you, Wing. And I know Wing comes from the true crime community as well, so she knows.
Yeah, we were on panel last night together.
Do you know, that's lovely. I've never ever seen Wing Zero on panel ever.
Yeah, she's good people. She's good people.
She's good people.
She's pretty funny. Yeah, she's real good people.
I thought you were going to shake my booty. Oh God! If you want to shake my huge booty, I don't know. I'm going to have to fix the price on that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if shaking my booty is going to be the best thing for you lot. I'm not sure if I know how to shake my booty anymore.
They want to see you shake your booty.
I swear to God, last time I shook my booty on camera, it was on Angel's panel, and she asked me to try and do a twerk, and I looked like I was giving birth over my desk.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was not a good twerky look.
It wasn't a good twerk.
So I then, when I watched it back, obviously I was mortified with myself. And I just thought, Mel, please never dance on the camera.
Have you ever? Did you see that the Australian breakdancer, the one that she supposedly won the competition? You haven't seen
No.
that video? Oh, you're gonna have to see that video, dude. You have to look the Australian breakdancer, dude. She does the bunny hop. She does all kinds of crazy stuff, and she supposedly won the competition.
Twerk births, maybe not so. Yeah, it was definitely a twerk birth. It was so weird. I just looked at myself and thought, no, 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 don't do that ever again, Mel. Don't do it. Hey, college
I
level
can,
Hogwarts. Hello. Yeah,
I
I
can just
just
see you
thought,
trying to
yeah,
shake it.
no, at the time, I let me tell you, it's so sweet. The
Mm.
creator's son, who was rather young, he was in his early 20s, he had a crush on me. And I guess I did it. I don't know why I did it. I should have never have done it, but I did. I looked like I was giving birth over my desk. And I was like, yeah, no, Mel, that's not for you.
Giving birth over your desk.
Just don't do it again.
Ooh. He's all
Just
stop. Just stop.
seriously,
Stop, he
I was like,
said.
no, Mel, no, never again,
Oh,
never again.
shit.
Just be you. Just be your
But
little
we
brain.
used to we had the Tootsie Roll and we had certain dances back in the day. So the twerk's not old. It's just they it just evolved to the twerk. But back in the day we had some dances that, yeah, look at them girls with the Days Dukes on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just thought, Mel, that's not a good look for you. Stop killing your credibility with uh, something that you
Your
can't
credibility.
do. Never. That was over a year ago, and then yeah,
Oh
it was
shoot.
over a year ago because it was before I started the channel, and
Man,
yeah, and
that'd be fun to see.
no, no, seriously, it was so not fun to see. It was not
I
fun to
could
see.
I see it in my head. I'm a visual person. I could just see you trying to do it. And they're like, "Stop! No, it's okay."
I was like,
No,
I was like,
I
you know,
can't twerk either, so don't feel bad.
yeah. Someone said to me, Mel, twerk. Oh, who's got echo? Um, Someone was like, "Oh, Mel, twerk," and I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll try." And yeah, it was just awful. It was just the worst. It was awful. It was. Oh, Squint, you don't want me to work for you. You're going to be like, yeah, no, no, not me. Let's not do it. No, don't do that, Mel. I used to dance. I used to dance a lot, and then I don't. Oh, okay. Could I? Oh, I used to dance a lot, and then I don't know what happened. I gave birth to my son, and then I just stopped dancing. Now I'm more of an observer. I like to watch. But yeah, best smell doesn't look. You might see it when I go to Vegas. You might see me dance somewhere when I go there. Um, yeah. Anyway, we can go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. There was no manifest necessity for a mistrial as to those counts, and therefore the double jeopardy protections of the federal and state constitutions require that those counts not be retried, Reed's defense attorney Alan Jackson wrote in court documents. Judge Beverly Canone declared the mistrial on July 1st after the jury informed her that they were deadlocked. Reed's attorneys have since filed a motion to dismiss the case. Officer suspended.
Sorry. So this is the
Damning
officer.
testimony. Oh, go down. Just there you go. Damning testimony during Reed's trial led to the suspension of Massachusetts State Police Officer Michael Proctor. Trial testimony revealed Proctor was communicating with Canton Police Officer Kevin Albert during the investigation ahead of Reed's murder trial. Tisk tisk.
Sorry, I just don't want to go into repeated stuff. So if it goes on to stuff that we already read, go ahead.
Albert is the brother of Brian Albert, who hosted the party at the house where John O'Keefe's body was found outside. The Canton Police Department had rescued itself from the investigation due to the Alberts brothers' connection to the case.
I was going to say, when you've got a connection to the case, you're not supposed to be involved in it, right?
Right.
Right.
Kevin Albert was also placed on paid administrative leave, according to WCVB. The Canton Police Department did not immediately respond to ABC News' request for comment.
Hmm. I don't know, guys. It's all starting to sound the more you read, the more sus it sounds.
Too
Right, that's the
complicated.
one. Yeah, the more sus it sounds. I mean, could it have been an accident? Could an accident have happened, and that's why it was covered up? Does anybody think that that could be a possibility?
With her being inebriated, it could have easily been an accident, and she could. I think. I mean, I don't know who what was what because, like I said, it's so entangled. But if you think if they were both inebriated, and maybe she put it in reverse, or whatever before, she put it in drive, or who knows, because she's inebriated. Your response, you got delayed
No, I
response.
meant from the police aspect.
Well,
Could there have been an incident between friends? Because don't forget they were police officers, right? Could there have been an accident between friends and they're framing her?
who knows? Who knows? That's why there's so many conspiracy theories with this case.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, it's like I said, it wouldn't be the first time we've heard about cover up. And I was watching a film yesterday based on true life events of a serial unaliver who it was called, what was it called? It was called Grave Bone or Bone Grave, or it was about where sort of like a part of the desert they'd found like 11 bodies of young ladies who had
Oh,
been in,
wow.
yeah, and who had been in, and unfortunately it always seems to be these ladies in the prostitution area. And there was a police conspiracy involved, but it wasn't the police officer involved that they wanted to not frame, almost framed him for something that someone else did. And the involvement of this particular police officer was that he liked to go and get his rocks off with the said.
He's gonna
Yeah, but he wasn't the one that unalived them. So, it's actually funny that I was watching this film yesterday, and it's almost similar to this one, minus the sex workers, right? Um, yeah, they tried to frame the officer who had done stuff that he shouldn't have done with these sex workers, as in obviously of that nature. And then there was someone else unaliving the girls who was a complete lunatic, like, hearing voices in his head, and he was trying to do good in the world by removing these poor young ladies off the face of the earth. Could it have been something similar to this case? Like something's happened where the officers are trying to frame someone,
to get
her.
the attention off of them too.
Yeah. Because the
Yeah.
reason why they were trying to frame the police officer was because it was a very dodgy police department, and they didn't want the heat or the eyes on them. That
Yeah,
was
and
years
a lot of
ago.
times too,
Yeah,
you have police,
Boneyard, that's what it was called, Boneyard.
you have a lot of police departments that they investigate each other. Like the people that when they want to do an investigation, it's their own people that are doing the investigation instead of an outside a
Agency,
source.
right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Uh-huh.
I know. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know. This sounds, I wouldn't want to be
It's
part of
too
that jury.
complicated for me.
Hmm?
Yeah. It's too complicated for me.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be part of that jury. I mean, what would you do, chat, if you were in a situation like where you were a juror in this case? No body, no crime. Not necessarily. Yes and no, Chronos. Because people have been arrested with no body and prosecuted with no body. And actually, I don't know if you lot would be interested. I was going to pop into, and I've done one of these before, the Madeleine McCann case again, revisit that case, because all these years later, because everybody knows that when she went missing, Madeleine McCann, I was abroad. I was in Fuerteventura, So I was quite close to Portugal, and I remember all the flyers and all the media attention, that it was huge. I wasn't even in the same country, but I was. It was huge, and that case always had me back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like, was it at first? I thought it was the parents, then I was like, no, 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 definitely not the parents. It was a ring that were going around at the time of, she was abducted, and I went back and forth with that for ages. I am coming to the prize. QI, what do you mean?
Oh my.
Oh
I
my.
think she's talking about coming to Vegas.
Oh, you're coming to Vegas too? That was fun. Yeah, and I remember there was so much when the little girl, when Madeline went missing. Everybody in neighboring countries to Portugal. I mean, that case just went global, and it was just, and that got turned into a media shit show. And
Um,
again, the police department, they're fucked up with collecting evidence.
have you heard of the Shanquella? I think her last name's Robinson.
Oh my
Shanquella.
God, that case really
And they
upset me.
still said nobody's no arrest because it happened in Mexico. Yeah.
That case really upset me. Was it Shaki? I just want to pronounce her name correctly.
Shanquella. Shanquella.
Shanquilla.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, that case upset me because she paid for this beautiful place for everybody to go to as on a holiday to New Mexico. And did you see the video of when she was basically drop kicked?
Mhm. Yeah, and they were videotaping it. Yeah, they were
Mhm.
videotaping it, and because she was a very she was like an entrepreneur. She would braid hair. She had a clothing line. And so she paid for this trip to have the people come. All her friends come, and they all showed up. And I guess she went to to go to bed, and she sleeps with no clothes on. And that's just her
Oh God,
preference.
yeah, because
And
she was naked. I
yeah,
think that's
yeah,
what
she was naked. Yeah, and
she
they
was naked,
started
yeah,
fighting her, and they like basically broke her neck. Basically broke her
basically.
neck. Mhm.
And I cannot believe that after the evidence that we just saw available on this platform, that there were no arrests and no convictions.
Yeah,
Because
and they came back to the United States and left her in Mexico. Yeah.
yeah, they
Mhm.
left her unalived in Mexico after this fight
And they
and
went and told
lied.
the mother that she had alcohol poisoning. Mhm.
Yep, they lied. I mean, I really feel for the parents and the family, and obviously her, because she was only young. She was a beautiful 20-something-year-old.
Mhm. Yep.
Hmm.
I think it
And
was her
these,
only child too, I think, from what I understand. I think she had an aunt, but I think she might have had a sister, but I think she was the only child, I think, of the parents.
and this group of people turned against her, fought her physically. Hey, Killer Swag, fought her physically, and the injuries that she had, because it was all very dodgy as well. Like, even the very first doctor that they called in bizarrely said food, like alcohol poisoning, and then when they did the autopsy, it was a break in her neck
Mm.
that killed her.
They
And then
had
when
put
you
her back in the bed, I think, and they had called for the nurse or for I don't know if it was the hotel nurse or whoever it was that's come and saying that she had alcohol poisoning because they had propped her back up in the bed. And I think I think she might have still been somewhat alive still at that time, but her neck was broken and she eventually passed away. And I think they had hooked her up to an IV, but that wasn't what was wrong with her. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that young lady, a beautiful young lady, such a tragedy. Like, I don't get it, guys. I don't understand. I don't understand. Or like the fuckery that goes on
Mm.
with professionals. when it
Hmm.
comes to these things, like
And then
police
it being in
officers.
Mexico too, because Mexico. I did a little video on the way that the agreement that United States has with Mexico. Like, you know what I mean. There's certain things that they have to kind of negotiate to be able to work with them. You know, it's very yeah, it's complicated, you know, to be able to try to get the investigation on that side and this side to be able to get to do an arrest because it happened in Mexico. And it was just
Yeah, but
it's
I
a
don't
whole bunch.
understand why the US didn't extradite them over to Mexico for a trial.
Yeah, I don't know either. None of us know why. I mean, there were news crews that were trying to locate these kids, and they were just going on about their business. And the other one, one of the persons was videotaping it, like it was okay, and just watching it happen. Yeah, it was crazy.
It is crazy. I don't get it. I mean, isn't there laws to say that if you commit a crime in a country that your country has to send you back to face a trial?
Well, they have certain, yeah, that's why I said there's a certain, I can't think of it right off the top of my head, but I did do a video on it because I wanted to know the laws between Mexico and the United States. There's some type of an agreement, and if they don't want to cooperate, or if they say that, if they don't cooperate, they can't force them to cooperate. It's very yeah, it's complicated
No,
to
it
try to
is. I
get.
mean, Rob
Mhm.
says the US doesn't have jurisdiction over the Mexico. No, I wouldn't say that's not what I'm getting at.
But even trying to get
Obviously,
them to work together, you know what I mean? To get the investigators to work together because they don't, they have their own laws over there in Mexico and their own corrupt, situation going on over there too. So like they don't want the United States over there because they have whatever they got going on over there in Mexico. So
yeah,
they really don't
extradition
want
laws.
them on their
No, I mean,
illegal.
I understand. You cannot dictate in somebody else's house. Obviously, I get that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like, I was talking about the extradition laws. I mean, what are they like over there in the US? I mean, rules for thee,
If
not
they
for
want
me.
to take them too, I think it has to do with if Mexico wants to accept them and put them through a trial, since they're U.S. citizens and not you know Mexican citizens.
Who knows?
Yeah,
I'm so confused. Bengals,
yeah.
hello, sweetheart, and thank you, darling. I don't know, but like I said, when I saw the clip of the fight, in my opinion, and I'm not a doctor, I'm not saying I'm right, but for me, it made a lot of sense, her injuries and what she died from, just by watching that fight.
Yeah.
It made sense. Like, oh look, it made that fight broke her neck. She was dropped.
Hmm.
She
Yeah,
was
she was like a rag doll. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, she was dropped on her head.
she wasn't even fighting back. She didn't even want to
No,
fight. Yeah, yeah.
I see college level Hogwarts. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. Extradition requests might be the best ignored if the accused would return to a more authoritarian country.
And I think too because of the resort, because it's a tourist attraction. I think that had something to do with it. You know what I mean? There's just a lot of complicated because on their side, they don't want it to taint their tourist attraction because that's their money. That's their the honey. That's their money to make for that country. And so that's the honey pot. So they
QI,
didn't.
I'm always good. How I'm a good girl. I'm always a good girl. I'm definitely not planning on getting arrested in Vegas.
No, just on the plane, Mel.
But Vegas, you could be on the United States side. Just don't get arrested in Mexico. You don't
No,
want to
I'm
go
not
to
planning on getting
Mexico.
arrested anywhere. I'm not planning on getting arrested anywhere.
We had
Especially
we went
no,
to go party.
especially with the American officers. I'd shit myself, quite literally. I'm going to like that. Hands up where you can see them. I'll be like that.
When we were young, we went to Rocky Point, and Rocky Point's located in Mexico. And we travel because I live in Arizona, so it's like right it's a hop, skip, and a jump away, little drive. So when you're 18, you could drink. So we would go over there to Rocky Point where the ocean is and everything. But we had one friend that was like the blockhead, the one that was obnoxious and loud and whatever. So they have people out there that you don't know if it's a real Mexican officer or if it's just people with handcuffs, because they basically wait out for people like that are loud and obnoxious, and they'll put a handcuff on one of your wrists, and you're like, no, 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 no. So I paid so much money to keep this guy out of Mexican jail, dude. That whole time, I was like, do you know how much money I spent on you, dude? Because he would be like, hey, rah, 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 coming out of the club and click, click, click. Like, they everywhere we walked, they were clicking handcuffs, and we're like, no, 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 we're giving them 20s here,
Oh,
like, so we don't
people
even
in
care.
chat are talking about the Mile High Club. Firstly, I'm flying by myself, guys. Yeah, I'm not just gonna that's never gonna happen because you can get arrested by doing that. And I have no plans of getting arrested at any point ever. I've never been arrested and I have no plans of being arrested.
And you don't want a blue foot.
Have
You don't want a blue foot.
you seen this woman on your FBI most wanted? No. So yeah, that's not going to happen. The only thing that might get Mel is the lights in Vegas. I do like pretty lights, guys, and I also talk to a lot of people when I'm out. I don't care who I talk to. I'm a social butterfly. So everybody's been warned to put a tracker on me or some sort of lead when we're out.
Like what they put with the little kids, a little leash, that they put it around them. You can only go so far. Oh, shoot.
Dragonfly, citizens arrest. Woof, woof. You can meet someone on the plane. No.
So what we did when we went, I remember we were dental assistants. We went to Vegas, and I told my ex, because we weren't together, and for him to watch the kids, that we were going to a dental convention, and all of us girls took off to Vegas, and we went to Vegas, and we only had so much money, but we made it work. And so what we did is, because the drinks and the cover charge to kind of go into little clubs and stuff like that, it's expensive. So you go to the slot machine. So we'd go to the nickel slots, and we would play the nickel slots, and they bring you drinks. So we get a little buzz over there drinking the little drinks while we're playing the nickel slots, and then we'd go play the cover over there, and we wouldn't have to really buy any drinks in the club. We went to Coyote Ugly, and it was fun.
No, I can't wait. I mean, like QI is like, Mel, don't follow the lights. Don't follow the lights. I can't help
And
it,
they're so
guys.
short too, yeah. You can
I can't
definitely
help
put
it.
it on
Yeah, I've got lights everywhere. Look, I've got my mic to light. My things are like I like pretty lights. So, yeah, but yeah,
That's what
no,
we,
guys.
yeah, you need a tracker, a tag or something, or those little tags, the air tags or something.
Yeah, just like Rucky's going to be putting air tags on me. um because I need it. I need to be like I am and I've got to remember where I am, obviously, because um you never know who you're going to meet in Vegas, right?
Yeah, you meet all walks of life in Vegas, because people come from everywhere to go to Vegas. So you meet people from everywhere. We saw girls that were there that were wearing wigs, because they don't want their identity. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Stays in Vegas. But no, yeah, no, guys, I'll be fine. I mean, yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Yes, I am a social butterfly, but I'm also going to be conscious that I'm used to being around in Europe a lot. I've traveled across Europe a lot. And the one time that I was in the US, that I got myself in a situation, that I met that beautiful indigenous American guy, and we were just talking, and we went back to his. Yeah, I almost got myself in a situation there, but I managed to run. But now I'm a lot older. Will I be able to run like that? I doubt it.
I don't think they're not gonna lose sight of you. They're not gonna. And like I said before, there's gonna be a lot of people in Vegas. They're not gonna leave your side. They're gonna be right on your tail.
Yeah. Where's Mel? Where's she gone? Where's she gone now? So yeah, so I'll be fine, guys. Don't worry, because obviously I'll be doing a lot of streaming as well while I'm out. So you're going to France and Ireland. Lovely. I've not been to France, but I have been to Ireland, and Ireland's beautiful. So Right. So, guys, well, let's talk about the are women becoming more aggressive? Let's talk about that. You know, because I always think as women as these feminine, feminine nurturers, that just want to care and be like mothers, nurturing, right? Are women changing?
I
Are
think
women?
I think so. I see a difference. I'm out of the loop, but I do see a difference, and I'm just like, whoa, like it's a little intense for me sometimes when I see some of these women because I'm like, they got some, they got some cojones, like, to be just so forward, or just it just depends on the situation and where you're at, the environment that you're at. But I've noticed a lot of more women are more assertive with the way they conduct themselves. It just depends on the circumstance and situation. But I
Very
I have
interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when I because I'm always gonna defend women, yeah,
Mhm.
but at the same time, like I said, that interview with Glenn really got me thinking about this because obviously, you lot heard his story. It was awful. And there are women who are willing to put men in jail for something that they've not done to cover their asses. I mean, that's awful. Can you imagine ruining another human being's life like that?
Mhm. Yeah, there's women that I've known some stories of some pretty yeah, and they don't care, and they can lay their head down at night and not have two qualms about it. Have no conscience about it, and just be able to wake up in the morning and it not even bother them.
How? I don't get it. You're ruining a man's life on a lie.
I don't understand it either. It baffles me because I don't operate that way. I don't move that way, but I've noticed that there is. They just, I don't know, there's a lot of disconnection. I think just naturally, there's just a lot of disconnection. People are a lot more worried about themselves. They're not mindful of others. You know what I mean? They're just worried about what they can get, how it can benefit them, what they can get from somebody else. And it seems like that's where the focus is.
I
Not
mean,
with
I know
all
that.
women,
Go ahead,
but
go on.
go ahead.
Now, I was going to say, I know that people are becoming increasingly more selfish, but that's society as a whole. That doesn't have a agenda. You know, society as a whole is becoming increasingly more selfish. People just want to. It's all about me, 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 and we've lost, something which is quite unique to humans. We've lost that sense of looking out for each other.
To be
Well,
social with one another. Yeah.
yeah, well, just to look out for each other. We've lost that. You know, we've lost that humanitarian thing where we say, you know, my fellow, like I said before, in other lives, love thy neighbor.
It's more of
Eh,
a oh, I had it. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, no, go ahead, go ahead. It's more of a
I forgot. I lost it.
yeah, and people are becoming so selfish. So it's all about, yeah, lady, like integrity seems to have been lost. I mean, hi Baron, good morning, darling. I mean, are we? Is this society? Is individuals going to be? It's all about me, 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 me. Are we going to lose what's uniquely given to us humans is that sense of love and respect and, like Lady Luck said, integrity. I don't know, guys. And this ties in with this case.
Mhm.
And with what we were talking about, some content creators that are just awful.
Yeah.
Yes, it's humanity has been becoming lost, Jen. Absolutely. And I don't know. I just think why
We're
lose
not
integrity?
evolving. It seems like we're regressing, right? Or,
Right. I mean, somebody said to me the other day, we've lost that generation of men that our fathers were.
mm-hmm.
But I think
There's a
we've
lot of
lost.
single family homes too, and you got women that are holding down the fort, and I don't need a man, and kind of have that narrative. Not all women, but there's some women that are like, well, I don't need
Oh,
no
yeah, yeah, yeah,
man,
yeah.
and
I'm not painting all women the same because, like I said,
yeah,
I will always fight for women.
yeah.
But at the same time, I
It's
have
just
to,
yeah to see.
yeah, I have to be able to call out shit when I see it, irrespective
Mhm.
of gender.
I said we're
Um,
gonna regress back to caveman days, and we're gonna be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're just gonna be talking like that to each other. We keep it up, you know.
Neanderthals.
Yeah. Mm.
I agree, NorCal Jim, 100%. I agree. I hope that in generations to come, that we realize the mistakes when it comes to social media and that we improve on it from all angles, from the people, from the corporations. I hope that there's a shift in things. I don't think we'll see it in my generation. Um, yes, yes, I am a shorty. I'm a short horse. Everyone will see that when I'm in
I think
Vegas.
that the internet world has just the internet and the computers and stuff has had an effect on it too, because people
No,
don't
that's
have.
right. It's absolutely okay for some women not to need men. I mean, I'm one of them, right? I'm not saying it's not okay for a woman not to need a man. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the instant gratification that people will tread over your face and head and to get that instant gratification by any means necessary. um and that's what I'm talking about. And like I said, hello Adam. um right, okay.
Constantly chasing that. They're constantly chasing that instant. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes I see people, harvest drama for
Mm-hmm.
clicks and views and
Mm-hmm.
money. They harvest it,
Yeah.
and I'm like, damn, no thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there absolutely. Given the emphasis on female strength, girls lost respect for and even targeted other girls that aren't strong. Absolutely. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, am I deluded when I want to try and say when I'm, flying the flag for all women and saying that we are good, we're not bad. But then sometimes, like with my recent experience on YouTube, it contradicts what I'm fighting for.
It's like a survival mechanism, like the some women that are more aggressive or assertive with the way they are. They will look for the vulnerable females, the ones that are a little more shy, and kind of chew them up and spit them out. Because it makes them feel that instant gratification of, you know what I mean? They're trying to fill a void instead of maybe stopping and trying to figure out who they are. They're constantly chasing that instant, whatever is going to satisfy them, whatever is going to benefit them. They're chasing the tangible things in life, the things that don't define you as in your soul, like who you are. They're chasing all the material things, the
Right.
money, the yeah.
Yeah, college level Hogwarts says at the risk of getting political, it really is the corporations that have monetized everything absolutely and destroyed almost all third spaces we used to have just 30 days ago. No, I agree with you. I've argued in one of my debates about the corporations having a little bit more accountability, but again, it's all about money, 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 money with them. Why face accountability for what's right when you're earning billions? Are they going to give a shit about the people who are being affected?
Nope.
Nope. It's a very sort of like we're in a very sad state of affairs right now. Um, I meant years, my bad. No, you're good, you're good. We're in a very bad state of affairs right now. you know, and this is why I was kind of looking at this case and just thinking, oh my God, I honestly don't have a clue it, what to believe, because we've seen the you know, the lengths people go to lie.
Yeah.
We've
Uh-huh.
seen it right here on this very platform, the
Yeah.
lengths that people would take to try and because you see, with lies, guys, there's generally no receipts because it's a lie,
Right. Right.
right?
And
That's
some
why.
people, yeah, some people they already have planned, so they'll burn the bridge because they know they're going to burn that bridge, so they already got plan B, C, and D, you know what I mean, lined up because they already know what their intentions are. And I've met people, I personally know a couple people that have done that, and I'm just like, why do you do that? Like, you just burn, because they already have, like, the way their mind is, you know what I mean? They've already got other things lined up because they already know what they're gonna do, and it's crazy because it's just, I don't know. It hurts my heart when I see that stuff because I'm just like, what happened to, like, there's no social connection with anybody anymore, you
Sorry,
know?
Chris is making me laugh because obviously that person has recently come up and tried to affirm a lie, but you can't. The only way that you could have proven that you weren't, oh God,
What's wrong?
no, it's just someone spamming chat,
Oh,
not from the YouTube side. Hang on, let me deal with this. Right, guys, I've just had to stop. I just had to stop streaming on
Twitch.
Twitch because someone was spamming chat. so, so yeah, I was as I was saying, um, as I was saying,
I thought that was me. I was like, oh no,
no,
I said I put,
no. There was
I put
someone
my
spamming
subscriber mode
chat.
on and everything.
No. It was in Twitch, and I don't know why, but you can't remove comments from my end or block from my end. Yeah,
That's weird.
yeah. So no. It wasn't eggplants. It wasn't eggplants. um so yeah, the only way that that person could have proved that she wasn't lying was to show documentation to confirm what she said, but she couldn't provide that confirmation unless it was like 10 years old. So oh, thank you, QI. I don't know. I don't know. I'm starting to open my eyes up, and I'm starting to see, I guess, what Glenn talks about, which I
Hmm.
didn't want to. I guess maybe I didn't want to see. Maybe I wanted to have faith in women, but
Hmm.
I'm seeing a lot of the fuckery that I've dealt with. In fact, most of the fuckery that I've dealt with, and it has been from women.
Hmm. Yep.
Has
I
been from
personally,
women.
even in high school, I would hang out with the guys because they're easier to get along with, And it's not like I was, they were just friends, but they were so much easier to get along with because girls were so petty and so just, I don't know. I still can't figure out, like, what their motives were. I didn't have any relationships with them, no beef with them, no nothing, but they just, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just, it was too much to deal with. So I just hung out with all the guys, you
No,
know?
I never had to deal with anything like that. I never, I had both equal female and male friends, throughout my lifetime, and I've never had to deal with the fuckery that I've seen over the last 2 years from women. That's why it was always a shock. Um, someone does something really like backstabbing, and yeah, obviously I'm starting to open up my eyes, and I'm seeing red flags a lot quicker than I used to. Um, but I don't know, guys. Are women becoming unbearable?
Did you
They
put the
kind of
StreamYard in the chat?
Yeah, I've
Is
just put
it
the
in?
street. Yeah. What were you saying, Wiccan?
I was just gonna say they've kind of always been that way, haven't they?
Unbearable? No, no, I don't think so. Because I don't know. I mean,
Is there
uh,
competition kind of thing?
yeah, there's too much. There seems to be a lot of competition. Like women have become fiercely competitive, fiercely
Mhm.
competitive.
And it's a
Um,
shame too, because we shouldn't be that way.
no, we
Mhm.
should support each other. Um, but instead, what we're seeing is that women are attacking women as well as men.
Mhm.
So I'm just wondering whether what does it stem from? Does it stem from decades and decades and decades of not having a voice? Obviously, before we started getting a voice, um, before we started getting a voice, and before we were able to be heard. Hang on, QI, I got you, darling. I'm just going to put the banner up just for a sec. Um,
I'm gonna
I,
jump down for a little bit, real quick, Mel, because I gotta clean my house. I just gotta
Don't
clean up this
run.
bit.
Don't
Don't
oh,
run.
run.
oh
Who is
God, could
that?
you turn your mic down just a tad, QI? Just a
Hi,
tad.
QI.
Hey, hey, what's up?
He said don't run. Okay, I won't run.
I bought some new headsets. I don't know what I did with them. But anyway, let's just go.
What do you think, QI? Looking at this case, and with the question that I have in mind, do you think women are becoming more aggressive?
Nah, I think women were born aggressive. If we're
Oh,
gonna look at parthenogenesis, right? The fact that there was a day and time when I hope y'all can hear me good. But I hope I have to switch these headphones. I gotta find the new ones I bought. But anyways, there was a time when men were not necessary. Like they weren't necessary. And when you say X, that's a full. When you say Y, that's a half. When you say 36 chromosomes versus 16. Okay, so the science tells you it all. Then even when you get to looking into religion, when you get to looking into mythology and the fact that uh most of the original gods were women. They've covered it up and hidden it. Elliot Jane, that's a person on YouTube. Elliot Jane. Elliot Jane is a person on YouTube. And she talks about a white lady, talks about the fact that the Greeks created patriarchy. We're in the age of Aquarius, which is because they thought the world was gonna end. Everybody thought the world was gonna end, right? It wasn't gonna end. It began, right? Because we entered into a new zodiac, a new what astro theology. Now we're into the age of Aquarius, right? And
right.
that's what they fear. And that's why we got all this political stuff going on. These men cutting up because they scared because they know they can't do nothing. They can't do nothing. Man against nature. You gone, boo. You gone. Bye bye. Bye bye, boo. Bye bye, boo. You better love nature. I'm just trying to say. I hope
Yeah.
y'all hear me, right?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Like we're connected and we're forgetting to. Yeah.
Yeah, Age of Aquarius, the rise of the divine feminine energy. So we
Hmm.
had in America, we had Kamala running for president. I thought she was the wrong candidate in the first place. I felt like Michelle Obama should have been the candidate
Yeah, I
for
like Michelle Obama.
the rise of the divine feminine, the age of Aquarius. But when y'all realize the power of a woman, and y'all realize the fact that everything has been reversed, then you will see. And it's so hard. I get fought so much on here. I just got blocked from wrestler. I can't wait for wrestler to come up on your panel so I can confront his ass. But anyways,
Hang on, back up. What did you just say? You got blocked from residence?
yeah, cause Rob B was over there. Well, when I saw Rob B, I said, "Oh, Rob B over here." So y'all manosphere motherfuckers. Yeah. My bad, my bad.
No,
But
you're
y'all
good.
some
It's not with
manosphere
me.
people. Yeah,
It's not with me
like see,
personally.
I've been taking down debating with management forever, and I'm taking a break because I like some peace, just like the B sector. I just be wanting some peace in my life, right? So I just be trying to chill. Like all I want to do is love on people, give knowledge. I don't want all that extra stuff, that
Mhm.
negative energy. I don't do good with negative energy.
No, I don't,
I
darling,
am a
either.
witch. I'm a witch, but not a negative witch. All right, because according to my Mayan uh zodiac, I'm a bat. A bat means a witch. A bat means, and then I do know for a fact that I came from a family of witches, good witches, not bad. We didn't practice black magic. Cause witching is natural. We everybody do it. Everybody do it. It's just natural.
So
If you
do you
sit there,
think that QI, do you think that this rise of the female energy, do you think that it's going negative, or do you think that, because to me, I see negativity.
well, but that's because if you allow it to go negative, if you're a positive person and you don't generate your positivity, let's just look at it like we're batteries, right? We are batteries.
Well, no. I mean, like I said, I'm an uplift women all day long. I'll always fight for my fellow
We
girls.
spread energy. I'm just trying to say we spread energy. And it just depends on what energy we spread.
Oh no, I agree with you 100%. This kind of
So if
goes
you
back.
spreading bad energy, you supporting bad energy, whatever it be, that's your energy. You know what I'm saying? But I know you're not.
No, I'm
But
not. You know.
I know that.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I try not to. I can't. I don't do well in negative energy. It consumes me, and it gets me
Yeah,
down.
I know that too. I know that too.
So I try and focus on the drama-free content rather than farm drama.
Which is best, and that's where your success is gonna come from.
Well, it doesn't pay well to, be drama free on
Not,
YouTube.
n- I showed you a whole lot of ways it can pay well.
Yeah, no. I know. QI is helping me. Hey, Bon Voyage. I like that name.
Don't feed it. Don't feed it. Look.
Your
No,
mic's
no, no.
just a little loud. Do you think the volume? I'm just saying. I don't know how if other people have earpieces in their ears or not. It's just it's a little. The
Yeah, I can
volume.
I'm
adjust it.
low. I gotta find my new
No, you're not low. You're no, you don't.
No, you're not low. You're quite
huh.
high.
You're
But I've
very
turned down your.
loud.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay. My bad.
no, you're good, sweetie. You're
My
good.
bad.
I can edit it from here. I can change it. Right, speak now, babe.
All right.
That's
But
perfect.
Much better, much better.
um, what I'm trying to say is like, okay. So you are what you eat, right?
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
just that. It's just that you are what you give. It's like manifestation. That's
Like the
spiritual,
energy you
right?
put out is the energy you get back.
Yeah. And if more people would think like that, and then more people would be on a love frequency.
Right.
Yeah, but is there
We'll
such
be
a thing
all
as love
good.
frequency nowadays? Especially on this platform and other platforms the same. It's not just this
And th-
platform that can be
and then
toxic.
here's the thing though. This is what I tell somebody all the time, right? Ignore the energy vampires
Hmm.
because they want to suck you in because they can't laugh like us. They can't have fun like us.
Yeah, yeah, they say drama sells, and it does. I try not to. I try
That's
to.
only because people have helped it sell. But a lot of people are getting tired of it today. Like the B sector, y'all know I ain't necessarily even, I'm from a worse sector. I'm from the conscious community. They so negative.
I don't know
Di-
anything about the community.
yeah, I'm just universal in terms of sectors, okay? But anyways, like everywhere I've gone, I get, and I don't even be trying to be honest with y'all. I never tried to get clout, never tried. I just end up doing that, right? So, you know, I got that clout in the B sector, right? Kanika Jenkins sector, just like that gray guy down there. He from the crime sector, I think. I think he's a white guy from the crime sector. That's why I told him to come up. But anyways, it's like this. It, people, yeah, I just gotta understand mental illness, and a lot of different things. Now we all have that. We all got mental illness to a certain extent, but y'all just gotta understand that sometimes the people that y'all think are not worse than y'all are worse than y'all.
Right.
Sometimes, and on this app, it's a gravitation of hurt people trying to hurt other people. And I think that's the best that I'm gonna be able to put it.
No, you're absolutely right. There's hurt people that want to hurt other people. So, absolutely, you're absolutely good. You're right. That they just want to spew that darkness to anywhere they can, right? And because of the lack of accountability when you're on a keyboard,
Projection,
mm,
like according to psychology, is projection.
mm. Yeah, I know, absolutely, and it's a real shame. It really is because, when you've got some creators on platforms that do want to try and do good with their platforms, it's overshadowed by the shit.
Well, the hurt people. What happened? Like, okay, I'm gonna give you an example of B sector, right, and the
Hmm.
conscious community. But a lot of times the negative energy finds a way to monetize the negative energy, right? So they want to keep monetizing the negative energy. So if somebody comes in positive, that's going to derail their whole program, right? So they can't let that happen. So what they're going to do is run false narratives. They got to come slander, whatever. That's the nature of the game. It's ghetto. I call it ghetto poor competition, whatever. But it's just not right. It's just not right. It's not true business sense, and it's just not right. I don't even know what else to say about it.
What do you think about this case, QI? Do you think it was a woman being a piece of shit, or do you think it was a cover up?
I think it was a cover up because we have to look at the fraternal order of police, right? Police can never do no harm in a society. I'm trying to keep my phone charged. But police can never do no harm in society. So basically, they were using gematria. You got numerology, which is a pure number science, versus gematria. Gematria says six. You're gonna either be carried by six or judged by 12, right? That means either way you gone. Carried by six or judged by 12, you gone. It's gematria. That's a code. Uh, when you look at gang signs and a lot of stuff, it's a code, right? People don't like you be sitting there, you listening, right? You hear one thing, but the people who are part of that, who have learned that, they get it. Code, street code, whatever code, code.
So are you? So you're saying that there's a code of conduct within the
hmm
organization.
The fraternal order of police goes by code.
So do you think the concept of, when they're sworn into
I oath
protect,
and oath.
do you think that that's disregarded? To serve and protect. That's what they're sworn
If
in to
I'm
do.
under oath, if I have been under oath, I broke them oath. I'm just gonna say, all right, I broke oath, but them oaths still will protect me. But here's the thing, though. If it want okay, the beef sector. I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain a lot of stuff, right? Cults, churches, whatever. I don't know. Just cults. A lot of people want approval. A lot of people want to be a part of a crowd. I am so glad that I like being who I am. Unapologetically, me, QI. All right. But there are a lot of people who don't, right? They group thinkers, cult thinkers, and they'll do anything for some attention. That could be narcissism, personalities, personality disorders, or a lot of different things, right? But it's a lot of disturbed people out here, right? That will do anything to fit in to a group or a crowd. And that's what you have to give encounter to. And that's our biggest problem in the world. Everybody want to fit into something.
Yeah, but I don't get that on the Hey Breeze TV. I don't get that. I don't understand that. I mean, I don't get
What
that.
you break it down for me.
Well, no, I understand wanting to fit into a community because generally that's what we do in real life. We all fit into our own communities, whichever country you're from, right? Um, but I don't understand
I'm
why
not
people.
gonna even say that though. But go ahead.
You don't think that we generally try and fit into our communities, like whatever they may be in our different countries? I think that's part of
If
being
you
social,
base it on
right?
traditionalism, if you base it on traditionalism, but if you base it on uh being a free thinker, no.
Well, that's where I was going. I was going, but I don't understand why people can't use their brains sometimes. This is why I don't understand. If you're part of a bad community and you don't feel right in that community, then come out of it. Why continue to stay in something that's even negative or bad or shady or any of those things. Come out of it. Oh, thank you, Barbara. I've got 2 of these now. I ordered 2 by accident. I look like a sweet wrapper, a chocolate wrapper. That's what I look like. So yeah, sometimes I get it. I get it. We all want to be part of something. That's human nature, right? But free thinking, like QI said, not so much. We can still be part of a community and still be free thinkers, right? Can we not? Can we not? Can we not do both? We can still. We're still. I think QI.
Oh,
No, she said she was needed to plug in her phone. And I imagine what happened there is that she didn't get a chance to plug in her phone.
yeah.
I don't know anything about this, Barbara, but prayers for the families affected by the wildfire in California. There's been a wildfire in California.
I guess so.
Was this? Is it not winter over there, Barbara? I'm just curious. Is it? Anyone got information about that? No.
Ozzy said, "Yep, yes, it's massive."
It's massive. I will do because I have my friend in California. Oh dear. No, I will do. I'll have a look. Let me have a quick look now. Let me look on YouTube because obviously we can't do the news. It was QI, Lady Luck. QI is from the beef sector. Not that it doesn't matter where she's from, but she's a good egg. So let's have a look.
She said they have winter, Barbara.
They do have winter.
Yeah.
Is it that hot even in wintertime?
They evacuated Los Angeles. Oh my.
Oh my goodness, let's have a look. Oh my goodness. I have a friend in California. So wildfire.
Evacuation is in process and many homes are burned.
Oh no, that's awful.
It started this morning.
Oh, it's currently live. I can't play the BBC because I'll get struck. Let's have a
Yeah.
quick look. Hang on. We'll have a quick look, guys. Yes, absolutely. Like prayers to the people that are being affected by this. Right, so I've got a live stream. Hopefully I won't get struck. Because these lights today aren't flattering to my face. Double click,
You're
delete, delete.
beautiful always, Mel.
Yeah, I almost feel like putting that torchlight under the like I'm coming to get you. That's how I feel. Right, so it began from the mountains near that place in LA. It came across my national news. Just talk over it. Yeah, we'll have no volume. Hang on. We'll have no volume. So this is live, guys, right now. Let me just put the volume down. Let's see what's going on. Let's put it up as well. Oh, no.
Yeah, if it's live, you can't speed it up. I don't
Oh, no, of
think.
course you can't speed it up. It's live. You'd think I could make more sense. Hang on. What's going on? Why is this not live? Hang on. I thought this was live. What is this? No, this is not it. What happened? I got Gordon Ramsay. I'm sorry, guys. This is not the wildfire. This is Gordon Ramsay. Oh, here we are. Maybe the live has stopped. Could it be that? Could it be the live has stopped?
Maybe.
I'm not seeing very much happening. Was it just me?
No, it's not you.
Okay, let's try and find another one. Like I said, it was the BBC. This is Fox. Oh, I don't know, guys. I don't know. But look at this. This is awful. Look at
Oh my
that.
God.
Oh my God. Oh my
Oh,
goodness. That is awful.
30,000 residents have received evacuation.
Oh my God.
Wow. That is awful.
Isn't it just? This really is. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to get in touch with somebody. Make sure they're okay. Because does anybody know what side of like California this is? Ruck, is that you, darling?
Yes, Mel, it is.
Hi, my
Hey,
love. How you
Rock.
doing?
That is Southwest California, Los Angeles foothills. Um, it's just above the Mexican border. The only thing really south of Los Angeles is of major is San Diego. So you can find it pretty easily on a map there. The winds are whipping it up so bad that they can't even encircle it with the helicopters and the borate bombers to drop the chemicals on it to try to slow it down because it's jumping roads, it's jumping highways, it's just jumping everywhere. Um,
Wow.
if you want to hear it, I have, for me, it wasn't as terrifying as it should have been, but I have a fairly terrifying forest fire story for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Please do.
My grandparents had a trailer up in Kern County, California, in a place called Lake Isabella. And the mountain range caught fire one week when my grandpa and I were up there. He would take me up there fishing every week, every summer for a week, and we'd work on the trailer and the boat, stuff like that. And there was a big forest fire going on, and it was the mid part of the day when the fishing was no good. And he said, "Let's go watch the firefighters." So we went up this dirt road and we parked on the side of the dirt road behind all the forestry trucks. And we were just kind of looky looing because the parajumpers had dropped in and we could see the planes dropping all the orange borate stuff on the fire on the far mountain ridge. Well, the wind kicked up, the fire jumped, and the next thing they know, they pulled all of us civilians. They basically made a circle with the fire vehicles, the forestry vehicles, and they pulled all the civilians into the circle. They covered us with tarps and they just started hosing us down, hosing the tarp down. So we were sitting in the tarp, just getting hosed, sitting under the tarp, just getting hosed down because the fire got so close. They had to drop the borate orange stuff on top of us to stop the fire from burning us all. And the funny part of that is like every time we washed grandpa's truck for the next 10 years, orange stuff would drip out of it. That was the funny part. But I didn't realize how terrifying it was. I was only 5 years old at the time. But my grandpa got in so much trouble for that from my mom and my grandma.
I mean, obviously, when you see tragedies like this in people's homes and yeah, I mean, actually, Markella had this very problem just the very other night, which is what I mentioned at the beginning of the live, where her house is burnt down, and I feel, I just feel for her. Can you imagine your whole entire? Because everybody's home is their castle, right? Can you imagine watching your castle burn down?
No, not at all.
It's heartbreaking. It's
It's
Yeah.
heartbreaking.
very heartbreaking, and all the possessions that you've got in there that is so personal to you is all
Everything
gone.
precious. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel for everybody. I mean, and those fires look hardcore. We're not talking. We're talking hard. I mean, like, wow! I didn't even realize it got. So, how did it start? Like, do you know how this started? Because
This
you kind of.
this new one, they haven't announced it yet. But the last one that they had in California that took out so much was actually started by faulty power lines. And the power company, as soon as they got back online, they doubled their prices, everybody to everyone to cover the losses because they were being sued so bad and stuff.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
oh my
So
God!
I don't know. Sometimes this stuff, because of the time of year it is, it's unlikely that it would be a campfire that got out of control. Because even down there at this time of year, it's going to get a little chilly, and Californians they're not going to camp when it's cold. not the native Californians. So we don't know yet what caused it. But me being a West Coast guy, I can kind of keep a tracker on it for you if you like it, and let you know stuff later on after the show and stuff.
Yeah, please. I mean, the winch said, like, wow. I mean, I understand certain countries are prone to these kind of fires. Obviously, we all know Australia is extremely prone to it. And we saw the devastation that it caused, what was it was it 2000? 2000 in that region? Those massive bushfires that destroyed. Oh my God, I cried so hard when I watched those kangaroos and, what they're called, the really cute little things. Mind blank. What
Oh, the one that got me
koalas,
was the
koalas.
singed smoking koala crawling
Yeah,
across to them. The
yeah.
singed smoking koala just broke my heart.
Oh, it broke my heart. It broke my heart because, when you got devastation like that, what chances as a natural, the natural animal, and they don't have a lot of chances, right, to get out of a situation like that. So that broke my heart so much when I saw the devastation caused to the wildlife, as well obviously as people, but the wildlife broke me. Um,
Think about
so
how terrifying that must be for something like a koala bear. They're not the fastest on the ground,
right, right,
and they smell what's happening. They see all of the other faster animals running away. The terror they must be filled with trying to get away as fast as those poor little things can.
right. And I mean, I know there was a huge rescue mission for wildlife, but so much wildlife went during those fires, so much of it, and it's devastating. I think, Yeah, the winch. I'm glad it stopped 2 miles before it got to you. But I mean, people's homes. Yeah, it's all high winds. Sail. Oh, high
Well,
winds.
you
I
know what
say
happens
paralyzed.
too is all the people around, it gets more difficult for the firefighters because everybody around turns their hoses on and starts hosing down their roofs, so the
Yeah.
water supply is going really, really fast. So the firefighters are trying to suck water out of the same places that the homeowners are trying to hose their roofs down with, so their roofs don't catch fire when the fire jumps. Yeah,
Lady Luck says I was
California.
listening.
Southern California is notorious for that. There were big fires in the 60s and 70s that took out swaths of the northeastern Los Angeles community.
Oh,
The
Crazy Boggy
foothills where the
Media.
rich
Yeah,
people live. I'm sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. No, Crazy Boggy. Yeah, it's snowing here in England. You know, but California, Australia, these places that do have like these severe. I mean, America has crazy weather with the hurricanes and all that. I mean, crazy, crazy, crazy. I'm so glad I live in a country where we're vanilla. Um, not a lot happens here, which is a good thing, not a bad thing. But hang on, let's have a look here. What does this say? Please do, Ruck. I know it will likely not happen, but I badly want California Public Commission to take over. Oh, okay. I don't know. As a public service. Hmm. Yeah. So who knows? But yeah, heart out to all those that are suffering right now and that have been evacuated. Their trucks will be the water, but yeah. Hi, Daniel. How you doing? So, Ruck, quickly, just to go back, what did you think about this case?
Oh, which one? We've talked about a couple.
Um,
Which specific
the
one?
the Karen Reed.
It seems to me there's a lot of infighting anytime you have a situation like law enforcement. Okay, there's a lot of people that don't like other people for whatever reasons. And this kind of feels to me like the guy had some enemies inside that
Hmm.
because they were drunk and partying, there might have been a last straw that happened with someone that involved, and they might have just ended it all right there and thrown her under the bus for it, is the way it looks to me, because the old boys system that was apparent during the testimonies from, locals and witnesses and stuff like that. The math just didn't math, and it just felt like old boys covering up old boys, and we're going to throw this girl under the bus because she deserves it, in their opinion. That's kind of how it felt to me when I was watching it.
Did you watch the court case, Rock?
No, that was I was actually watching a little bit of the true crime world that I left before I came here. But
Hmm.
from what I was seeing and the stuff I did see in the few episodes of watching the court case, I could tell it's like that guy's lying, that guy's lying, this guy's lying. It was kind of out there for everyone to see, in my opinion.
Yeah, because Katie said that she watched the court case and she was like me. Her initial reaction was she's guilty. Then she watched the court case and she was like, no, 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 they're framing her.
Right, that's how I felt too. I'm like, oh, she done did it. And then the more I learned, the more I saw, I'm like, yeah, I don't think she did. No, that's not her. That's not her.
Well, hopefully, if she was framed, she'll get justice because that's just crazy to me that police enforcement like will frame and in well, I know it's happened in the US. I know it's happened. It happens all over the
Right.
world. Mm.
I mean, look what they're doing with the Idaho 4 case. I mean, does anybody at this point really think Koberger did it?
I don't
Not
know.
many.
I've not
Not
I
kept up
many.
with
do.
it.
I
I
do.
don't. I don't.
Why do you not think it was him? Because from what the bit that I did see it to, I was like, yeah, it's him. Hey, Billy the Goat. Why do you not think it was him?
If you look at the history of some of the victims' parents, and you look at the history of the huge rug smuggling ring that got popped right before this all happened, and the way that the unalivings occurred, it looks very much like a an organized revenge unaliving. And there just happened to be more people there at the time than they thought there were going to be, so they got did too.
Oh, you think it was targeted for one person only?
Basically, and I think it might have piggybacked into more. One or two people, because two of the victims, their parents had rug history and stuff like that. Hang on, Resto's here. Hey, Resto.
Oh, where's
Um,
where's Jeremy lately? I think Jeremy's got a new what's the word I'm looking for? He's got a new obsession, and that is Discord.
Yeah.
I think he has a new addiction. Billy the Goat, we're discussing the Karen Reed case, darling, because another creator has covered it, even though he doesn't do that kind of content, and he was asking me for my opinion. And when I started looking into it, at first I was like, she did it, but now I'm not so sure. Because why would there be officers that were testifying that got laid off? Right? That kind
you
of
know,
suggests corruption.
Fatty just said in the chat that it might be the Idaho 4 might be connected with the Delphi case because there are similarities and there are connections between
Oh,
who knows
wow.
who. So weird stuff.
She didn't do it. Barbara said she didn't do it. You watched the case. Well, it seems to me that everyone that watched the case said no, she definitely didn't do it. And that was a little bit like when, I remember when the whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard, before the case happened, everyone was like, yeah, he's never going to win this. He's not going to ever win this. And look what happened within the trial. We saw it before our very eyes unfolding, right? So if those of you who have watched the case have said, no, she didn't do it, you don't think she done it either. Wow. Wow. Resta, how you doing, my love? You're supposed to be at work.
They're probably going to have a hung jury again. I betcha.
Who knows?
Right. I mean, let's look at some of the stuff that Wiccan read to us. The
Mm.
injuries to the man versus the injuries to the vehicle don't add up. The plexiglass light cover would not and should not have shattered on his person the way it did. That was planted evidence. That was planted evidence. So yeah, I don't think she hit him with a car when she was drunk. I think somebody set her up to say, "Hey, she hit him with a car when she was drunk." It just the evidence doesn't add up.
So how does one? She didn't hit him. She didn't hit him. So how? Like, what do you think happened, Ruck? Like having watched the case, do you think that it was somebody else from within the police department did it and then did the cover up, or do you think it was an
Yeah, I think.
accident?
Yeah, I think somebody else did him in, and then they just went and they banged on her vehicle, broke the plastic, the plexiglass light covering, and sprinkled it on his body. I mean, basically, that's what it sounded like from what Wiccan was
Oh, here's
reading
Captain
too.
Kurt. Yeah,
Hi, Captain
Kurt.
Kurt. Right on. Get up here, brother.
Absolutely, Kurt. Because I've looked into this, and originally I thought it was her, but then having looked at it, I'm not so sure. And he'll appear like locksmith, locksmith, locksmith.
I really hope Captain Kurt comes up here and talks about it. It's so much easier than reading it in chat.
Oh, he's at work.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Oh, damn it. Okay.
Yeah, he's at work. He's on his way to work. So, Kurt, okay, so if you can't come up, um, because I know you did a live on it, what were your conclusions? Because I think we're all kind of thinking they beat him to death, then let the dog bite him. You think those were dog bites? But do you think those were dog bites?
Um, I will say this from the picture we saw, the spreading from the three lines on the forearm looked very much like a claw scratch. I have dogs. I've
Yes.
had dogs. It looked very
Yes.
dog scratch and not full on bite, like huge puncture wound bite, but they let the dog get a hold of him for a minute. And then I think they pulled the dog off and they did him in then.
Is there any evidence that suggests why somebody in the police force might have done it?
You know how petty guys can be when they're in an ego job like that. I mean, not all cops are bad or anything like that, but there's a whole lot of egotism. It goes way beyond male bonding to the point of picking sides quite often in the law enforcement community.
I mean, Kurt says, I think the guy got into a fight and the dog grabbed him during the battle. Possibly. Dogs can get very protective. I was talking about just this yesterday, with my brother, about his dog. His dog, is a softie. He's a baby in a dog's body, but when you look at him and you hear his roar, he scares the shit out of you, and he can get very protective.
Do you think
So
maybe he hurt the dog and the dog owner kinda lost it when the dog attacked him?
Yeah, hang on,
I don't
I'm
know.
not laughing I'm not laughing
Okay.
about that. I'm laughing about this. Jeremy, is that you?
Yes, it's me.
Hey, Jeremy.
We called your name out 3 times.
Yeah,
QI, is
like
that you,
like
darling?
Beetlejuice.
QI, is that you, darling? Are you back?
Jeremy Juice, Jeremy Juice, Jeremy Juice. Wait, that came out wrong.
Yeah, maybe the ladies will like that juice, but not you, bro. No.
In the building.
You're in the building. So, Jeremy, sweetheart, have you seen anything about this case?
Ma'am, I have no idea what the hell you we're even talking about. I just heard my name
You heard
three
your
times.
name.
Yeah.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't.
Well, no, I mentioned you because lately I think you have a new addiction.
What's that?
I think you're addicted to Discord now.
I'm everywhere, Mel.
I know you're everywhere. Bex, is that you, darling?
Yes, it is. Nice to see you, Mel.
Nice to see you, my love. What do you think about all this? Do you think
Hi,
that it's
Bex.
possibly a cover up? Because it's starting to look like it,
I
right?
like it.
Yes, it sure does. It sure does.
How is that proven in a court of law if they're all covering for each other?
I don't know. Especially when like any amount of doubt is the what a what one would want, any amount of doubt. What is it? Well, I'm sorry, I'm not a legal, not good on legalese, but isn't it if there's any doubt then you won't be convicted, so it's it, in a defense situation you want to have doubt. You want to create a situation of doubt so that you can't be convicted. Yeah, beyond
Yeah,
reasonable doubt. That's the expression. Beyond
beyond
reasonable
reasonable
doubt.
doubt. Yeah.
Yes. So,
Yeah, but is this the way ahead? Is this the new way forward then? Is this how it's going to be with legal matters? That you create just the right amount of reasonable doubt and that's it. Case is at the window.
yeah, I think that's what the at least in North America, that's what the Simpson trial was about. Set the stage from what I saw.
Oh, we went over the
Yeah.
OJ Simpson
Yeah.
trial. I mean, that was just a joke. I mean,
Yeah.
did he do it? Yes.
And it went on forever.
Mhm.
Forever.
I mean, the
Mhm.
whole glove thing, the fact that it'd been frozen, then it'd been thawed, it was leather. Obviously, it was going to shrink. His hand was swollen from certain medications that he was taking. I mean, I don't know. It's just the way forward in the in the US court system. Create the slightest bit of unreasonable of doubt, and that's it. Case out.
Yeah.
No one gets account. The wrong people go to jail,
Mm-hmm. And the wrong people get off of
and the wrong
charges.
people get off. I
Yeah.
mean, it would be interesting to see what the retrial will bring with this case, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So
And
with
that's
the,
hard.
go ahead.
I was just going to say that's the hard thing too, is once a trial has had so much publicity, a retrial, even creating an atmosphere of a retrial is like, how do you get jurors that don't know what's going on? You know, it can be a real difficulty to
Right.
retry something.
Well, it concerns me because what we're doing is it really concerns me because we're sending innocent people to jail. And that's not what the legal system should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
But, Mama, welcome back, darling. How are you?
I'm good.
What
What's
do you?
up, mama?
Hey,
I yo,
sweetheart.
Hey,
so just
Mama.
so y'all know,
Hi, Mama.
this is
Hey.
this is Sam from a different place I'm from.
Well, we met Mama already. She was on panel with us last time. So, and it was lovely to have her on. Mama, what do you think about this case? Do you think it's a setup?
To be honest with you, what I'm learning from it, I'm learning right now from you guys. I hadn't heard about it at all.
No, I hadn't heard about it until Kurt brought it to my attention. And Kurt normally reviews music, and he did a live on it, and I was watching, and I thought, interesting, because what this is about, this is about not just a case, but the justice system, right?
Yes. Yes.
Could the
And
Americans on panel tell me what they think about their justice system?
Sucks.
oh, the justice system's been on trial in this country for about 30 years now. And it has only pretty much very recently um, become very popular. Okay. It used to be like 30 years ago, it would be, all right. I think the big case that started it was the O.J. Simpson trial. Um, Everybody in here that's from America certainly knows who O.J. Simpson was, what he probably did do, and the the ex-wife got no justice. And there was a whole thing surrounding that. But since that point in time, I think, and Jeremy can correct me if he'd like to, or even throw his opinion in. But I think that that particular case opened a lot of eyes as to our quote unquote justice system. Um, no, it doesn't work here in all cases. It should, um, simply by its charter, simply by our Constitution, the way it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be justice is blind, right? Um, so anyone who is accused of something, the justice system is supposed to prove that you did what they accuse you of doing beyond the shadow of a doubt. But it
Yep.
has become but it has become a system now that if they accuse you of something, it is up to you to prove that you are innocent. So, and it's supposed to be just the opposite. You're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And now you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. So it is failing the American people. And it's going to take a lot to fix it. We have let it go too far. And it's been going on, for eons. For
So,
eons, you know.
so, Mama, would you think that it's probably because of the most prison systems inside the U.S. is privatized? Do you think that's the main reason why?
I think that that is one singular part of the problem.
How big of a
Um,
problem is it? Do you think, in your opinion? Since do you guys know what she did for a living? If Mama doesn't mind sharing.
oh, you can tell them. I don't care.
She was a nurse in the prison system.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. So she's been in it.
I go ahead.
No, I was just saying you have definitely been in it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot. Um,
Whose phone's
I've had
ringing?
to go. It's not a phone. I'm a diabetic. It's my monitor blinging over
Okay.
here. I can't turn it off. It just gets annoying sometimes. I'm sorry. Um,
Just sit on it.
so I was gonna say I can sit on it or put it under a pillow. That will work. I can put
Yeah.
it in a box. Um, but I've seen a lot. I've heard a lot. I've had to testify in court. I've had to collect evidence. Yeah, it's a very it's a very twisted system right now, and um, I I don't know how to fix it. You asked what percentage I thought that was. Um,
In the building.
at this point in time, I think it's a very small percentage because a lot of the private prisons have been closed.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
Okay.
QI, is that you, babe, before I drop the banner?
Let me say that. Can I say this real quick? Because I only got 3% right before I drop off. But are we sending innocent people to jail, or are we sending guilty people to jail? Did they not do the crime?
Can you
Did
repeat that,
they
please? I
not?
couldn't. I,
Meaning,
I I couldn't hear you, hun. Can you repeat what you said?
Did they not? Did did yes? Did they not do the crime?
Mama, she was saying that they sent a lot of innocent people in prison if they didn't even do the crime.
But they sent a lot of
Uh,
guilty people to jail too.
Yeah, they
Right.
do.
Well, and that's I was just looking up the difference between a type 1 and type 2 error, and I know it's usually in scientific
Did
like
they
study
not
or
do the
statistics.
crime?
Yeah. A type 1 error is a false positive and a type 2 error is a false negative.
Did
So
they
the question
not
is,
do the crime?
they're
We're not
saying
sure.
that we're not sure. But I would say, here's the question that I think
Now,
you're asking.
okay. So they not do the crime. Who are we speaking of, right? Can we give some specifics?
Mm.
well, I think
Can we say R. Kelly? Can we say P. Diddy?
I think it comes
R.
down
Kelly,
to,
P. Diddy,
do we
Einstein,
want to?
Einstein, Weinstein. You know, can we not give any specifics?
I don't
Did they
understand.
not
Right.
do the crime? Did they not do crime? Did they not do the crime?
I have no idea. I
No,
haven't
they did
really
the
looked into any of
crime.
those cases.
That's why they got
So
prosecuted
do
and
we
sent to
not
jail.
consider crimes against women crimes?
Of course, crimes against women are crimes. I'm not understanding. I'm confused.
Nah, not you. I need you to hold back.
Okay.
I need you to hold back. Need you to hold back. But it just seems like it just seems like when it comes down to crimes against women, there's a different moral standard than there are when there are crimes against men.
I don't think so.
I know so. In a
Okay.
patriarchal
I mean,
society,
opinions definitely vary.
it's more than an opinion.
Well, more men are
Because I
definitely in
pointed
prison than
out
women.
several different factors, right? I pointed out R. Kelly,
Okay.
and this is from my culture.
Uh huh.
So I pointed out R. Kelly. I also pointed out P Diddy. Then if you want to go into a different culture, we could say Einstein, Weinstein, Harry,
Well,
and a
I
lot
don't
of
think
them came.
the only culture is really even mentioned was as American culture. Doesn't matter if it was
Nah,
what.
in my opinion, in
Uh
my
huh.
opinion, it matters in all cultures.
Right. But you
That's what
specifically
I'm
said
saying.
your
Are we
culture.
being biased or not? Are we
Okay.
being biased or not? Are we being biased?
I'm open minded, ma'am. I'm just trying to figure out what you're all talking about.
I'm just trying to say, yeah, I got you. And I'm not coming at you hard either. And I like the way you coming back because
QI,
you're the only one, right?
QI, I like you,
But
but I've just
here's the
stepped into
thing,
this.
though. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Uh, 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 uh. There is so like. Why is there so much? Uh. I don't even know what to call it. But I'm just gonna say this: it's a difference between men and women, right? And there shouldn't be, especially when you look at life, right? And you look at the fact that women raise the children, They bear the children, raise the children. They are very responsible for the next generation of life, right? But at the same time, it's like the way that this patriarchal society values women or don't look at the value of a woman's life as valuable, because if a woman is not uh together, neither is her child. So if a woman is not together, neither is her child, neither is the future generation. So now do you understand where I'm coming from?
I mean, that's an opinion, sure.
So what do men do for future generations?
As a single father myself, I do everything for my kids to make sure that they grow up to be an outstanding citizen and not some
I'm
pussy
waiting.
citizen either. You know,
I'm
that's my
still
job.
waiting.
That's my job as a single father. In fact,
And
I
I
do a
ain't gonna
better
take
job
nothing
of,
from you
yeah,
either. I'm not gonna take
I do
nothing
a
from
better
you.
job with my kids than their mothers do with my kids.
And I'm not taking nothing from
Yeah,
you. I'm not.
I know. It's
I'm gonna
when it comes
honor.
to this
I'm gonna
topic, QI.
honor you for that.
When it comes to this topic, QI, opinions vary. It does. You got your opinion, and I
Facts,
got mine.
facts. But we gotta
Yep.
get down to the root of the issue. So sometimes, like I said, I'm gonna applaud you
Yeah, yeah.
for being a father that gives guidance, that gives love,
And
that
discipline.
gives all of those other things that a lot of people don't even think that children need. I'm going to applaud you for that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Where else the rest of society doesn't understand that that is valuable as well.
Jeremy, because I haven't quite understood it 100%. Did you want to rebuttal that in any way?
No, no, no. It's good. It's good. I
Has
just want to get.
anyone
Go ahead.
has anyone
That is valuable as well. That is valuable as well. And I can't never, will never, ever take anything from you
No,
for
hundred
that.
percent. No,
has
hundred
there
percent.
been anything about this case where people feel that Karen Reed has been treated differently because she's a woman?
Well, it's just like you first of all, you got to understand the fraternal order of police. You got to understand secret societies and how they work, right? Fraternal order of police.
Does the
So,
panel
in other
think
words,
does the
it
panel
was an
think that
oath.
Karen Reed was treated unfairly by the justice system?
I feel like I don't know if I want to say she is or isn't, but I feel like she could be. It's hard to know when so much evidence has been tampered with. We don't know the truth.
What about the rest of the panel? Does the rest of the panel think that she's been mistreated by the justice system?
Has she been in jail for this last 2 years? Because this incident happened a couple of years back, right? Almost 3 years back.
Yeah. I
Has
don't
she
know.
been
Does
in
anybody?
jail all this?
No, no, no. We read that she got out on bail.
Okay, so she was out on bail. And what was her bail? Does anybody know what her bail was set at?
We read it. Do you remember, Wiccan, what it was?
The question should
Oh no,
be:
she's been
has
out
she
on
been
bond.
to jail
She's been out on bond.
before all of this bullshit? Was she a criminal before all this bullshit?
No, not from what little tiny bit I've read.
Oh, okay. So this is something new.
So QI, are you saying that women are treated very unfairly in the US?
What my okay. What I'm saying is that not necessarily, yes, I am saying that. But at the same time, I'm saying that when it comes down to uh, organizations, fraternal orders, groups, groupthinks, cults, a whole group coming at one person. You got a whole group coming at one person. That is what I'm talking about. A whole group coming at one individual. That's what I'm saying. But
But I
yeah, I'm
guess,
saying that too.
yeah, but what we're looking at the moment, we're establishing that it looks like she was framed by the establishment.
A whole group of establishment coming at one individual.
Hmm. Um, so a lot of us are thinking along the same lines that she's been framed, but I don't know. I don't think it's anything to do with her sex, her gender.
No, I didn't. I never said that either.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. My apologies.
I
Yeah,
never said that either.
mine too, because I thought that's the direction you were coming from, also.
No, no, no. Not in this. Now I will. Now, like I will, but not in this individual case. I feel like she was going up against a fraternity. That's like okay, in the black culture, we got HBCUs, right? So we got the alphas, sigmas, kappas, and etc. Right? And then
Hmm.
nationwide and sometimes international wide, right? That's like me, one person going up against a whole cult, a whole, because it's a cult, right? It's a group, it's a cult, it's groupthink, it's a cult. So that's like me, one individual going up against a group, and I've done that before. And the mere fact that I'm still here, sitting here talking to you today with my clout. But anyway, it's like this. It's hard to go up against groups, groupthink. It's hard to go up. I'm trying to. I don't know. Do y'all understand what I'm saying when I say group?
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows I've tried to fight the establishment in court. It's not an
The
easy task.
cult,
Yeah, I
and
went up
then
against.
it happens in everyday life too. It happens all day long on YouTube. People be riding for their favorite content creator or what they think is their favorite content creator. They're out here on some army stuff. Group think. They be out here on, like, people sometimes don't like you as a content creator because of what another content creator said about you, right?
Right.
And it's
Right.
because they got group think. They can't think for themselves. So they going along with the folly. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of weak minded individuals out here.
I see. I know
Group
exactly what you're
think.
saying. I've lived it. I've lived it. Um, that's why I always say to people, guys, just open your eyes and absorb what's happening.
But you can't say, like, one of the things I've learned about group think is not our mission and purpose to save them all.
Can't save them
We're
all.
just here to save the few. But and that's just them being who you are. Keep doing what you're doing. Because the mere fact that they had to, it's like, when you look at, like me, I looked at it, I was like, all these people done ganged up against me, one person, and I'm
I get
still
that.
winning, one
Hmm.
person. I'm still winning, one
Me
person.
too. Me too.
But all these
Well,
people ganged up against one person. They the
but
weak
this is what I
ones,
would
not
say
me.
when it comes to criminal behavior. Not that I'm condoning the police in their actions in this case. There are cases where just because someone looks like they've been framed, that may have been actually people trying to prove something that was already true and giving the proof to prove that it was. So it's still criminal behavior on the police's side or whoever's side planted evidence. But just a brief backstory, there was a guy in my hometown who took a woman's life, and he confessed it to a fellow on the street. And so the police knew that this man had taken someone's life, but it took them 2 years to get a confession out of this man. He was a drug addict.
Uh-huh.
He was set up, like, let's it's anyways, long and short of it is, they knew they can't just sit a guy down who feels guilty and who's confessed, right? You can't just tip your bit
Not
and be like, yeah,
right,
something
right,
fishy
right.
was.
Not if we
So
doing
they
what
actually
we're
did, yeah, they
supposed to
tailed
do.
him and they got him in, they put undercover cops in to get him in jail
Because police are not
on a
perfect,
crime
right?
to,
Police are
yeah,
not
yeah,
perfect, right?
yeah, and to get an undercover cop stationed in his cell to get the confession of the original crime that they were on him for. So they actually set those 2 years of that man's life were probably two of the worst years, not to minimize what he'd done to somebody, but he was
And he shouldn't have
terrible
had to
and
go
guilty.
there and go through
Yeah.
that if
So
the police were not perfect. They're not perfect. Like, we be looking at, because you got a title, right? You got a title. So we be looking at the fact that you got a title. So we be feeling like celebrity worship, whatever, people worship. That you're perfect. I don't. Everybody is human in my eyes.
yeah. Well, and that's why I'm
So
saying
it doesn't, like, okay, and I'm gonna land my plane and drop down, right? All right. So what I'm saying is there are a lot of police officers with mental illnesses, traumatic, trauma, all kinds of stuff that are out here doing their big ones,
well,
whatever
and
that might be.
there's also criminals out there that the crime, I'm just saying that
I
there's an
agree.
undercover.
I agree. And I'm gonna drop down on that.
Okay, QI, thanks for coming up, darling.
Yeah, nice talking to
Peace,
you, QI.
love. Peace and love.
Lots of
Absolutely.
love.
Absolutely.
Um, Mama, I muted you for a minute because your alarm was going off, but I wanted to ask you a question, darling. Working in the prison systems, what did you see, Mama? I'm gonna have to. I'll unmute you because I muted you. So what did you see? Did you see a lot of that, what the QI was talking about happening?
No. No. Um, first and foremost, everybody that is in jail is innocent. Okay. If you
Yeah.
ask them, they will tell you without beyond the shadow of a doubt, from the smallest crime to the largest crime, that they're innocent. If they have been proven beyond the shadow of a doubt to be guilty of the crime that they were accused of, almost every single inmate that I have ever talked to will give you the most perfect excuse that they have dreamed up as to why they did what they did. So there's honor among thieves. They also play a lot of head games. They have nothing but time on their hands to sit and come up with defenses, excuses, lawsuits. And it doesn't matter if it is male or female.
Ruck, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Mama, carry on.
No, that's okay. When you put your banner up, I just figured you were bringing someone up. So, from my personal experience, women do get a little bit of extra leeway, I guess you could say, because they're thought of as the weaker sex, the softer sex. If a woman killed her husband, I'll give you a prime example. I cannot mention any names. I had an inmate who was incarcerated, and it had been proven that she had just killed her third husband. Okay, that was 3 husbands. Boom, boom, boom.
She unalive all 3 of them?
She unalived all 3 of them. They suspected she unalived the first 2, but there was not really much proof. When the third one came up unalived, they were like, wait a minute, so they got a little more in depth. They studied more of the evidence. They talked to more people, because what her claim was that she had married 3 very abusive men. Okay. And so she was protecting herself. So the method that she used was poisoning. And people in this country, do you know the difference between the county jail and a prison? A county jail is a holding facility until you go to trial, and whether you have been found guilty or innocent. If you're found guilty of the crime, you will be either sent to a state prison, which is supplemented by the feds, or you will be sent to a federal prison. It depends on the crime. So you're only going to be in county lockup. For most places, try to keep it to 1 year or less before they take you to trial. And it's your right in this country to have a speedy trial. But some people will drag it out as long as they can because they don't want to go to the big house. A lot of good reasons for that. But this lady was still in our facility after 3 years. And she had a good game. They finally went back to court because they were trying to, her attorney was trying to prove that she was mentally incompetent. And it didn't work, but they still tried, and she was still able to have her own very nice designer cell for 3 years. I spent many, many, many hours observing her, watching her, because it was up to me to go before the judge and tell the judge what I had seen, what I had observed, any conversations that we had had, and the big question: do you think she's mentally competent? I wasn't the only professional, absolutely not, that they asked those questions of, but I was the one most closest to her who had observed her for the longest amount of time. As far as I know, she's probably dead now, because this was an older lady. She was in her late 40s at the time. But as far as I know, she did eventually go to the state prison. But had that been a man, he would not have stayed in county. Once he had gone to court and they had found him guilty, he would have been sent straight to the state pen, and he would have had to have appealed his case from the state penitentiary, not from a cushy county facility. And so, and I saw that over and over and over again, regardless of the crime. We would have women come in who had babies and they were breastfeeding their babies. They were allowed to actually have their babies in the cell block with them, not in their cell, but they were allowed contact visits with their infants. Men do not get that opportunity. Men cannot do that. They cannot go to the cell block where they're at. So there are differences in the way.
Mama, you're going in and out, darling.
Yeah.
Oh, again. It happens. So it's funny, you can hear my alarm, but when I want to talk,
we can hear your alarm. I can't hear you though. I mean, this is something that we have kind of touched upon on this panel about, do women kind of get more leeway with the police departments, with law enforcement? Yeah. But I think justice generally is done, right? No? Yes, no, it's justice eventually done.
It is. We have an organization in this country called the Justice. Is it the Justice League, Jeremy?
I'm sorry. Say what, Mama?
What is the name? We have an organization in this country that is the name of it the Justice Project?
I couldn't tell you.
Anyway,
it's Project.
The Innocence Project. Thank you.
Oh, that's what Lady Luck was asking. Mel Pandora, what's the panel's view of the
about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this particular organization makes it their life work to get people out of prison who have been wrongfully convicted, wrongfully accused, which led to a conviction. And they have managed to free a lot of people. It's a very long process, and it takes very, very hard work to undo damages that have been done to that person. Most of the people who get out end up in other court battles with the state or the county, and usually win large sums of money. But if you have I'll use a man, because that's the larger prison population is men. If you have a man who is accused of raping a woman and he cannot prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that he did not do it, and goes to prison, his life is ruined. It's absolutely ruined. He will be on a sexual predators list the rest of his life. He will also be a felon. Being a felon in this country takes away your right to be able to own a weapon. It takes away your right to be able to work certain jobs. If you are a doctor or a lawyer or someone who worked very hard for a higher education degree, you will lose that degree and never be able to get it back. Yes, it will totally ruin a man's life. So this organization goes in, they find these people, they find the evidence that says this man did not do this. And because of them, they can get him out of jail, they can get his record expunged, and they can get his life. He can start working on getting his life back. They just got someone released not too long ago who had spent like 25 years in prison for a crime that he did not commit.
That's so bad.
Yep.
And that's horrible. That's
Wow.
horrible.
Happens
He
all the
was
time here.
Wow.
he was 21 or 22 years old, I think, when he initially went in. He has spent more than half of his life in jail. So where does he begin? His children were grown when he got out. He had grandchildren that he didn't know. So it's very, very important that the police do their job to the best of their ability. And I think at times, I'm not going to say it was a setup, that they set people up. In real life, sometimes they probably do. I think they rush to judgment. They rush. If a child comes up missing, the community in which that little one is from will demand that justice be met. They will demand that somebody answers for that possibility of an unaliving a child. Okay. And I think sometimes the police they have a list of names of people who offend and offend and offend and offend and offend. And they'll start looking at those people. If you're a stranger in town, they're going to look at you. And I think sometimes the public pushes them into a position of, we have to put someone in jail for this.
Well,
it sounds crazy, but I think it happens. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to bring to people's attention the idea of type 1 and type 2 errors, where
Yes,
one's a
please,
false
because I wanted to
positive
hear more about that.
and one's a false negative. And in a false, so think of medical tests, right? If you had some sort of contagion We'd rather you be tested falsely positive and think you have the contagion than falsely negative and spreading an illness around, right? So a type 1 error in medicine is preferable, and you want that kind of testing. First phase testing, cheaper testing will produce type 1 errors, false positives. Then you send all the positive tests to a second stage testing, which is more expensive and more accurate, and you will then isolate the false positives from the true positives. That's a type 1 error. So when you think about it and apply it to a criminal setting, we actually, unfortunately, I think, are safer in a society that does wrongfully convict the odd innocent person, forsaking the fact that we would be letting more criminals run free if we had more false negatives than we had false positives, right? So unfortunately, it's a better and safer society where the odd innocent person gets thrown in jail, because we err on the side of caution, and we want to make the error when it comes to criminality. You actually would rather throw some of these heinous crime committing people, you'd rather throw innocent people in jail. Now, I get that if we throw the wrong person in jail, we've actually left a criminal on the street. So it's not quite the same as medicine, right? Because once you've solved a crime, nobody's going to go looking for the real person that committed the crime. But so it's more nuanced than, say, medical testing, but it's still applicable. And in fact, I'd rather live in a society that does wrongfully convict the odd innocent person than under convict real criminals. And now we get into that. In that nuance is where you can get cover-ups and pointing fingers in directions, and like Mama was just saying, people rushing to judgment in cases of putting the public's mind at ease. That's an immature public. Like, that's us being overreactive. We need to learn to work together to not freak out when that stuff's happening, as crazy as it is. Support each other and the police, so we're not rushing to judgment. Because I'll tell you, in the opposite case, when it comes to children who are facing grave illness, I had a friend whose child was really sick, and with children, you'll actually give less hope to parents when a child is gravely ill. You're not going to hold on to 10% or 20% or 30%, because the thought of losing a child is so grave that if you give false hope, you're setting someone up for unreality. So I don't know if I'm saying the right thing right, but I know that my friends, when their child was very ill, they were given very low odds, and they were told to prepare for the worst. And I think when it's an adult in that situation, we're all told to hope for the best. But because you can't hope for the best with a child and be prepared for the worst. So there's nuances to this stuff, right? Maybe I shouldn't have brought in that other medical example, but it is important that we don't wrongfully commit, because you might leave a criminal on the street, but it's more important that we actually do get criminals in jail and occasionally convict the wrong person. That's the argument I would make.
And
And that's a very intellectual argument, right? Even though some people may, because I think, sorry, Mama, I interrupted, but I think sometimes
That's
we
okay.
do, we do focus on the little anomalies. I can't say the word. The little tiny
Anomaly, got
mistakes.
it.
That's the word. I think we do tend to hyper focus on them, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Why do you think people do that? Why do you think that we focus on those so hard?
We want resolution fast.
We want answer. Yeah, we want resolution fast. Like I said, though, the one argument I feel like, if there was, the pushback I would give to my own argument is the fact that putting an innocent person in jail leaves the person who committed the crime on the street, right?
And destroys an innocent person's life as well.
Exactly. So there is, but still, I mean, that's where I'd say, that's probably why we don't typically have, carte blanche capital punishment. I know there are places that do it, but it's not everywhere, or else I think we would. Maybe
And I know this
capital
is
punishment.
no, I was going to say, Bex, what do you think about capital punishment? Because obviously, you know that it's not. We made it illegal in this country.
Well, yeah, and I think it's illegal in Canada too. I don't mean to sound ignorant of it, but you know, we've got the MAID program now, so it'd be interesting to find out with the MAID program how easy it is for criminals to access that, right? Because I'll bet you they're not accessible. So I think that one advantage potentially to a system with capital punishment, I would hope, would be that there's less innocent people going in because you take that seriously. You actually take the role of putting people, of euthanizing people, even criminals, seriously. So you don't want to euthanize someone who's innocent. So you actually want your criminal justice system to be better at solving crimes and better at putting the right person behind bars. So the argument against capital punishment is exactly this. We don't want to, euthanize. We don't want to euthanize someone who's innocent, and we'll risk. We'd rather euthanize nobody than euthanize somebody who's innocent. So,
Well, yeah,
in
because
a
that's why
perfect,
we made it illegal in this country because we
yeah,
made a mistake.
yeah. Well, and it should be serving as a deterrent, right? Like ideally, these kind of punishments should be serving as deterrents to doing crimes, right? So if you knew that you were going to actually potentially be, terminated, your life would be terminated for committing a crime. Ideally, you don't commit it because of that threat, Um, but that's where we get into these, systems of influence and potentially corruption. And I'm not talking about the police in this case. Individuals can set up other individuals, and the TV loves to make forensic um criminology look so step by step easy, like, oh, they tested the glue on the tape and it's an exact match, but it's not. That's TV, that's not real life. So,
Mm-hmm.
it's not as straight a line. So, yeah, to answer your question, if it served as a deterrent from crime altogether, then I'm all for it, actually. Yeah, a
Do
friend of
you
mine was.
think, Bex, and I'm going to ask you a question, darling, going back to, what you're saying and also what we were saying about some of the other content creators, do you think that in the US there's too much access for the public in places where they shouldn't have access to?
Like
Like what
access.
I was saying, with some content creators getting involved in uh, active cases where they have no place to get involved in.
Yeah.
So the public gets too involved in these in the crimes, like in the,
Yeah,
yeah,
because
in spreading the gossip,
Mhm.
yeah, I think that actually that comes down to the media and how we, and what is, I guess, freedom of information or not, like, so it comes down to being sensationalized in the media. And really, is it the media who's creating the sensation around? If there was no media report on Karen Reid, would we even know what went on? Now I know we have the internet, right? So that's a form of media. And, I definitely think that we should have more reverence for the process of criminality in a way that actually has us respect that we could be harming a situation by talking about it, by making it newsworthy. Um, there could be definitely muddying the waters for having a fair trial with jurors and such. Now I live I'm in Canada, right? So where I live, we don't have a registry like was being alluded to. We don't have, like, if a person does time for even the most heinous crimes, they will be protected by privacy laws when they get out.
Oh,
Now
so
some of them,
Canada's very similar to the UK then?
yeah, yeah,
Right.
some of them will be monitored. They definitely have forever parole officers, and they are required to disclose their crime to people in the, like, when they want to have a relationship. They have to have a community assessment. They can't just date whoever they want. They have to disclose who they are and what they did, ideally, and introduce them to their parole officer and all that kind of jazz. But ultimately, there's no, yeah, the way the police would alert us to someone nefarious like that. I'm being loose with language on purpose for terms of surface, right? Is that they would put a call out like, oh, hey, John Doe his family's worried about him. There was a recent sighting in town. If anyone's seen John Doe, can you let us know? Now, you could look up John Doe's name and find that there is somebody who has that name who has committed some heinous crimes. But that's the only way the police can actually even get information on some of these criminals after they're out of jail, right? Is by essentially lying to the public to get information.
Yeah, because in England we're the same. We've got very
Mm-hmm.
strict privacy laws, very strict
Mm-hmm.
privacy laws. And that's why generally on a whole, you can't look up somebody's if they've got a criminal background, because
Mm-hmm.
that's covered under the privacy laws. Do you
Mm-hmm.
think that in the US, because I know that people can find out people's let's talk about red dot and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Do you think it's a good thing, or do you think it's a bad thing, Bex?
Excuse me, I had to cough there. I think it let me just think, because I know from my perspective, at least since the advent of the internet, you can at bare minimum see and look up the history of a name and know that that name's committed a crime in the newspaper, right? So in the States, it's the opposite scenario. We're saying, like, I don't have to look up the news in the newspaper. I can just go straight to this registry and I can find these people. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess this is my socialism coming in, because I've heard that in some cases this young generation is going to, with all the information that's been shared online in the last 4 or 5 years about different kinds of rings and different kinds of rituals and things like that. There are actually people that are, terrorizing some of these ex-cons, let's say, that are going to their house and making their lives miserable. So I mean, I'm torn, because this is, I guess, just being raised in Canada. I'm okay with our system, as awful as that is. I don't know if I would feel better or worse knowing my neighbor's business like that. I guess as a parent, I'd want to know. I'm not a parent. It's tough. That's tough. I mean, I guess I'd have to say, I think I'd say that, yeah, it probably would be better to to go with the same thing I was saying earlier of, let's make sure that we over convict. Then yeah, I think more information about ex-convicts around us would be better.
No, I mean, I agree, especially when it comes to the
Mhm.
whole red dot situation. I think that in the UK, we should kind of follow suit with the Americans and be allowed to know where these predators are in respect to our children, right? That's one thing that I don't agree with in
Mhm.
the UK. But at the
Mhm.
same time, would you say, for example, like the UK doesn't televise cases. Do you think in US does? Is there like can anyone on panel give me like the pros and cons of doing televising? And because look at all what happened around the OJ Simpson's case. Would he have got away with it if there wasn't so much pressure from the public in the press? But at the same time, you look at the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case, and I'm glad that that was televised because we saw the truth behind what was happening, and that was an agenda that was being pushed, a lie. Somebody who was riding on a movement and was lying.
Mm.
It's a scale, isn't it?
Well, I think the hardest part I would think about having some kind of registry might be mistaking the wrong John Doe for the wrong John Doe. Names are very common, right? So I think they're, but yeah, I think that your point of televised and not televised and no registry versus televised, and I think there's a correlation there that's important to look at. Like, if we stopped sensationalizing the crime for drama's sake, because that's really what's happening. It's just like YouTube drama, only it's serious and real, right? In
Mhm.
the real world. If we had more respect for the victims and respect for the process,
Mhm.
would we get better outcomes if we didn't sensationalize the drama? And
Right.
then I would say a registry would be more useful. And I think those registries for those specific red dot crimes you're talking about, I think we would all agree we'd rather be defending ourselves. Like, I'm not that John Doe, knowing that we care enough about the children to not be, to not be harmed by a red dot John Doe, that we would understand, so long as nobody has any right to come wielding a gun at my door because I have the same name as someone who did something heinous, you know?
Well, you're right in that respect. This is what I mean. It's a real fine like balance, and how do you balance the two? I mean,
Hmm.
I don't agree with the way in the UK that red dot people are protected to an extent. But then, like you said, is it because one might have the same name as one of those people and could get somebody in the public might feel like taking the law in their own hands. It's a tricky one, isn't it? What does the rest of the panel think?
Uh, I'll speak for myself, not for all Americans. I think we've gotten used to the laws. When they first enacted these laws, these registries and so forth, there was some pushback about it. But because the idea is that you do the crime, you do the time, you've paid your penalty, um, and you move past it. But then the reality set in that the recidivism rate in America has been and still remains right around 96%, which means that 96 people out of 100 that were convicted of this one particular little one's crime will go back and do it again. And so I feel like it's good that we have the registry, because if that person moves into a neighborhood that's across the street from an elementary school, and in a neighborhood where there are a lot of children living, I think those children and every person that lives in that vicinity has the right to know that there's a 96% potential risk that that person could target some of those children in that neighborhood.
Wow.
Can I just quickly say, whatever's going on in
Um,
chat, stop it now. Mel's got a headache. I can feel I can feel it behind my eyeballs. Like,
well, to be honest, I was looking at recidivism rates just in general because I was thinking of a friend of mine who committed a very heinous crime and was let out. Did his time, and then he had a 0.001% of recidivism. Like they knew that it was a one-off for him, and so I was just looking up this, and I won't read any of it here, but there is when it comes down to recidivism rates of red dot people, there are a lot of factors that play in. And when we're throwing out a number like 96, I just think we really want to be sure, because this is awful, but it also creates a lot of fear. And I mean, my first article I pulled up shows that the initial follow-up of red dot people found that 42% were reconvicted of a abusive or violent crime during the 15 to 30 year follow-up. 10%, like I'm just saying, like, and then they'll say the highest rate of recidivism was 77% for those with previous yeah, I can't use the words here, but like definitely not 96. It gets as high as 83.2 in one case here. So I'm not trying to minimize it, but 96 is high. 42 is just as bad. When we're talking, any amount of this stuff is unacceptable, but it's
90,
a big
96% is the overall recidivism rate of
well,
all
and I would
crimes
bet that when we're
combined.
talking about when we're talking about a specific type, like let's say someone who's going out and grabbing someone from public or something like that, you know what I mean, like a specific type, then I would bet that and those are the kinds you'd be scared of. I mean, you'd hope that you'd vet your own family and close family and the people you send your children to be cared for, you know. So I'm sure there are ones that are in that group, but just a quick glance of recidivism rates amongst the term child predator gives you like a huge breakdown of the different kind of predation and the recidivism rates you might see, like whether it's within a family, outside a family, age
But
cohort.
but see, to me, that means nothing. To me, if it
Well,
is a predator
but you can't take
working
42 and
on,
77 and 83 and get 96. So
I just told you 96% is the overall recidivism rate of all crimes. Okay. I get what you're saying,
of
yeah,
anyone, I see what
but
you're saying.
even
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Once institutionalized, the likelihood of being institutionalized again is that high. I get what you're saying. I misunderstood. I'm sorry, Mama.
that's
Yeah.
okay,
I
honey.
get what you're saying.
Um,
Yeah, I get what you're
but
saying.
but to me, when you're talking about that one particular crime that we place people on a registry for,
Yeah,
even a 1% recidivism rate is too high.
exactly. I agree 100%. So I just
There's
had
something
mistaken that it was a
of
96% recidivism rate amongst those people. And I thought, wow,
oh
that's
no,
scary. I
no,
thought
no.
I would be
Excuse
arguing for capital punishment for sure.
yeah, excuse me for not being more clear. Um, but I think we've gotten used to, and as a matter of fact, I think the public at large uses the registries as a bit of a comfort zone, knowing that now, do they place these people in neighborhoods and then put big red signs out there that say, we've just released into your neighborhood this person that did this thing? No. Um, Generally, somebody in the neighborhood, there's always going to be that one nosy grandma, that one Karen, that one that one person that's going to go, I don't like the looks of that guy, that woman, that whatever. And they research them and they go, oh, I can't believe. And they start spreading it through the neighborhood. And then everybody else looks it up. So, it's there for everybody to see. Um, but I think we take a certain amount of comfort in knowing that if we suspect somebody and we know their name, we can look on these registries and see if their name is there, quite honestly. Um, they don't tend to stay in one neighborhood for too long, and that might be the reason why, is because they know if they're there too long, people will find out, who they are, what they've done, that sort of thing. I don't know. I ask myself the question and I don't know the answer to it, but um
And to be clear, it's only those kinds of offenses, of all age groups that go on a registry, right? Like it's
yeah,
not
yes,
not even
pretty
for
much.
for the shooting of a police officer or something like that. That's not
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right. The biggest thing I have to push back on something that you said in the beginning of your conversation was that you would rather see the wrong person taken off of the street. I forget exactly how you said it. You'd rather see um
a system that over convicts rather than under
thank
convicts.
you. Yeah, I was trying to think of how you said that. The only problem I have with that is in our particular system is it takes that person who has been mistakenly convicted so long to be able to have that conviction overturned. Some of these people, there have been convictions overturned after a person has already died.
I know.
They spent
some people sign
and
they
spent an entire life in jail.
Yeah. And some of them sign a waiver saying they won't sue just to get their freedom, you know? And that's well, and that's where I would say I was, in a thought experiment thinking out loud. I do think I'd rather be in a system that over convicts than under convicts, but I also know that over conviction still leaves a criminal on the street. So it's really not logical. There is an illogic to it.
No, but also,
I don't.
but also the severe unfairness of fucking up someone's life for life. I mean, wasn't there?
Yes.
Yeah, wasn't there a contestant? I know it sounds silly, but on Americans Got Talent a couple of years ago, and he'd been in prison for over 20 years for a crime that he didn't commit.
Yes, and that I think it was a singer.
Yeah, he was a singer,
if I'm not mistaken. Yes, and it doesn't happen all the time, but it happens enough so it's concerning. And the big concerning part is we have a process of appeals that you're supposed to be able to get, but it takes years, and in some cases 20 years, to go through all of your appeals. If you lose the first one, chances are you're going to lose the next two. So you spend years trying to prove your innocence. It's expensive. It's hard to find lawyers who will actually take the time to help you go through an appeal. And that's why this Innocent Project is so, has turned out to be so good for many different people, not as many as what there probably could be, unfortunately, but people shouldn't have to be in jail for 20 years before they're able to prove themselves innocent. And especially in this day and age with the DNA evidence and so many people walking around with cell phones that are just so eager to film things for their 15 minutes of fame. And, I'm pretty firm on what I've seen, what I believe. But I think these folks, if they're really innocent, they shouldn't have to spend 20 years in jail.
Right. Right. I understand what Bex is saying because it's logical. It makes sense.
Oh, yes.
But at the same time, I have to also agree with Mama, and that is because it takes so long for innocent people to prove their innocence. And I know it doesn't happen very often. I mean, it happens very rarely, but that's still a life ruined and a criminal still out in the streets.
Yeah. And just the accusation can ruin a person's life, let alone being convicted for it, whatever
Right.
you've been accused of.
Right.
If anyone's ever been close to someone who's been accused of doing anything that they definitely weren't a part of, it can shake the whole foundation of all the people who love you, you know, and just that alone can be devastating. So
What
let
we heard,
alone being
did
convicted.
you see Glenn's interview, Bex? When I
Yes, I
interviewed him?
did.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, what he told me almost brought me to tears.
Yes, I really appreciated how open he was,
Mm-hmm.
and and how you were able to, how that interview went, how comfortable he felt being vulnerable and sharing so much about himself.
Right. I saw Glenn in a completely different light after that interview. I think
Hmm.
sometimes people forget that as a content creator, you are human. You're a human being.
Hmm.
And I think people sometimes forget that. And you're right. The fact that he was vulnerable and he was so open, um, it just really impressed me because it was like it was an ugly truth that does happen.
Hmm.
And he was able to share that experience with us and tell us how it affected him. And obviously, to try and allow any woman who, even for whatever fucked up reason, to lie about something that serious,
Well,
you're, yeah, go ahead, Bex.
exactly. No, I'm just I was picking up what you were putting down. It was
Mm.
reminding me of my friend who comes from Ethiopia and he lives here. He's been here for like 20 years. His father was a high diplomat, not that that makes a difference, but I mean, he always was sharing that, if his dad threw a party, he had to cook goat for the whole village as well, right? These are just traditions in Ethiopia. But he also said that nobody screamed grape in his village. There were no false accusations, because if you graped somebody, their brother would come with a machete, right? That's justice. And ergo, no false accusations, because no one wants to have anyone's blood on their hands, you know? And it's hard for us to imagine a system that integral. I'm not saying Ethiopia is perfect. I'm not saying there's no grape there, but I'm saying in a smaller, tight knit community, for certain, self policing community, doesn't happen because they have honor. You're not going to have someone deleted over a lie, because someone will delete that person, and it's not, no lawyers, no police officers are involved. It's just done. So he always said in his village there was no grape and no accusations thereof, because it meant life. Your life was gone.
I mean,
So,
not that I can agree to taking the law into your own hands, but I guess it's working for that village, right?
well, yeah, and that's what you hope capital punishment will deter people from doing. Not
Yeah, but I
because we
don't know if
actually want to, yeah, not because we actually want to do it, right? Not because anybody wants to do it, be the executioner.
do you
Um,
think that a capital punishment does work as a deterrent? Because I'm not sure if it does.
I don't
I
think it
mean,
does.
I'd like to think it would, but is the reality? I don't think it does.
And this might be where, mama's experience would weigh in, because we
Mm.
do have this recidivism rate of institutionalization in general. Once institutionalized, you're going to likely end up back in the institution, which means for the most
Yes.
extreme cases, you're talking about someone who's been, you know, uh, reoffending to the point of that kind of offense, more likely than just waking up one day from, being a regular Joe Blow to, committing a grave offense. So, it's in essence, do they know that they're going to sit? Is there a point in life where you just kind of like prepare yourself for retirement? I don't know. And that institutionalization that you're comfortable with, because there's actually comfort in some cases. I'm not saying the actual being jailed, but the food provision, the roof over your head, the things that are hard once you have a criminal record to actually overcome, in many cases, and the desire to be a criminal, whatever is motivating you. So I don't think it does serve as a deterrent.
No, I don't
Not
believe it
being-
does. I mean, in the UK with no capital punishment, I've dated a guy where I found out. I mean, it was only just a brief kind of dating, but he was a lot younger than me, but he was like, "Oh yeah, I don't mind going to jail for these petty crimes because I get food on 3 times a day and a roof."
Mhm.
And I was like, "What the hell?" So there is going to be situations like that, guys, where people are going to say, I don't care. I'm going to keep committing crimes because
Mhm.
I'm happy in jail because I get fed and there's a roof over my head. That's sad, isn't
Mhm.
it? That's really sad.
But if it was expedited, and I don't want to, I'm not, this is just a thought experiment, but in places where those kinds of things are still done in public, right? Where that kind of public, the risk of publicly expediting a trial and publicly euthanizing someone maybe create a deterrent for all crime, and the desire to behave more innocently. But this is all in a perfect setting. Like people aren't like hungry and um like we'd love, in that kind of setting, you'd also want to know that people, this is my socialism showing, I'm sorry. You'd want to know that people weren't like fighting for food and stealing for bread and losing a hand and all that kind of jazz, like where we actually are understanding that crimes are expedited and dealt with so quickly that you don't want to be accused and as an innocent person, and ergo you walk a very straight and narrow path. It keeps you in check.
Well, in some countries, the whole, if you steal, they're still cutting your hand off
Yeah, and
today.
there's still
Mm.
still public hangings. And are there less incidences or more incidences of these crimes in those countries? Would be interesting to find out, you know? Um,
Do you think, guys, that we should go backwards a little bit like that? And be a bit more barbaric when it comes to criminals, or do you think that that's just setting up innocent people?
mm,
Hard question, right?
it is hard. It is
Hmm.
hard. Because as much as I argued for overconviction, I don't want any innocent person's life destroyed,
Or losing their hand if they haven't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or losing
I'll
their
never
hand.
forget this one
Yeah.
time when I was living in Ibiza, and one of I used to be a rep, so I used to be outside on the streets pulling people into my location, right? And we had a family, like we do here, like a family of YouTube friends. We had a family of rep friends over when I was living there. And I'll never forget one day, one of my friends that was working in an adjacent bar, she was on the floor and she was vomiting, and her eyes looked like they were going to pop out of her head. It was one of the most frightening things I've ever seen. And when I got down and tried to find out what the hell had just happened, basically the bar owner where she worked had mistakenly thought she was stealing from him and maced her in the face.
Wow.
Whoa.
And I saw that and I made a call to my brother. I said, get me the fuck out of here. And I got on a plane
Yeah.
2 days later.
Yeah.
So this is what I mean. Yes, in a way, maybe if we were a little bit more barbaric in the manner that we dealt with criminals, it may be a deterrent for criminals. But at the same time, how does that open the doors to, yeah, that Jack's Law, like, honestly, I'll never forget her eyeballs looked like they were going to pop out of her head. And I was so shocked, especially then finding out that the bar owner had mistakenly thought she'd stolen from him. And nobody arrested the bar owner. He wasn't arrested or anything. So is being more barbaric opening the doors to more shittier things happening? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, yeah, if I did that here, I mean, I can carry a mace if I want to, but it is a crime to carry it and spray it, right? So Now, would it work in the right setting if someone was actually assaulting me? Would I be charged? I probably would be charged for using it, but they would also be likely incapacitated and charged, for whatever they were trying to do to me too. And mine would be a much lesser charge. But, in this country, if I mace someone in the face, the wrong person, I would be in major trouble. You can't carry bear spray. It's
No,
only
you
for
can't carry it here either. You're not allowed
it's
to
only
carry
for
it,
the
let alone
police.
use it on someone, you know?
Yeah.
I
So
mean, do they fear punishment? Ask yourself the question this way: do criminals, not petty, genuine people who cause harm to others, do they fear punishment these days? That's an interesting question, Moon. I
I
don't
don't
know.
think.
Sorry, go ahead, Mama.
I'm sorry. I'm used to being on platforms where you jump in when you
No,
can.
no,
I'm
no, no,
so
no. Go
sorry.
ahead, Mama. Go ahead, because obviously you've got first-hand experience of this. So go ahead.
mhm.
Shall I highlight the question again, darling?
Or mic
I
check, mic check.
moment no.
Oh, she's back. You're back.
I think in the passion of the moment, no one fears that.
I mean, I know that in the UK, but I don't think this can really
Has
be applied
always
in the US.
my
Sorry, Mama,
husband
you're going in and out. It's different. It's hard to know when you're finished. Sorry, Mama.
having an ice mine. My husband has always a crime and legal, and
We're so hoping that your mic will come
that
back in, but you're
petty
Yeah.
crime.
Mama, your mic keeps going in and out.
I know, I really wanna hear
Let me
what she's
see if
saying.
I want to hear what she's saying, but then I'm like, no, I know this in the UK. Let me explain about the UK. And I don't think it can happen in the US because it's too big. But in the UK, we've got so much CCTV. Good morning, Dodge. We've got so much CCTV everywhere that it's unlikely you're going to get away with any crime because there's cameras everywhere. Now, obviously, that's going to be a bit tricky in the US because the US is huge, right? And how much would it cost each state to cover all areas with CCTV? And do people want to constantly be looked at by Big Brother? That's another question, right? I dropped the link again. I think, Mum, what was Mama saying? Hang on, I think she left a message in the
I will
background.
reload and see if that helps.
Okay, Mama. What do you think, guys? Do you think that going forward, CCTV is the way forward? Is that even possible in a country as large as the US?
I don't think it's possible, and at least from what I've gotten from the Americans, I don't think they'd stand for it.
You don't think they'd want their privacy? Got you, Mama. Got you back. I mean, I'm just curious. What do Americans think? Do you think that having cameras everywhere is a good thing or a bad thing? Anyone? Wiccan?
Having cameras all over?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good thing.
Moon says bad.
I don't think it would feel good to be watched everywhere you go, but I think it would lessen crime, I would think.
See, the chat's the chat's split.
Bad. Yeah.
No, some say bad, some say good. No, Jeremy, in the UK, literally, if I committed a crime, they would be able to trace pretty much every step. Every step.
Yeah, every step outside of the private place that you had
Yes,
done it. Yeah,
absolutely.
but they'd see where you were walking from and to, and
Mhm.
yeah. And if they
And does that,
suspected you,
Bex, do you think that serves as a form of deterrent for like big, huge, major crimes, or not? Resta's made me laugh.
I think I mean I would love to say yes, but I think that most people if you're premeditating it, you're going to take that into account. And for the people that are spontaneously committing, but it's not a deterrent anyway, right? They're not thinking about it. Not thinking about what's
And
going
have
to
a look,
happen.
like bearing in mind how small my country is. Okay, so so those of you that don't know, you can fit 4 UKs in just Texas. Yeah, you can fit 4 of our countries. But so bearing in mind, hey, Clue. So bearing in mind how small our country is, look at this: 5.2 million CCTV cameras in the UK.
Wow. That's
Right.
I'll bet you though that it'd be a good to compare it to China, because China's huge as well, and China likely has similar per capita monitoring system, by the sounds of it, with their social credit scores um,
Mhm.
and I wonder if it's comparable. How many CCTVs are in China, and if it works in China, it would work in America. I know the population's huger in China, but China still has tons of arable land, tons of places that wouldn't have cameras on it, just like America would. So,
Have a good night, moon-pilled rational optic. Thank you for popping by. No, I mean it's interesting because I know that the concept of being watched all the time is not an appealing one, right? And this obviously is outdoors, outside of your personal space. However, we are in the top 5% worldwide of the least homicides in the world.
really,
Yeah,
the least.
the least. Yeah.
Mhm. And your police officers don't carry guns, right?
No.
Not on their
We
person.
No, we have a special unit, but that
Hmm.
special unit will only come out if there's somebody with a weapon. Then
Yeah.
the special unit is called out. But on
Yeah.
a whole, your average policeman will not carry weapons. And I'm
Hmm.
not trying to say, oh, the UK is best and the US is. No, I'm not saying that at all, because the UK is fucked up in many, many places. Trust me, we are fucked up right now. But um, I'm just wondering, having looked at this case, and we're talking about the judicial system, and we're talking about determined. I can't speak today.
A
Deterring,
deterrent.
yeah, criminals. I'm wondering, are the UK doing it the right way with all the CCTV or not? I don't know. I mean, obviously, rural areas in the UK, you probably won't get cameras because they're rural. So you'll get cameras in towns and cities. I mean, what BK? I saw the updates going on with those drones. Um, I don't know. Do you lot get filmed by drones in the US? Because I know Canada's very similar to us. I think it's because of the Commonwealth, right, Bex? Same with
Hmm.
Australia.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm not taking away from you that, Daniel. That's your constitutional right, and that's your constitutional right. It's got, I'm not going to judge that. I'm just wondering whether having more CCTV, because we just spoke about on panel that it seems to me that capital punishment is not really serving as a deterrent. So what will?
There's not much deterrent. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. In my opinion, there is not much that you can do to deter a crime of passion. And most and I don't know the percentage. We have a very smart young lady on here who who works
You want me
who
to
works
argue with you?
her thumbs on the computer quite well, so I'll let her look it up. But most unalivings occur as a crime of passion,
Mhm.
and you're I fail to see how, if I am so angry or so determined to off that person, where a camera is going to make any difference to me at all.
Mhm.
In the heat,
Mama, can
in
I
the
ask you a question, darling?
oh,
Because based on
absolutely,
what you're saying, I'm kind of thinking, my brain kind of went there. Obviously, bearing in mind the US has the right to bear arms.
yes,
If there was more CCTV, let's say like with these gang situations where arms are used a lot, sometimes
hmm
just because they think you're in a particular gang or you're a certain color or you're a certain sexual orientation, right? Do you think that by having more cameras everywhere, that those I understand what you're saying about acts, crimes of passion, but I'm
hmm
talking about the ones where people will pop off at somebody for very little reason.
I think they would. I I think those are premeditated in many cases, and yes, I think they would um, think about what they were doing when they were going to do it and where they were going to do it at. So you would end up probably, now this is me thinking criminally, okay? I would say that you would have more gang violence that would take place in the rural areas where there's no cameras. They would call each other out into the rural areas to do quote unquote business. Um, so you would see less gang activity of offing people in the cities, and it would move out into the suburbs or out into the rural areas. Um, so I I really don't think it would lessen the crime other than lessen it in the cities, and you would see an increase out into areas where there were no cameras, because that's how gangs roll. Yeah.
What Jeremy says, it won't make a difference. Like basically what you were saying, Mama, that it won't make a difference. It'll just make it more underground. But what does that
Exactly.
mean? Like make it just go where they go to the
They
rural areas?
Yes, they would go to where the cameras weren't. It'll slow it down for a little while they scope out and find out where the areas are where there are no or very few cameras. So
And do you think that having more CCTV infringes your constitution?
yes, I do.
Can you elaborate so I can understand?
Uh, I don't like the idea of having a big brother be able to
But can I
follow.
ask you which bit of the constitution it would infringe?
Um, well, my right to privacy. I guess that's the kind of covered under the Fourth Amendment. I think Jeremy helped me out. Um, where you have the right to, a certain amount of privacy, and to me, having a camera on me at all times would be like having a police car fall behind me and just follow me everywhere I go, just waiting for me to make the smallest error, um, so that they could, give me a ticket or something. Um, I don't know any other way to describe it. See, the young people now, they're used to having cameras around them all the time. I'm not young. I grew up in a much freer society than what we have here now. And so
Do you agree with this statement? When in public spaces, we have no assumption of privacy.
That's when it comes to cameras. Yeah.
You're always being watched. I'm not kidding.
was
Yeah,
that Papa?
No, this is grandson who's very wise for his
Oh,
age.
hello, grandson. Sorry,
You're
I
always
thought it
being
was
watched.
Papa,
See how my phone is
Grandpa.
cracked?
Yeah.
I hadn't told anybody I had cracked it for like a good 3 days because I was afraid. Oh, you just got that phone not that long ago. I get a notification. It was about my protection on my phone, and I was like, protection on what? Physically or from
So
the
they're
internet?
so they're spying on you, huh?
Oh, government's 24/7 spying on you, no matter if you like it or not.
That was my response too. Was just that I sit and stare at this phone many hours. Yeah, someone has. There's cameras pointed at us all the time, just from our phone.
Yeah, and you're probably used to that. And see, I grew up in a time where you had to worry about the neighbor seeing you do something, not some obscure camera,
Yeah, when they come knocking on your door to be a little bit quieter at night, then that's when you know.
So to me, that is very invasive. And even though Fatty says, when you're in a public space, you have no assumption of privacy, I do believe that was a Supreme Court ruling. People can just video you. They, whatever, take pictures. You cannot assume to have any privacy anymore when you're out in public.
But technically in public, even before cameras, there was no privacy. There always was someone who could have reported what you're doing. So, the monitoring was, was us on each other.
Right. And that was public shame. That could be looked at as public shame. Like when I was 17 and I had a boyfriend, if I wanted to sneak around the corner and make out with my boyfriend, chances were pretty good that if nobody was on the street and it was just me and him, we would get away with our sneakiness, right? Well, you can't do that now, not in your big cities, because most of the big cities have cameras absolutely everywhere. They're in the stores, they're on the street, they're attached to traffic lights. If you run a traffic light or you speed down the street, then a couple days later you get a traffic citation in the mail.
Yeah, but here it's everywhere, even in car parks everywhere. Because I accidentally drove out of a car park because I couldn't find the pay point, and I got a huge fine.
Yeah,
they're everywhere. Yeah, I've got many a fine. Yeah, but I mean, I understand what you're saying. But do you think that and Uncle Fatty said this? Do you think that our interpretation of privacy has changed? How do we think that our interpretation of privacy has changed?
That's a really good question. I don't think I can truthfully answer that because my perception of my privacy is a different perception than what somebody else's idea of privacy is.
Well, I like Lady, because this is one of those arguments I think that we could go back and forth, round and round, probably all night long, because there's good and bad about CCTV. And Lady Claymore, and welcome, darling, says if you're walking down the street in the middle of the night alone, you feel safer with cameras. They're not always a bad thing. I wonder if you're from England, Lady Claymore, because I think we're so used to having cameras everywhere. We're a lot more comfortable with it. I don't know, guys. I mean, I understand that it's not nice. You're in Scotland, yeah. So I think in the UK, we're so used to having cameras everywhere that it's no big deal, right? Do you think the US could adapt to having CCTV everywhere like we do in the UK, or do you think it'd never go?
Wiccan.
Come on, Americans! I need you to talk to me, man. Talk to me. Well, welcome, Lady Claymore. It's lovely to see you. Talk to me. Come on, fellow Americans. Tell me. We're used to CCTV. It's there. We know it's there. It's a big eye in the sky. You get on. You just get about your day. You know, if you don't do anything wrong, nobody's going to bother you, right?
I'm going to say that's almost going to be a 50-50 question. I'm going to say that there's 50% of us that are going to say absolutely not. We don't like it. And there's 50% that are going to say absolutely yes, we love it. It's, we can catch people doing things that are wrong. We can catch criminals. Case in point, the big insurance guy that was just offed in New York. They knew pretty much, even though they said they could not identify the guy, they pretty well knew the moment that it happened who the man was. They just had to put a name to the face. But because of the cameras, and that's a cool thing, Guy's on video, he can't get out of it. Well, I guess he could claim mental duress, but
here's what I would say, though, that the more we depend on CCTV cameras, the more there is the ability for someone to doctor footage, and and we just believe the footage is real. So
that and the more the higher the possibility of people becoming apathetic. I'm not gonna pay any attention to this person that's getting beat up over here, because I could just walk on by because the cameras have caught everything, and we'll let the police deal with it.
Well, it should only be the police dealing with crime, right?
But wasn't it you that said something about neighborly love earlier?
Yeah, no, I'm all up for love by neighbor, because I think that's gone. That concept is gone. But we can't take the law into our own hands, because otherwise you're going to get people doing all sorts of crazy shit.
I think we're there.
Well, yeah, we're there. But if we start taking the law in our own hands, then anybody's going to do anything. Don't get me wrong. Look, I'm trying to be fair, because look, if somebody hurt my child, I would probably go to prison because I'd want to take
extreme action.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. So I get it, but at the same time, to achieve law and order, we have to. We can't take the law into our own hands, because you're going to get those who are going to shoot in your face because they think that you kicked their dog. Something silly like that. Do you see what I mean? Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Yes, we've established that the justice system doesn't always work. And we've established that the justice system in some countries are a lot worse than others. We need to find a balance. Can we ever find a balance that works?
I don't know.
That's a tough question.
Frontier justice, Mel. No, clue. I mean, I try and be fair in my way of thinking. And whereas I can empathize and I can understand, in situations where someone may take the law into their own hands. At the same time, I have to respect, the ideology even though it's not always necessarily the case, the ideology that law is and members of the law, and then I'm not just talking about obviously solicitors and lawyers and judges, I'm talking about police, you know, will respect. And I know they don't, but I still have hope that when they make their vow to protect, serve, and protect, that that's what they mean.
Mm-hmm.
I know it doesn't happen with every law enforcement officer, but I have to have faith in that. Otherwise, how are we ever going to establish law and order in a society? Am I being
Well, yeah,
naive, gullible?
not at
No,
all.
no,
No.
not at all.
And Brian King has been dropping some great facts about those. Maybe he could give it to us again, the actual statistics on corrupt police. It's exceptionally rare. I know if QI was up here, she'd probably be tearing a strip off me right now.
Yeah, I saw the
Based on the
percentage.
fact
It was
that,
very, very low.
yeah,
Yeah.
It is. It is.
5%.
It is very
yeah,
rare. Every CO and every police officer that I worked with were. Let me take that back. Almost every single CO and police officer that I ever worked with, and I worked with hundreds, citizens, and it was their life's dream to be able to help people. They are they are the they are the in most cases, the higher statistic cases, the male nurturers in society. They really want to help people, and they get just as angry with a fellow officer that they feel is not an upstanding person as we do.
And don't get me wrong, listen, at the moment, I can't elaborate because everybody knows I can't elaborate. I personally, I'm not too happy what's happening with our police force right now. I can't say no more. But I
Okay.
still have that hope that we can change back into the serve and the serve and protect.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, are there many instances that we've heard across globally, let's say globally, where one would doubt that hope will ever happen in real, like will ever happen? But we have to have faith in something, right? We have to have faith to instill law and order. Otherwise, it would just be a bunch of crazy people doing crazy shit all the time because people would be like, "Fuck it, there's no consequences," right?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be a bit like the purge every day.
Right.
You know, someone has a grievance with someone else and takes, and breaks the law by hurting them. We can't have that. Whether they're in the right or in the wrong, we can't have people taking the law into their own hands. We can't.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, in instances where, and I think I read a case some years ago, and it was a gentleman whose child, who was 7, was being abused by his babysitter, male. They were both male, 17. And he took the law. Now, I've got to be really careful. He took the law into his own hands. How does the chap feel about that? I can't say. All I can say on this platform is that we cannot take the law into our own hands. But how does the chat feel about that situation? That's what I mean. Where's some cases people might turn around and go, yeah, he deserved it. Yeah, he may have deserved it, but the law has to determine that. Our justice system has to determine that. Otherwise, I can't read your name. The terrible, and I can't read the rest of it. Hi. um, we have to be, we have to be adult about this. And yeah, in a tragedy like that, I get it, but we still have to rely on our justice system. May, hey May, welcome. It's as simple as that. And does it fail sometimes? Yes. But what would happen without it?
Chaos and vigilante justice.
Mm-hmm. Which is not a world that I'd want to live in. If
It would be
I'm
tough.
outside, well, for me personally, right? If I'm outside, and let's say it's nighttime, I'm walking along, and somebody tries to attack me, I want to be able to call the police officers to come and help me.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I would want, if it was me or somebody else, to call the police so the police could come and help me. Same as if I'd been burgled. Who do we when people get burgled, who do they call? Do they call their neighbor? Do they call their mum? Do they call their dad? Do they call the police? Right? To try
Right.
and resolve a crime. So we
Yeah.
can't take away the good that the law enforcement does, because there is
Yeah.
good.
And
Right?
that's where, I don't know if you saw the stat that Brian re-put in the chat for me, was less than 5% of the over 800,000 badge carriers in the US are quote unquote bad, which includes everything from jaywalking to deletion. And that's with a 500% margin for error. So the whole hashtag ACAB social media movement was exactly that, to false information,
Can
vilifying.
somebody explain to me? Because even though I've asked this plenty of times, I don't get it. What's jaywalking?
You should
Jaywalking is
cross the
crossing a street without, not at a pedestrian crosswalk, and without, like, you can't really jaywalk in a neighborhood, crossing your street to see your neighbor on a cul-de-sac or whatever. It's not that. It's crossing where it's unsafe to cross as a pedestrian, and you should be using the crosswalk at the lights or the pedestrian crosswalk or the
Yes.
overhead bridge on a highway. If you are putting yourself in danger or cars in danger from swerving away from you by crossing inappropriately, you're not licensed and insured to be walking on the street and causing harm to yourself and the cars trying to not
Right, I
hit you.
get it. That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah. And it's usually a
The-
fine. It's a fine for jaywalking. I'm sure if you did it regularly, though, and you were crossing a 6-lane highway in a super unsafe
Yeah, but who would hell would cross a six-way? Like, who would cross a six-way highway?
People who
Yeah.
think they can.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine
And-
driving on the motorway and there be any person trying to cross that. In England, it's called motorway,
Yeah.
highway. I can't imagine anybody trying to cross a highway. No, it's not something I've ever seen before.
Well, and Brian just gave us the definition in city limits for sure. If you are within 100 feet of a crosswalk, you legally have to use it, or it's jaywalking.
Wow. Not the highway, Mel. No, I mean, who would walk across a highway? I mean, you've got a death wish if you want to cross the. I mean, it's a death wish, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the way that, because we're
Yeah.
in England, it's difficult to cross a highway because a lot of the time, they're not pedestrian areas. Does that make sense? So you wouldn't find. So our highways are not within cities; they're around cities. Hey, Nova Kane,
Same.
how you doing?
Well,
Yeah.
and I may have misspoken there, but I would bet that the jaywalking, there is a definition for being charged for crossing a highway and causing an accident. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's in some sort of jaywalking clause or jaywalking, like charge similar to jaywalking, if not jaywalking itself. It's just that it's so
We
rare.
had
Yeah, it would be rare that it
we
happens.
actually
Yeah. Go
we
ahead, please,
actually
Mom.
had a we actually had a lady who was charged
We're
with
good.
jaywalking in our city, and she was simply it ended in tragedy actually, but um, she was pushing a baby in a stroller and had a toddler with her, and walked she jaywalked and came out from between two parked cars, and the car that was coming down the street did not see her because of where she entered the highway, um, and seriously injured the toddler and ended the
Oh my
spirit of the
God.
baby. And of course, they charged her with jaywalking and some particular type of uh, endangerment to children, manslaughter, and a couple of other crimes involved in that. But yeah, people around here do it all the time, and they just walk across the street wherever. And most of our cities in America, especially the larger cities, have 4-lane highways that just go right through the middle of town. So, or in some cities, it's 6-lane highways plus a turn lane. So, what, 7 lanes? And people just walk across wherever they want to walk across at. So,
We have a
it,
really busy road here that a guy on a electric wheelchair was crossing and he got hit and did not make it.
Again,
yeah, that,
here we're not allowed to those kind of
yeah.
vehicle like electric wheelchair, bicycles, the electric bikes, they're not allowed on the motorways. It's illegal.
And
You know,
we see electric bikes here on the main highway all the time because they're not allowed to be
no
on the
way.
sidewalks. Yeah, so they're not allowed to be on the sidewalks. So where else do they go?
Well, no,
If
here
you're
the
going,
electric bikes
yeah,
are allowed to go on a standard road, but not the
yeah,
highways. We're not allowed to go on the
hmm
highways because that would be considered a danger.
yeah.
I don't see why they're not allowed on the sidewalk.
Because you could run someone over because they
You
can
can,
go like
yeah,
quite fast.
it,
Oh, when you say electric bike, you're talking about like a little moped or something?
No, like a
no,
bicycle, but it's electric.
yeah, they because they do 35, 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
wow.
I'm so
Yeah,
glad my son lost his keys to his one. My dad bought him it, and I was like, Dad, is this really a wise thing to do? Because in England, you can be, I think it's 15 that you can ride an electric bike, and he was going at 40 miles an hour down the road with no
Oh,
helmet on.
hmm
wow. Oh,
Mhm.
no.
Right.
yeah,
So when he
yeah,
lost his
yeah. They're
keys, I was like, thank fuck for that.
yeah,
Mel, I tried going on that e-bike, and you know what? They're quite heavy. They're as
they
heavy as
are.
a Vespa or a scooter, not a scooter. They're as heavy as a Vespa, right? And I struggled to be fair on this electric bike. It's not like a standard bike. A standard bike is a lot lighter. No, he didn't get more keys made because he lost his only one. And then he said to me, "This is awful. I hope he." He said to me, "Ma, can you help me find a key?" And I'm like, "Yeah, of course, baby." I never bothered. Yeah.
good, good mom, good mom.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. And he's still to this day asking me to try and find him the key. And I'm like, "Oh, baby, it's so tricky finding a key for this particular make. I'm trying." But no, I didn't bother, not once, because I thought no, because he's obviously old enough to ride it. And I'm like, it's a danger 40 miles an hour. If he goes into a car, there's no protection for him.
Oh,
So yeah, I'm still telling him I'm searching the World Wide Web for the key. Yeah, I still
Good
tell
for
him
you.
that. Mummy will find it. I promise I'll find you the key. But yeah, I know it's a waste of money, guys, because I think it cost about $1,000. I think, yeah, my dad spent over $1,000 on that. But I'd rather think about my son's safety than my dad's $1,000. I'm sorry. I was very upset with him when he got him that, because obviously he wanted it, and I was like, oh no, Mummy can't afford it. And then my dad goes, I got you one. Oh, your youngest son is 30. My son's 17 in next month. So, and you know what these young teens are like? They think they're invincible.
just like we did.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. We thought the same. I know they have to live, Daniel. I know. But as a mum, you can't help yourself but try and protect them as much as one can. And it never changes. Oh God, Lady Claymore, honestly, I try and talk to him about road safety and what would happen. And for example, if you don't wear a seatbelt in the car, what do you mean? Where's your e-bike? Your e-bike is in my dad's garage right now, waiting for the key that I'm gonna find online. Yeah, I promise you, baby. Mummy's gonna get you the key at some point, somewhere, sometime.
Jeremy could make a key for it.
Yeah, Jerry, I'm gonna ask. Yeah, Resto's bike. Where's my e-bike?
I
Yeah,
try very, very hard not to be a helicopter grandma, and it's so hard. I mean, I looked up one day and I just had to turn around and walk away. I looked out the window, and my husband had my 7-year-old grandson out there with the chainsaw, showing him in the grandson's hands, teaching
oh
him
my
how to
God.
cut down this rather large tree. And then the things that you imagine, especially when you work in the medical field, and you've seen all of these injuries from chainsaws come into the emergency room, right?
I
So,
can imagine.
so, and then a few days later, I look out, and the same husband with the same grandson has the car up on jacks because he's teaching him how to change the tire. Now, these are necessary things that the child needs to know how to do, and he needs to know all of the safety measures, right? But the helicopter grandma in me is like, no.
I would, if my son's dad put a chainsaw in his hand, I would probably want to do bad things to him, because I think that for something dangerous like that, you kind of have to wait until there's an age, right, where safety is considered. There has to be an age where you can introduce something like that to a child. No?
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's kind of.
I mean, I am
This
an
is
overprotective mum. I am. And I can't change a car tire for love nor money. I can't. You know, whenever I get a flat tire, I have to call someone. Mainly it's my dad, who always fucks up my car when he changes my tire. Always. He's not very good at it either. Yeah, last time he did it, there was a massive dent underneath my car. Good morning, Paul. And I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to say, Dad, why the fuck did you put a dent in my car? Because A, he bought me the car. B, I was grateful that he changed my tire. I'm not going to lie. So I thought, fuck the dent, right?
I'm having flashbacks, Mel. to when I bought a new car after I'd bought new tires for my old car. And I'm so frugal. I took all 4 tires off one car and put them on the other car with an independent jack, which is actually 8 tire changes, right? It's actually, if I think of it right, I think it's even 9. I'm trying to remember if I needed to use the spare initially to get one off, while I was in the midst of, 'cause oh no, I had 2 jacks. I would have had 2 jacks. So, but that's a lot of tire changing in one
Yeah,
day.
there is.
It was a lot of work.
Actually, I lied. The last burst tire wasn't that long ago. Is I was going to work, and in the car parks, some of the car parking spaces have got like these things on the floor where they put a pole in. I think they're for reserved spaces. But this particular car parking space didn't have the pole. It just had this rough thing where you put the pole in. And I didn't see it when I reversed over it. It literally tore my entire tire from all the way through. And I had to ask one of the security to do it. But actually, it was quite sweet because as I'm in the car park, and it was late at night actually, and the security was changing my tire. Do you know how many men stopped and said, didn't see that I already had someone someone changing the tire, but do you know how many men stopped and said, do you need a hand? That was nice, right?
Yes. Yeah.
That was very
Very
nice.
nice. Very
Because I'm like,
nice.
I don't know what to do. I only learned how to put what's it called, air in my tire a couple of months ago.
I can do it, but I'm so bad at getting that thing on right. Half the time I'm letting out more air than I'm putting in. And I buy the little pen to put on it. So I have my own little gauge, but it takes me 10 times longer to put air in a tire than it would anyone else helping me to do it. So I can change the tires, but I appreciate help putting the air in.
And Jeremy, just so you know, it had nothing to do with the puppies because I was in my full uniform, which makes me look like a penguin when I'm at work. Yeah, I am in traditional black and white attire, and I look like a penguin. So it wasn't the puppies. The puppies were well covered up. But yeah, no, it was lovely. No, and I don't agree with that, Clue. I think that I remember one time when my battery died on my old car. Oh my God. And for me to drive to where I had to put a new battery, the car stopped 4 times. And it was only a short drive. It was like a 15-minute drive. And every time I stopped because the battery died, I had got help. People would come over to me every single time. And it's nice because someone as useless as me, when it comes to men, not men, when it comes, I'm reading Jeremy's bloody thing. When it comes to cars, I'm grateful to those kind people that helped me out through all of it. Right? Thank
Oh,
you. Thank you.
absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, the car
Absolutely.
stopped 4 times to try and get a new battery. The last time, no word of a lie, the last time was literally 30-second drive into the car parking space where they want you to put your car to change your battery. And I had a whole load of men pushing me and the car into the space. I was like, thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. So,
One of the
go ahead,
one of the
Mama.
best gifts we ever bought for our daughters was this a little box. It weighed maybe 30 pounds, but you could just carry it around in your trunk. And if you had a dead battery, you could jump your car off with this thing. If you had a low tire, you could use this thing to put air in the tire. And it had emergency flasher lights on it, so you could turn those on if you were stuck on side of the road or whatever. And I just always thought that was one of the best gifts that we ever bought for them. And they used them. They had, times like what you were saying when they were out driving, the car died or whatever. And they just open their trunk and get their little battery jumper thing box out and hook their car up and start it up and be done, get on down the road. And so our daughters had a really cool dad, though. He before we turned them loose in their own car, they had to know how to change a tire, fix their own brakes, check their own oil, put their oil in, check their fluids. And they all still do it to this very day.
And that's
So,
brilliant. I think that daddies should teach, or even mummies, it doesn't matter, teach their kids, because my dad, see, the men in my family, they're they're very good at their careers and they're very good at being manly man. But when it comes to things like, they never showed the women, the sisters, or even my mom, how to do these things. So me and my mom, we just kind of like, if something happens like that, it's like, help. Help me.
oh, I've gotten yelled at by hubby because I didn't check the oil in the car, and he'd go out and check it. And it would be a quart low, and he'd come in. Are you trying to blow the engine up? When's the last time you checked the oil? And I'm like,
I did blow up the engine once for not putting the oil in.
oops.
I did all those things. Yeah, I did all of them. And Bucks, like, dudes were all thinking they were going to check the penguin sex box off a man card list.
And I had
I know.
a
I thought
flat
that was
tire.
hilarious.
Yeah, I had a flat tire one time. I was pretty long way from home, and I walked to the closest house and called my husband to come fix my tire. I said, I had a flat. He said, well, the first words out of his mouth was, well, fix it. And I was like, I don't want to. And he was like, well, I'm busy right now. So if you're going to make it home, I guess you need to change that tire.
I can't even imagine me trying to do that, foot pump, get the car up in the air, get myself underneath the car. I'd probably end up killing myself because I wouldn't have done it properly.
And I could probably talk someone through it. I could talk someone through changing a tire. But if you didn't have the right footwear on, you might not be able to get that tire off. And like, you really, you need to kick those lug nuts loose. You've got to, if you're wearing heels or something, you may not, I mean, there's other ways to do it, but they're, getting those lug nuts loose and tightening isn't such a big deal, because anyone who's at least for me, if I put my own tire on my car, I am going to, when I'm around someone stronger than me, get them to tighten my lug nuts again. Right. I will only,
It's
and now
quite
you
a
can
physical
tighten
thing
them.
though, Bex. Don't you think? Don't you think it's quite physical? Like, and I don't mean to sound
It is quite a
sexist.
physical task.
Yeah.
Yes. And depending on the size of your car, as a woman who's barely not even 5 feet, like, some tires would be really big for you to wheel around. If you're driving, like, they really would be. I know.
Carrying the tire, I was like,
yeah. I mean,
yeah,
it's totally doable, and you would find it in yourself if you had to. You would find it in yourself to do it even the size of the tire. But it's because, you lean them up, they roll. But seriously, it's a lot of work to even lift that tire up onto those, and center it with 4 lug nuts. I drove an Austin Mini. I don't know, but I haven't changed a tire in a long time. I don't know if they all have 4 or 6. Anyways, but just lifting, some car have, some of these SUVs have big freaking tires. And just to lift it up onto
and to be fair, I
posts
mean,
would be,
Jack's Law said it's nice to feel needed. Yeah, I need men when it comes to stuff like that. Sorry.
Yeah. See, I'm frugal to the point of, like, I'm cheap, right? So I was just, I mean, I'm a smoker, so I can't be that cheap. I burn lots of money, right? But my life, I hate spending money on things that I can do myself. So, that's the only reason I even actually have a YouTube channel per se, because I didn't know how YouTube worked. But back in the day, I joined YouTube to learn how to, to learn how to change my starter, right? Like, I didn't even know there was information on YouTube other than how to. Like, that's all I used YouTube for, was like, okay, I gotta get a starter in my car, so it'll show me how.
Well,
my husband. Go ahead.
My husband was he taught the girls. We have one son also, so he taught them all, but he his thing was safety. We have always lived in rural areas, and every time that it seems every time any of us have had a car issue, it's been out in the rural countryside. And he wanted them to know how to save themselves and not have to wait for a stranger to come by that you have no idea, whether they're an honorable person or not. So he wanted them to be able to get out of the car, put a jack it up, change the tire, and be underway. Just safety
Which is,
reasons.
yeah, it's not a bad thing. Like I said, I was never taught by my dad, but I also like I need men to fix shit for me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes.
I'm not good at fixing shit. I can make a home look pretty. I
Mm-hmm.
can keep it clean. And this is going to sound really sexist, but this is just me, you know? But I can't fill a hole in the wall. I tried once. It was fucking disaster. It looked a lot better with a hole.
It can be really difficult.
It looked a lot better with a
I
hole in
learned
it.
I learned if I want to put a hole something in something, it's a lot cheaper and easier to fix a window. Actually, I'm just saying.
Please said I can fill a hole, but you know what I mean. I had a hole in my wall, and I can't remember how I caused the hole to happen. And when I tried to fill it with the shit you buy, I don't even know what it's called, right? To stick in the hole. Well, let's put it this way: it looked better with a hole.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm sorry, but men are good at fixing shit.
Yes,
Polly
they
Filler,
are.
Lady Claymore saying.
Polyfiller, that's it. That's it,
Yeah.
Lady Claymore. Oh my God, Lady Claymore. It looked like there was an alien coming at the wall by the time I'd finished it.
I'll tell you, one of the advantages of being a renter of apartments is the walls are almost always white. And even though I can use polyfilla, I learned to use very narrow nails and to just fill them with white toothpaste. It's way easier.
There you go. Toothpaste works
Yeah.
wonders.
Yeah. Get your damage deposit back. No problem. Nice, fresh, minty smell in the place. It's great. But I'm with you on that, Mel. Complementing each other with our strengths is a great approach.
Yes.
And that's one thing I had to learn. Actually, I mean, my ex-husband, he would have left any of the car stuff to me. That's not his area of expertise. He's a stonemason. He's definitely a very handy. He produces beautiful rock walls and rock siding and stuff. He's definitely a manly man, but he's also an artist. So he wasn't interested in fixing things, unless it was fixing a broken rock wall. So, but he was also a
created
chef.
things.
So, yeah. So he would have always turned the car stuff over to me. Now, that being said, he liked newer cars. I like old cars because I can work on them because I already told you guys I'm cheap. I used to say frugal, but that's being nice. But it made me really resourceful. So
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
You have to be. But going back to the very beginning of the show, see, I'm old school. And I love my man. I've had this man in my life for 50 years.
Oh, that's lovely, Mama.
And I wouldn't want it any other way. Men are needed.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
There are women who think they can do without men. More power to them is what I got to say. Because we're built differently for a reason. And most women that I know cannot hoist around 100-pound tire on a car to change it. Most women that I know are not going to get up at 3:00 in the morning when it's 30 below zero and repair a patchy leak on a slippery roof. But it's got to be fixed before it ruins the carpet and the ceiling and everything else that it's leaking through. Water could do a lot of damage in a short period of time. And I think women need, the ones who run around screaming, "I don't need a man," I think they need reality checks. Because I bet the repair person they called 9 times out of 10 is going to be a man. So can't really say that you don't need them.
No, I remember last time I tried, I bought, and it was only a very, hang on, let me just put my camera on for this. This is how pathetic I am. So it was a desk that I bought for my son, and it had 3 pieces. It was only a small desk, and I couldn't get anyone to help me do it. So I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to show my son I can do it. I was like, I'm going to show him Mama can do anything. So I'm trying to put everything together. As I stand up thinking the desk is firm, all 3 pieces just went.
But you tried. That's the important thing.
And now
really
you have a
enjoyed
good
it.
story. Now you have a funny story out of it too.
But my son looked at me. My son looked at me and just cracked up laughing. I mean, he had tears coming down his face because I was getting really stressed out with it. I was going to my son, pass me piece number, because they label it in these flat packs, piece A, piece B. And he's going, which one, piece A? So I was getting wind up, right? So I was getting really flustered and frustrated. And then when I thought I'd done it, I stood up. I was like, yeah. And then it just went, doof, doof, doof.
I could just see it.
And then I gave up. I was like, fuck the desk. You're not getting a desk. Sorry, babe. No desk. Now, do I appreciate men that I know that if I'd asked a man, he would have done it in about 30 minutes, 20 minutes even. Not even that. Probably 10 minutes later would have been up, right? No, Bengals, actually, I'm allergic to rubber. I am. I am allergic to rubber. So it's got nothing to do with my nails. It's to do with my skin. Yeah,
She
it's
said
not safe
rubber,
for me to
not
change a tire.
latex.
Oh, I took that so totally different. I'm sorry.
Oh, you did? No, he said Mel was worrying about breaking her nails to change a car tire. No, I'm allergic to rubber. I'm allergic to the material that the tire is made out of.
See, I don't see the comments. I just hear what you're responding to.
Oh, right. No, sometimes I respond to the chat, Mama. Unless you see the chat, you won't know what I'm talking about. But I have to have short nails because of my work anyway. I can't have long nails. And we can't have them painted or anything like that. But yeah, no, I took a test. So my excuse now for not changing a tire is that I'm allergic to it. And Dr. Butcher, I wasn't talking about those. I was talking about tires.
It was me. It's my fault. I told them. She said rubber, not latex.
I'm allergic to that too.
Oh no. Or oh
Yeah.
yes.
Well, listen,
Oops,
Bex,
too bad.
I'm far too old to worry about pregnancy now. So
Me too.
that's out the
Me
window.
too.
And plus you can buy other types of protection that are made of not latex, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Oops,
So
darn,
I've got
allergic to that too. No, I'm just kidding.
No, listen, in this day and age, we all need to protect ourselves like that.
It's
because
true. It's true.
herpes and shit never goes away. Right? Right? So we need to protect ourselves, girls. So in that respect, we definitely need protection. Have you ever tried Staples?
Staples.
No, I can't play with rubber ducks, Bengals. I've never tried to play with a rubber duck, but that sounds a bit weird. Yeah, I don't have a rubber duck. Does anyone else have a rubber duck?
No, and I think that there would be soft plastics that have no latex and no rubber in them that might not cause an allergic reaction. Like toys, would you have sensitivities to like animal chew toys or any of that kind of?
Oh, okay, Doc. Sorry, my bad. No. Seriously, guys. you're probably wondering, well, how does Mel know about all these allergies, right? And I'll explain. There is a very simple explanation. When I had a major allergy to hair dye, and I looked like the Elephant Man. What they then do is they take you to hospital and they do, it's called some sort of patch test, right? And it looks like a grid that they stick on your back with tiny little dots of different substances, right? And that's how I ended up knowing what things I'm allergic to. Like I'm allergic
Yeah.
to nickel. Nickel's cheap jewelry, really cheap jewelry, is sometimes made out of nickel, and my finger goes green and lumpy. Yeah.
Ugh.
So yeah, it's not
Yeah.
nice. So that's how I know some of the allergies, because some of you are probably thinking, how does she know she's allergic to latex? Did her vagina explode? Did it swell up? Did it look like the Elephant Man? No. No. Oh, I tell you what, Lady Claymore, because the ingredient I'm allergic to, the darker you go, the more of this ingredient there was. So when I went and lie, I got a rash. But with cream, that rash went away. Because when you go light, there's very little of this ingredient. Obviously, being naturally dark, when I went back to my normal color, I looked like something out of Star Trek. My forehead was like that. It'd come forward. My eyes were so swollen that you couldn't see my eyeballs. One of my ears was up here, and the other one was down there. My nose had spread out across my face. My dog did a double take. My doctor did a double take. They're like, oh,
Yeah,
shit.
I know. I've had that kind of allergic reaction before to an unknown. We figured out what it was, but I didn't actually go for allergy testing. But I know I had they called it giant urticaria, giant hives.
Oh,
And they
man.
just, I was having a sensitivity to something. And if you just poked me, you said, oh, hey, Bex, and touched my arm, right? I'd get a giant hive. If I scratched an itch, I'd get a giant hive. So I'd wake up in the morning and it would have looked like somebody beat me up in the night just from what you do, just from scratching your face while you sleep or whatever. And I was going into work looking like I'd been domestically, assaulted, right? Just from
Wow.
these huge. So I know what it's like to wake up with your face. Well, turns out this is something that the vegans will find controversial. Turns out there's something in meat that if I go vegan or vegetarian and then get exposed to any amount of meat, right, I get these giant hives. So I'm technically allergic to being vegan or vegetarian.
Wow.
It just any amount. It was just trace amounts of I had gone back to eating meat, but the first thing I ate after being off meat for a long time did that. And then I went back to meat. And the second time I went vegetarian and then went back to meat, then I got these giant hives again. So I never went for the testing, but it's definitely not, to me, it's not worth the potentiality of being that miserable for 3 or 4 months while whatever's in my system calms down.
Well,
I
yeah,
just
because when
rather,
I
yeah.
know what you mean, because when I turned into the Elephant Man, I was like that for quite a long time. And I remember crying in the mirror thinking, am I going to look like this for the rest of my life? No. Yeah, it wasn't nice. So,
Yeah.
and actually, oh, Clue. Look, guys, you know you can press your milestones by going to the pound sign and then just put in, where is it? Oh, I thought you could. There should be a button where it says how many that you can do this. What Clue and Resto are doing for free. It looked like pepper spray. I bet. It was horrible. It was horrible, Jack's Law. It was so horrible. I mean, I didn't go out because it was terrible. I looked like a monster. But it's so funny because at work at the weekend, I was getting some bananas ready for the players for their changing room, because they like to eat bananas before and during the game, in the middle of the game. And I think the chef was talking like, Mel, why don't you have a banana? And I said no, because I'm allergic to them. And I said I have an internal allergy, and he joked. He goes, "Well, I should hope so. You don't have an external allergy." Like he was talking dirty. Right? Yeah. So yeah, food allergies can be very serious. Press the super chat button, and it'll be at the bottom, and it'll say member milestone. So it doesn't say that on mine. Is that because it's my own channel?
Yeah, I would assume so. And then I would think that anyone who's not a member can't see those, the potentiality of that. So you'd have to
And I
just
guess I'm not a member of my own channel, right? Because I'm not.
Well, you are an honorary member. You're the member.
Oh, your son's allergic to bananas too. No, I know, Clue. I know. Yeah, I know. It's your channel. I know. I know. Yeah. Okay. So that's how you put it. That's how you do it. That way at the bottom. Yeah. But yeah, no, it was a weird one. I remember it happened when I was 18, and the doctor I went to see told me that allergies can come and go at any point in your life. I didn't know that. And I remember I was having bananas at work, and here we are. Look, Brian now. Hey, Flip Flown. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. That's very kind of you. And I was having bananas at work, and all of a sudden, my belly started swelling. I was like, what the fuck's going on here then? And then it was hurting. And I was like, huh? Am I having a banana baby? And yeah, I was so, and it really hurt. And the swelling, I don't remember how long was there for, but then I realized, oh, look at the board light up with all these beautiful colors. Do it, guys, do it. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, and then I went to the doctors, and I was allergic to bananas. It happened, banana baby. Thank you for all the people that have been subbed up to me for 3 months. I think that's how long I've had the monetization on for now, 3 months. So those are my original OGs. Thank you, guys. So yeah, guys. So tonight I will be ending very shortly because Mel has to cut her lives down a little bit since Mel's always got so much to do. But what have we out of tonight's live, which I was going to do a week of it, but I don't know whether my community wants to do true crime anymore. What did we conclude? What were the conclusions from tonight's live? And I'll go around the panel. Wiccan.
I still don't know whether Karen Reed is innocent or guilty. I don't know.
Was there anything else that you took from the live, Wiccan?
I don't know. I can't really say.
What about
I'm
you,
sorry.
Mama? It's okay. It's okay. What about you, Mama? What did you take from the live?
A lot of different opinions. I joined late, so I didn't get to hear everything that was discussed beforehand. I think as far as the Reed lady goes, I don't have enough information about any of it. I haven't seen the trial. I had never heard of it until I came up in the panel. I think that there's a lot of negative opinions about the justice system. And I won't say that it's all for good reason, and I won't say it's all for bad reason. I think there's definitely some issues that need to be worked on in our system. I can't say anything about anybody else's.
Bex, you?
Well, I learned a lot about a case that I didn't know anything about. And I, like Wiccan, also can't make a decision on innocent or guilty at this stage of the game. I don't know if I ever could. I hope for the people who are making those decisions that it's easier and clearer for them when it comes to the retrial. And other than that, I also learned a lot of facts about the US. You know, I appreciate Brian King in chat for all the stats he was spewing. I learned to ask questions of other panelists, saying, using statistics. I would have, although you dealt with that really nicely, Mama, and making me laugh at myself after. I appreciate that. And yeah, yeah, we covered a lot of topics. I probably, expressed opinions that people might think are my opinions when I was just a thought experiment. So, I don't want to see any innocent people go to jail. And, I just really appreciate you and your platform, Mel, your whole approach. It's always a pleasure to be here. I always learn something and have great laughs and, just see a less drama fit. It's the right kind of drama we have over here. So, I just really appreciate you and your platform,
Oh,
and
thanks,
you're always
Bex. I
welcome.
mean, I try because, like I said, sometimes it does bring me less views, but I think I don't mind because I'm in it for the long haul. So if I'm establishing a community which we don't, where we don't engage in shouting at each other and drama and, stuff and who's been doing what in this, that, and the other. I mean, obviously, occasionally it will always come up, right? Something will come up. But I try and stick with just good conversation. And thank you, Lady Claymore. And I will do a post. I'll do it in my community, whether you lot do want to touch upon true crime every now and again. I don't know whether my community wants it, but I can certainly ask it. So I'll put a post up so you lot can tell me there. I wanted to try, obviously, like I said before, when at the beginning of the year, 2025, I want to try and cover all sorts of topics and discussions and offer variety. So sometimes some subjects will land, some of them won't. But I don't want to be one of those creators that's always talking about the same thing year after year after year. I want to be able to evolve with my people.
Well,
So
and yeah,
yeah,
you've
go
done
ahead,
that.
Bex.
I find your channel, your platform already has a great deal of versatility because of that role or that goal. Sorry, like it took me I was watching here a while. Maybe I didn't comment as often, but I just remember coming over here. The first time I was over here, there was a whole bunch of you on panel. You were watching a guy who does odd jobs around the neighborhood,
Oh
right?
God, yeah,
Yeah,
Alfie.
and everyone was laughing at each other's accents and the slang, and just it got fun and silly and honest. People telling each other they couldn't understand, and we got into all these topics of slang. I learned what a brawly was, you know and it was such a at that time in my journey on YouTube, I needed that so badly. And then when I came back, you're covering serious topics, you're having interviews, you cover fun topics. Like, it really, you do have a great deal of versatility here, and that's one of the things I really appreciate your channel for. You
Oh,
haven't
thanks,
pigeonholed
Bex.
yourself at all, you know and
I
you make it,
try.
you are the OG member. You have access to all the perks of the members. You are a member of your own channel. Don't let anyone tell you
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yeah, and we have had. I like the addiction episode a lot. Clue, it's funny you should say that because I mentioned this earlier. That Wabbit, I popped into Wabbit's community, and Wabbit's got quite a large community, and he said he did a shout out to that very live, and he said that was it was a difficult conversation to hear, but he very much praised it. And I find that whenever we approach very difficult subjects, we are quieter because a lot of the time when people look at social media, what do? They see like an elevated, false, how do you call it? What's it called? A filtered version of life that everything's supposed to be so hunky dory and so beautiful, and you're supposed to look like this, and you're supposed to do that, and life is so this, and life is so that. That's false, guys. That's what's destroying our teenagers right now as we speak. That false, filtered non-reality. Yeah.
And not just the teenagers, us adults are suffering from a lot of that too. Not to minimize how important it is, because the teenagers need our guidance, you know? But it's pretty crazy, the shoulds and this is it, and you know, this is the picture of how things are supposed to be, like we paint with one big broad brush, everything, right? It's really is, you know, the diversity is what makes this world what it is, you know. And if man made if man made man, I read a book on my channel, Philosophy and Medicine. I don't leave lives up, so don't go looking for it. But one of the things that it talks about is if man made man, we'd all be walking around as robots. We would all be the same. You know, nature makes mistakes on purpose, right? Like diversity exists for a reason of all sorts. Anyways, I'm going on a little pulpit there. Just it's late.
No.
Just
You crack
winding
on,
down,
babes.
you know?
Crack on.
So it's yeah, it is important for these kids, you know, to be not yeah, it's important for us all to stop painting with such broad brushes and shooting each other, you know.
And sometimes we've
But
got to talk about the ugly shit as well as
yeah,
the beauty. We've got to talk
exactly.
about the ugly stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And people don't stick around for those subjects. They don't. I'm very quiet when we talk about the ugly stuff or the not so beautiful stuff or the hard stuff, but I will still continue to approach those hard subjects. And if people don't want to watch it, that's fine. You know, it's their prerogative. But there will be people that you might help touching upon those hard subjects. It makes it worth it for me. And you know, I will continue to touch the hard subjects and the ones that people don't want to look at, and because it's ugly. Yeah, it's ugly, but it's life. Can't just talk about
Exactly.
yiddies and, you know, brollies all the time and laugh. I mean, yeah, I mean, we laugh here. We have so many laughs. But thank you, Lady Claymore. You know, and we've had so many panels where there've been very serious situations, like the DV situations. The interview with Glenn was really hard for me to digest, but I still glad I did it. And I'm glad and so proud of Glenn for being so open and telling us what happened to him. Right?
Exactly. Yep.
So,
Yeah.
I'm much more ugly. Yeah, I doubt that very much, Dragonfly. Like I said, sometimes we got to touch on otherwise what kind of authenticity would I be? I mean, I could just go on the type of creators we talked earlier and, you know, lie and for clicks and views, or see what's trending, talking about Hollywood, who I give zero fucks about, as in, you know, the Hollywood stars, like what do they do? What, you know, tell me what they do to help society. Yeah, some
Yeah,
conversations
exactly.
need to be. Yeah, I ain't. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be. Oh, thank you. That's really sweet. I don't want to be one of those content creators that, and as Wabbit said, chases the algorithm. You know, I remember one time last year I was stuck for ideas, so I searched on Google or Google something or other. You know, most talked about subjects on YouTube, and who came up? Fucking what's her name? Jenny from the Block and her then husband, the actor. I've forgotten his name. This is how important they are to me. You know, and I thought, I ain't talking about that shit. Who gives a shit if they're separated? I mean, really, that's number one talking point. Out of all the shit that's going on in the world, I need to talk about Jenny and her husband separating again. Ben Affleck, that's it. Do I give a fuck? No. I give zero fucks. So I won't chase the algorithm, and I hope that one day the algorithm chases me. I guess.
That's right.
Yes. So on that note, I have to go. I haven't decided what I'm going to do tonight, guys. I don't know whether to carry on with the true crime theme or whether to do something else. But I'll put Benifer, right, 3.0. Who gives a fuck? Who
I say carry
cares?
on.
I know you like true crime, Wiccan. I know. I know. Okay, I like you more after that statement, Mel. Thank you. Thank you. And there will be times where my views, depending on my content, my views will really spike and we have great view numbers, and then there'll be times when it goes low. It's the way of the game. It's the way of the game. So I don't know. I'll decide later on today if I want to carry on with true crime. Wiccan, can you do your homework on the thing that I told you about, just in case we need to use it
Yeah.
on that particular case, which we have mentioned on live tonight? Because that's been exploited a lot on YouTube. I mean, yeah, we can talk about true crime, and we can also talk about the people who exploit it. I do love Benny Hill. He's a character. Well, he was a character. I don't even know if he's still alive. He was definitely a character. But Benny Hill was very typical of British humor, I think. Very typical. So, anyways, on that note, panel, thank you so much for keeping me keeping me company, because I always appreciate a panel to chop up ideas. I really like the idea, like somebody said once, I can't remember who it was. I thought it was NPC. He said Mel's channel is like going to Cheers, the bar and Cheers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And I
It really
like
is.
that a lot, because it's just people, whether you're in bed, you're having, or you're watching from somewhere else, or whether you're just chilling in front of the TV, whether you're, engaging in whatever, having a drink, whatever. It's nice for us just to sit down and just chop shit up. I like that.
It sure is.
Yeah,
And
I like.
thank you so much for having me, Mel.
Thank you,
And
Bex.
it's a pleasure to see you, Wiccan. Lovely
Thank
to
you
meet
for
you,
coming up,
Mama.
Bex.
Thanks
Thank
to
you.
everyone else on the panel and everyone in chat. It really was a wonderful evening, and I'll catch you guys very soon.
Thank you,
Much love.
Bex.
See you
Thank
later,
you for coming up.
Bex.
Thank you, darling.
Bye for now.
Yes, well, everybody knows my name. Thanks for letting me chit chat. Oh, Lady Claymore, please, come back. Our community, and every creator says this, but I'm the only one that's actually right. But our community is great at chit chatting. It's a really friendly chat to be in. And Hurricane Paris, salute, darling. What did you miss? Oh, you did miss nothing. We were talking about the Cameron Reed case, the justice system. I was asking a question, women becoming much more aggressive, which we will go back to, because as much as I want to, imagine women, yes, having careers, but also being at home baking cookies and shit, that's not the way it is. I don't bake cookies, but if I had to, I would do. But no penny. I can't
Hey,
cope
Mel.
with a penny. Yes.
What if we call this the Cheers community?
I'd have to propose that to my boss, who I've got a meeting with. Resto. Nanny Mel's pub. Mel is so modest. Yeah. Well, no, like those are people that cook cookies and shit. Great. I'll have a cookie. I'm just not good at cooking and
Right?
shit. Making cookie and shit. I have my uses. We can't all be good at everything,
That's
right?
right.
Yeah, and I'm not one for baking cookies. I just think I would rather build a desk than bake cookies.
I would rather bake cookies.
Lady Claymore says I'd rather build a desk than bake cookies. Yeah, guys, I'm not good at that.
I thank you. I thank you,
Thank you,
Mel.
Mama. Thank you,
It's a
darling, for
pleasure
coming
to
over.
it's a pleasure to come in and chat with you. I wish I could be here more often. But I do mod work for a couple of other channels, so I catch you when I can. I'm glad
Okay, well,
that.
thank you for coming in anyway and
Oh
joining in, and
yes,
especially with your experience. It was
it's a
perfect for tonight.
It's a
Thank you,
wonderful
Mama.
channel.
Thank
I
you.
really do appreciate what you do. I know it's hard. I know content creating can be. Appreciate everything you do, and you do wonderful
Thank you,
shows.
Mama.
I do
That's very
appreciate
kind
it.
of you. Thank you so much for popping up and joining us and joining the conversation. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you for having me.
Anytime, Mama. Anytime. So guys, okay. Oh, I haven't redirected. Oh shit. Let me see who's on. Let's have a look, guys. Let's have a look. Hang on. Give me a moment. We can talk.
Okay.
Say anything you want.
Let's see.
Anything you want.
What was I watching today? I can't remember. Dang it. This deck
Okay.
I'm built with a machete?
What?
Mel, this deck I built I built with a machete. Okay.
Okay, okay. Sorry. I was like, huh?
I know, me too.
Because obviously I can't see the chat, guys. I'm just looking for a redirect. So, okay, guys, I can send you over to either Flow's on, Beast Mode is on, and that's it. Do you want to go over to Flow's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
So, guys, thank you so much. Like I said, I'll be back. Sorry, I'm stoned this days. It's okay, Joan. It's okay. You crack on. Crack on.
That's all right.
To the Discord lounge. I wouldn't know how to redirect to the Discord lounge from there.
Oh,
But
that would be a cool idea.
yeah, I wouldn't have a clue how to redirect to the Discord. But anyway, goodbye, everybody. Stay in the chat. You'll be redirected to Flows. Pop up, give him some hassle him on my behalf. Give him some stick.
I'll put the Discord link in the
Yeah,
chat
actually,
if anybody wants to come.
yeah. If you don't want to hang around in the Discord group and you want to chat, go over there, because you know a lot of the time it'll be like a call like this. It will look like this, and you can pop up on that call. You don't have to put your camera on. You can have your camera off. You just pop up, right? And then you can okay, so and then you can talk amongst yourselves. So the link is in the chat. Go and join Discord. Need more after parties in the Discord. I agree. We do.
That's
But
right.
I don't know how I would redirect from StreamYard to the Discord. I'll have to learn it. Yeah. Brian, I had to step into 2025 being, I couldn't be, we had to step there. Oh, here we go. Let me just turn this off for a minute. Hang on. So let me shoot off. Let me shoot off and let me go. And I will see you. Have a great day, Kurt, darling. I haven't decided what I can do. Yeah, well, the link is in the chat, guys. If you want to go and party in the Discord group afterwards, you cannot redirect to Discord. Okay, there you go. So I will love you all and leave you all, and I'll see you all tonight.
Hi, guys.
And I don't know what the subject is. I haven't decided. We'll see. So bye, everybody. She says, and I can't find her outro. Just stay where you are. You'll be automatically redirected. So